Finally, there was wonderful weather outside, which made everyone happy. However, some could not fully feel her charm. He looked at the people working in the fields and did not understand how he ended up here. I also dreamed of farming, if only I knew how. It was Kwon No, watching the people thoughtfully under the scorching sun. He was most concerned about one question: how to earn a living. He considered all his troubles to be his own fault, although he had not done anything stupid. However, he once lied about knowing the Mura martial art in order to get to Hwachon village. All he had to do was show off his strong body and call himself Moyeon Moon's 17th disciple, and everyone immediately believed him. In his 40 years, this was his only achievement. He only had one martial art technique, more precisely, in just one step forward and 10 steps back. Although it appeared that he was deceiving others, Kwon still had the feeling that he was the one who had been deceived. It all started when the old man asked if it was worth living here, enduring oppression, or if it was better to watch over the warrior and serve him. After all, a warrior knows many people, and this could come in handy. Kwon replied that he did not have enough virtue to live like this. In addition, he added that in a few years they will be able to earn their own food. However, the old man bitterly remarked that if there was a bad year, 1 or 2 children in the village might starve to death, especially those who were left without parents. But if they follow the warrior, they can learn something from him, and it can change their future. The old man took out some money, handed it to Kwon, and asked him to take care of the children. There was a silver coin in the wallet, which Kwon did not expect to see at all, and there was also an iron one nearby. Not bad either. Meanwhile, a group of children were watching him, carefully following his every move. Kwon looked at them, and couldn't shake the thought that he had miscalculated, because he felt that he would end up losing this case. Despite hesitation, he still agreed to this offer. Having collected the children, Kwon set off with them. Grandpa and his daughter watched them sadly from behind the door. She asked her father if he had given this hermit too much. The reason we wander in search of food is because we know our place and live by moral principles. Was it worth saving on this hermit? This was her first argument. Next came a reminder of Song Yu, one of the children. It only needs to be looked after for 5 more years, and then it will be able to bring benefits on its own. Kwon led the children through a picturesque area where mountains harmoniously combined with thick green trees. They walked between the trees, and among the little ones could be heard grumbling bellies. The sun's rays gently fell on Kwon No's face, breaking through the branches. In the same way, the sun lit up the children's faces, passing through the dense green cover of the trees. Kwon kept turning around to make sure the kids were keeping up with him. But suddenly, when Kwon turned back and then looked forward again, he saw something unexpected. A surprise awaited them on the trail. It was a cliff with a huge stone that reached the height of an adult and made the way difficult. Kwon stopped and carefully helped the children down from the rock. Behind the stone, a river awaited them, to which they approached to wash. A girl with purple hair diligently washed her hands in cool water. All the children were very friendly and willing to help each other. Among them, Kwon singled out the biggest guy who looked strong and reliable. His name was Sun Yu. Already on the way, night fell, and the group stopped to light a small fire. The girl asked Kwon how much more was left to go. 1 more night and we'll be there, Kwon replied with a yawn. In the light of the flickering fire, the children fell asleep, leaning against it. After some time, a new home was waiting for them, where they were going. The next night they slept already in this house, where Kwon had brought them with him. Looking at the children, Kwon understood that no matter where they went, they would have to live on bread for the first time. Kwon was very upset because he could not afford to taste the traditional Chinese wine that he had so longed to try. He decided to spend the money on food, because the children needed to gain weight and look healthy. Kwon found 3 chickens and cooked them for the children. The children's cheeks were covered with delight when they saw such a treat. The children were looking at the bowl and at him, but Kwon asked them not to look, but just to eat. They were stunned. For the first time in their lives there was so much meat in front of them. Kwon reassured them with a wave of his hand and insisted that they enjoy their meal. The children began to eat enthusiastically. The taste was so wonderful that they felt as if they could eat it forever. The meat literally melted in the mouth, giving real pleasure. Kwon smiled as he watched their happiness and how they enjoyed every bite. At the same time, he cooked rice, which could spoil soon. He boiled some of the rice and kept the rest for better storage for the following days. When King Yama asks me what good I have done in my life, I will be able to answer what it is, Kwon thought. Thus he cooked food, believing that he was creating good karma for himself. The rice balls were already ready to be served. The children carefully savored them, but at the same time did not forget to have fun. Kwon watched them carefully and noticed that they were gaining weight little by little every day. After eating, they went to the river again to bathe. Meanwhile, Kwon found corn to diversify their diet. The children were extremely happy about this treat, but even with the joy of eating, they did not stop playing. Kwan's mind constantly revolved around the 3 days. The only 3 days that haunted him. Night had already fallen on the village, and everyone gathered in one room, preparing for sleep. Grandpa told them a story about a tiger that ate children. These scary stories, which were also told by Kwan, scared the children quite a bit. At the end of the story, the tiger was eating everyone, and Kwan, seeing their fear, asked them to go to bed soon. After listening to the scary tale, the children immediately hid under the covers. Meanwhile, Kwan thought about how he could last a few more days under these conditions. He took care of the children as much as he could. However, in these few days, more food had to be found. Covering the children better, he continued to think only about how to take care of them. The night ended, and in the morning Kwan gathered the children to talk. He explained to them that they needed to find a place where they would live. He also reassured them by saying that people may seem rude or hot-tempered, but deep down, they are good. And over time, they can become their family. He was looking at San Yu intently as he spoke, as if pondering something important. Kwan came up with a plan. He wanted to get San Yu to work as a blacksmith. Although the boy is still a child, he already has a strong body and great perseverance, so he only needs to be taught a little. Incheon Kwan planned to send to San Hyangru. He couldn't let a woman hurt herself just because she didn't get what she was promised by Dolok. Kwan, the smartest of the children, decided to send him to the cafeteria, because he would definitely not go hungry there. Kwan sincerely wanted the children to live well, but he understood that it would be difficult for him to take care of them alone. Therefore, he asked them to follow him, although the children did not understand at all where they were going. He led them to a hill overlooking a large village. As they descended, they heard the loud sound of a hammer hitting iron. Kwan headed for the forge. At this time, the blacksmith was busy with his work. He was forging another product. The blacksmith's name was Chan, and upon approaching him, Kwan greeted him. Chan looked away from his work for a moment, turned his head and looked at him. "How are you doing? Is everything okay?" Kwan asked. But Chan, without even answering the question, immediately declared that he did not need workers. Kwan did not give up and began to convince the blacksmith, assuring him that the boy was very intelligent and emphasized that he had reason to think so. However, Chan replied curtly, "There is no work for two here. Just get out of here." However, Kwan was not going to back down so easily. Even when Chan returned to his work, Kwan persisted. He begged the blacksmith to at least listen to him. The children had many questions in their heads because they did not understand what was happening. Chan reiterated that there was no work for them, but Kwan did not back down. He led San Yu to the blacksmith and asked the boy to say hello to his potential mentor. Chan cast a critical glance at the boy, noting that he was only 8 years old, and his body was not yet strong enough for such a job. Kwan insisted, claiming that in a few years of study, he would turn out to be a skillful and useful student. Koval began to look at the boy from the other side. Kwan kept talking about San Yu's positive traits. He begged Chan to give the boy a chance, to believe in him and teach him the trade. If he is raised properly, he will become not only a good assistant, but also a friend, Kwan said. In addition, he emphasized that he could only trust Sang Yu with Chan. When Kwan saw the agreement on the blacksmith's face, he turned to the boy, explaining that Chan was now his mentor, and asked him to obey him. San Yu had tears in his eyes because he didn't want to part with his grandfather. That'll be better for you, Kwan said. It is true happiness to master a skill that will allow you to earn a living. Little San Yu, although he didn't want to, had to accept it. He ran over to Kwan and tugged on his sleeve, hoping he would change his mind. But Kwan had to let go of that sleeve. It cannot be said that he himself sought it, especially when he heard the boy's words. "Grandpa, don't leave me." San Yu begged again and again, promising to be obedient and do whatever he was told. But Kwan calmly explained that he was not leaving him, but was only trying to show him how to survive in this world. After that, he turned to the other children, asking them to move on. Sun stayed where he was, sobbing and still begging not to be left. The boy promised that he would eat very little, even once every 2 days, and kept begging, adding, "Please." Kwan repeated that he was not leaving him, and tried to reassure him by telling him about the blacksmith. He explained that Chan was the best blacksmith in the entire county, and now Sang Yu would be able to learn from him. But the boy could not calm down, choking on tears, and even declared that he was ready to eat only once every 3 days. Eventually, Kwan couldn't take it anymore and walked over to Sang Yu, hugging him. This moment touched everyone, and the chain reaction worked. Each of the children began to cry. Grandfather just shook his head in confusion, trying to find the right words. Another little one ran up to him, grabbed his clothes, and began to promise that they would be obedient, and could even eat very little. John, a cute girl, also grabbed his sleeve, trying to hold him back, but Kwan explained to them again and again that he was not leaving them. He asked to understand that if they stayed with him, they would starve. His only desire was to give them a chance to live full and happy lives, avoiding what he himself had gone through. However, in the end, he gave up. His hands fell limply, and he too began to cry. John moved closer to comfort him. In tears, she asked him not to cry and promised that she would take care of him when he grew up. The children did not want him to leave them. Their attachment to him was too strong, but Kwan knew that their lives would be difficult with him. In winter, they could be left without heat, covered only with straw bedding. In the end, he could not stand the pressure from the children and agreed to return, deciding, "We'll figure something out." It was deep night outside. In a small house, the children slept, huddled together in a single room. Kwan took out his bag, which contained some money. This money was given to him by Chan, who liked Sang Yu, with the condition that when the boy grew up, Kwan would send him to study as a blacksmith. Kwan then walked over to the corner where there was a large box. In that box was a casket, which he carefully took out. Looking inside, one could see how much longer he and the children could last. In the box were all his savings, enough to buy a small field and live out the rest of his life in peace. Under the dim candlelight, holding the box in his hands, Kwan thought about many things. He chastised himself for bringing the children here without any plan or preparation. Thoughts gnawed at him. He should have backed down for their own good, but instead, he only made things worse by taking 2 more children. But sighing, he decided that the past will remain in the past, and now it is necessary to save as much as possible. The night could not last forever, and the first rays of the sun had already begun to appear over the horizon. Kwan entered the room and spoke quietly to the children. He woke them up, explaining that a new morning had dawned. It was time to get up, and the older children began to wake up the youngest. Sang Yu asked Bakgu not to wake him up, reminding him that the teacher always said that little ones need more sleep. The youngest stayed to sleep, and the rest of the children began to make their beds. Having finished their morning chores, they went outside. Everyone bowed to Kwan there. Someone called him grandfather, and someone called him teacher. The youngest always called him grandfather, but Bakgu explained to him that now he should only be called teacher. The little one bowed again, and this time called him teacher. After that, Kwan suggested that the class begin. They started with morning exercises. As part of the charge, they practiced their shots. Everyone moved in sync, repeating after their teacher. Kwan showed every movement clearly. He punched the air, demonstrating the technique in detail, and asked the children to do the same. Lining up in a row, the children repeated the right kick, exactly copying the teacher. Some people found it easy, while others had to make more efforts. At this point, Kwan wondered if he should rank them in order of seniority for a better result. It was difficult to decide. Ram is older, but Sang Yu does much better, and given his character, the choice is obvious. After finishing his thoughts, Kwan asked the children to rest. They sat down, and as their teacher taught them, took a short breath and a long breath. Kwan reminded them that even in difficult times, one must breathe easy, endure, and carry on. He divided the students as follows: Soman, first; Ram, second; Inchan, third; Sim, fourth. Bakgu became the 5th student, Anwu became the 6th student, and Songjung became the 7th student. Kwan decided that this was the best way to organize the group. Junior student Seo Yul received special attention as the youngest of them all. Meanwhile, food was already on the table, a fragrant hot porridge that Kwan had prepared. He invited the children to the table, and they happily sat down to eat. A moment, and the first bowl was already empty, so quickly everything disappeared. Kwan, seeing this, only opened his eyes wide in surprise. Noticing the children's appetite, especially the youngest, he decided that more food should be given. If they are not fed enough, their muscles and bones will not grow. This thought led him to the idea of finding a job. Maybe traders need a bodyguard? However, he realized that he was already old and had not worked for a long time. Kwan's thoughts were interrupted by Sang Yu, who turned to him. Sang Yu asked Kwan not to appoint him as a senior student. He explained that Ram is older than him, and Inchan is his age, so it seems wrong. I divided students not by age, but by abilities. He placed the others in order of seniority. But this is unacceptable for the first student. You stand out, so I made you a big brother, Kwan explained. Thus he conveyed his decision to Sang Yu. Kwan emphasized that the order must be clear, as he plans to train them according to Muyan Moon principles. He emphasized that everyone should treat an older student with respect. It was all for their own good. The children came from different families, and this approach would have helped to avoid chaos. By building a bond between students, they can support each other and even defend themselves if the need arises. Suddenly, Kwan thought that now he had become like an elder and even a clan head. Children would laugh if they heard about it. Meanwhile, Sang Yu was busy fetching water. Everyone else also actively helped by filling barrels with water. Ram, though he was the oldest, was clearly struggling. This did not go unnoticed, and Bakgu wondered if he was having a hard time. Ram answered honestly that he did. Sang Yu noticed this conversation and immediately asked Bakgu how he could talk to the other student like that. Bakgu began to complain that he carried a little bit each day. always choosing the lighter load. Sun explained that, even so, Ram was above him in the hierarchy and should be treated with due respect. Sun then, like a true leader, carried 2 buckets of water while Ram, barely managing, carried 1. Seeing this, Sun suggested that he change something, first asking if he could write. He proposed a different approach. I and the others do not know how to write. Let us help with water, and you will teach us to read. Ram gladly agreed to this, both to carry water and to teach them how to write. Sun believed that every person has his own strengths. He decided to explain this to Ram, recalling the teacher's words. That is why it is necessary not to fight, but to learn to write. Sun asked Ram to continue studying and even said that the teacher was going to buy a book for them today. Teacher says you can become a great man, added Sun. But these words remained somewhat unclear to Ram. At the end, Song encouraged him once again. I believe you can. On this interesting and hot day, the tea house remained empty. Today there were no visitors at all. The woman who worked here could not understand why no one came, and she was even more surprised by the unbearable heat. But suddenly she saw a familiar guest in front of her. It was Quan, who had just walked in and immediately looked around the room, noting that nothing had changed. The woman immediately turned to him. You have everything in the old way. Her tone struck Quan as somewhat inappropriate and undeserved. He was widely known in the area, so she asked, Didn't you quit your job? Quan explained that yes, he had to. He completed his last task and retired. Not many people in good health can get away with it. But my older brother was able to, answered the woman. She added that this place is not what it used to be. When the battles were fought here, things went better. But after Kang Ho restored order, the work for the Ronin decreased significantly. Pouring tea, she continued. We worked on Murim for a long time, but the van defeated all the criminals and got rid of them, so the demand for our business fell. Of course all the Ronin left because of this, and my establishment is no longer profitable, she added with a hint of sadness. However, the woman immediately understood Quan's purpose and said, Looking for a job, right? Not much, but we can find something for you, she replied, immediately asking what the difficulty of the task was of interest to him. Is it the same as before? She clarified. But Quan's answer surprised her. He said that this time he was interested in a high position. Quan explained that his decision was only due to the need for money. The woman looked at him with surprise. He always avoided danger, even because of it he got a nickname. Now she didn't understand why he decided to act differently. They agreed that he was ready to start at any time, but Quan asked her to avoid assignments in other areas as much as possible. The woman he called his sister promised to find something suitable and asked him to return in 2 weeks. He thanked her and admitted that he could only rely on her. After that, waving his hand, he headed away. She looked over at him, wondering if her concern for him was because she had married late and was now taking care of him like a grown child. She found it strange that a coward who had always avoided danger would now decide to take on such a high level of a task. Meanwhile, Quan went to the mountains again. The morning atmosphere was special. The dew had not yet disappeared from the grass. Students have already started to warm up under his leadership. After warm-up, they again went to the river. Song Yu invited the teacher to come closer to them. Quan watched the children with a smile, and Ram sat next to him with a book in his hands. Then everyone went to the garden, where the work was hard for everyone. Quan taught them how to straighten their backs and observe other important rules. Autumn soon arrived, bringing with it cool winds and golden leaves. After autumn, of course, winter came, and everything around was covered with snow-white snow. Although they lived in a tight space, they were not offended at all. The magical winter atmosphere enchanted with its beauty. Through a small window, a thin ray of light entered the room. It was only because of this ray that Ram could read his books. When winter ended, spring came. Spring meant it was time to start working on the land. In a few days, Song Yu had to complete the task, which he was happy about. He was already planning how he would spend the money, to buy the younger ones new clothes and some paper for Ram. But suddenly he was distracted by someone unexpected. It was a teacher who walked right up to him. A huge backpack hung on his back. It turned out that the teacher returned from his earnings earlier than planned. That smile on Sun's face instantly disappeared as he looked down. He noticed a torn garment on the teacher's sleeve and a wound beneath it. His heart clenched with anxiety. Quan, feeling that his arms were about to break from the weight, asked Sun to take the backpack from him. He handed the red bag right into the boy's hand. After that, he asked if anything had happened during his absence. Sun assured that everything was fine because nothing really happened. The teacher nodded and asked Sun to follow him. It was time for them to just go home, and tomorrow they all had to work together. But Sun could not understand one thing. He was interested in where the wound on the teacher's hand came from. Quan only asked not to worry without giving any explanation. Every time you go about your business and come back, you have wounds, remarked Sun, who was not unfazed by this. He really wanted the teacher to explain what had happened. But he only smiled and changed the conversation to another topic, leaving Sun without an answer. "The result is worth it, so don't worry," Kwon said, trying to reassure the student. They talked about various trifles on their way home. At home, new gifts were waiting for everyone, which they immediately began to open with enthusiasm. These sweets became a real holiday for the little ones, filling the house with joy. But Sun observed everything a little differently. He looked at the teacher, who always remained the same. The other students cheered the jerks, enjoying the moment. However, Sun thought about something completely different. The teacher is always the same. He gives everything to us. He constantly wears clothes that someone else refused to wear. The clothes on him are so worn that it is difficult to even call them clothes. For Ram, he brings new books every time. But every day the teacher is losing weight more and more, and it is already noticeable. Constantly feeling regret, he regrets that he cannot give more to the students. That is why Sun wanted to grow up as soon as possible. He wanted to become an adult to thank the master for everything he had done for them and ensure their happy future together. It was quite cold outside on an autumn night. The frosty wind cut through to the bones. Kwon asked Sun, who was standing in front of him, to go back to the house. Sun was upset to learn that the mentor plans to work even in winter. Kwon reassured him, assuring him that everything was under control. He had warm clothes and cooked rice, so there was nothing to worry about. Sun tried to answer the mentor, once again emphasizing that Chan will be able to pay his salary from next year. "It's clear with Chan, but there's no need," Kwon replied. He then asked Sun if he had seen the book that Ram was reading. Ram studies it so carefully that it is hard to tell how many times he has reread it. But the book is already so worn out that he is ashamed to ask for a new one. "It's not food," Kwon explained. That is why he works to buy Rama a new book. To encourage Sun, the mentor added, "It's not difficult for me." He also warned that if the older brother appeared agitated, the other students would also start to worry for no reason. With these words, Kwang asked Sung to hurry home and make sure that Seo Yul didn't catch a cold. Once again, Sun saw his mentor wave to him and leave for work. At that time, Ram was sitting with a book and was also worried about the teacher, because it was very cold outside. However, Ram set himself the goal of succeeding in learning writing to repay his mentor as soon as possible. The sun was already beginning to shine on the street, dispersing the remnants of the autumn night. The students sat and practiced breathing exercises as Kwon taught them. When Bonggu asked the youngest if he also had a stomachache today, he nodded and replied, "Yes, it does." But when Bon offered to tell his older brother about it, the little one began to beg not to do it, because calling a doctor is very expensive. Bon reassured him by explaining that he was the smallest, and it was the elder's problem, not his. The little one admitted that he likes it when his stomach is warm. After these words, Bon decided that it would be so, but asked the little one to tell if the pain repeated even a little. At this time, Song Yu addressed everyone, stressing that they needed to concentrate on their training. These words came as a shock to the students, because they did not expect such a reminder. But Sun couldn't get rid of his thoughts about why the teacher hadn't come back yet, because it was already late. In addition, the food in the house began to run out, which made the situation even more difficult. Sun decided to tell his brothers about the rumors he had heard among the woodcutters. Now there is a period of barbarian attacks. The disciples were very surprised to hear this. When they learned more, they were even more frightened, because barbarians are known for their ruthlessness. They do not distinguish between old people, women, or children. They kill and rob everyone equally. Sun warned that without their teacher by their side, they needed to be extra careful and protect each other. He ordered Incheon and Seo Yul to always stay at home. Sun himself, along with Bon, took responsibility for the water and firewood, even though it was difficult. Baku kept wondering what the other student would do in this situation. His words attracted everyone's attention. But Sun made it clear that Ram has to attend Satan where he is being taught to write, and he just doesn't have time for other things. Ram, however, offered to join them himself, but Sun refused, reminding them that his main goal was to teach them all to read. "Missing at least one class can set you back a year in your studies," said Sun. His decision was final. No, this cannot be allowed. Sun also reminded that the girls were not allowed to go outside and had to stay in the room. Only after all this was discussed did Sun allow the meal to begin. Sun was a great teacher, and the students obeyed him with respect. The moon floated across the sky like the clouds slowly passing beneath it. Even at night, Ram was sitting under the light of a candle and reading books when Sun came to him. The dream came to level the earth, because everything was clearly visible in the moonlight. Ram wanted to help because he felt guilty. Everyone is working, doing their best, and he himself is staying away. But Sun reminded that this issue has already been discussed. He asked Ram to take care of himself, because studying also requires energy, and insisted that Ram should sleep for at least 4 hours. Sun also wanted to know how the younger student was feeling. He was worried because he had a fever and might need to see a doctor. Sun knew everything, even if they didn't tell him. He understood that the students did not want to bother him. They were afraid that he would start to worry, and therefore they hid their problems. But Sun himself checked their condition every night. He shared this with Ram the moment he changed his clothes. Ram couldn't help but be surprised to see his strong muscles and strong body. At night, Sun went outside and began to work in the garden, not stopping until morning. He was swinging a sapa while doing hard physical work. For him, work was a weapon. He worked with full dedication, realizing that it was necessary. Leveling the land is not just work, but also training, Sun thought. This is much more efficient than standing in the rider position. In addition, this way he can become stronger than other students. After all, it would be wrong if the older brother could not endure more than the others. The younger students are gradually learning, and this pleased Sun. However, now he is stronger only because he is several years older than them. Eventually, if they collide, he might lose. All these thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected moment. Sun fell, catching on the unevenness between the garden and the path. It was then that he noticed 2 armed horsemen riding along the path. This scared him a lot. The barbarian horses galloped forward, raising clouds of dust. The riders wore masks made of skeletons and talked about something, repeating that they must find her today. Sun immediately understood that they were barbarians. Their belonging was easy to determine by their appearance and behavior. It became clear that the situation was very dangerous. However, Sun managed to overhear part of their conversation, but who they were talking about remained a mystery. After about half an hour, Sun turned his head back. He saw a girl with long hair and elegant clothes. Her appearance alone gave the impression that she was unusual, and her red eyes reinforced this impression. "You can't walk here," was the first thing Sun said to her. Her face showed complete incomprehension, as if she did not understand his words at all. Realizing that the situation was extremely dangerous, Sun instantly grabbed her hand. He led her into a small house and sternly warned her not to make a sound. Sun also emphasized that under no circumstances should you go outside. After that, he returned to the garden and started working again. It wasn't long before Sun saw the same threat again. The barbarians were now charging straight towards him, causing him great anxiety. One of them noticed the boy and immediately turned his attention to him. Driving closer, they asked Sun if he had seen a woman here. Sun, visibly frightened, replied that he had not seen anyone. The barbarians began to talk among themselves, discussing that there was no other way here and expressing their displeasure. One of them suggested that this woman was incredibly beautiful. As soon as the conversation turned to the girl, the barbarians became more aggressive and their mouths almost drooled. One of them threatened Sun, saying he would beat him up if he was found to be lying, and asked again if anyone had passed by. "There was no one here," replied Sun, overcome with fear. He even started stuttering from excitement, but suddenly he saw a hand approaching him. It was a strong slap. His frail body could not withstand the blow, and he fell to the ground. One of the barbarians, suspecting that the boy was hiding something, threatened to kill him if he lied. "I really didn't see anything. I'm not lying," Sun begged. But these words did not stop the barbarian. He continued to kick the boy while his companions only laughed, enjoying the scene. At the same moment, the girl was standing in the small house where the dream had hidden her, and through the crack in the door she saw everything that was happening. She watched the boy being brutally beaten and couldn't take her eyes away. After the beating, the men decided that Sun really didn't see anything, or was so stupid that he didn't even realize if someone was passing by. They decided to go on further searches as soon as possible. At the same time, they said that the boy was lucky today, because if they had more time, they would have beaten the soul out of him. Sun's body lay on the ground, shaking with pain and fear. Suddenly, someone's shadow appeared above him. It was a girl who approached him. There was only one thing in her mind. This guy was the second person to try to protect her. She turned her head and looked down the path where the barbarians had disappeared. It was already dark outside. Meanwhile, in the camp of these people, everything was in motion. The barbarians lined up, and one of them was kneeling in front of the others. He was punished for trying to curry favor with the captain. Others shouted at him that he should just sit and be quiet. The captain, holding a cup of sake in his hand, accused the man on his knees of having wasted the whole day because of him, and added ominously that he only drank sake and nothing else. The man, beaten and barely holding on, tried to justify himself. He said it was impossible and insisted that they had kept a close eye on the girl, but she had disappeared. During his excuse, he suddenly turned his head in the direction of the exit from their camp, and right there he thought he saw her again. He started shouting, "She's there! She's here!" All the barbarians instantly turned their heads in the direction he was pointing and actually saw her. The girl stood calmly in the middle of their lair, and it was clear from her appearance that she did not feel fear. Each of them immediately noticed her beauty and serious expression. She walked straight to the center of the camp with as much confidence as if it was her place. "And where did such a beauty come from here?" asked the commander, alarmed, with saliva on his lips. The girl came closer and turned to him. 54 men, and not one of you should get out of here alive. As soon as he wanted to ask what she meant, his head instantly flew away. The captain died in front of his men. The barbarians were shocked at first, but their shock quickly turned to panic. A group of armed men with swords burst into the camp, destroying everyone in their path. Everything happened in a moment. Only the one they punished, the one who stood on his knees, remained alive. The girl slowly approached him, her eyes blazing with cold fire. "Do we need to talk separately?" she asked, looking straight into his soul. Just those few words from her lips made his face turn white with fear. It was a new day, and all the students were still fast asleep. Sun was the first to wake up. His face was covered in bruises, and even though it had been several days, the pain still didn't go away. He looked at the students who were sleeping so peacefully and carefree. However, one of them was not there. Sun noticed that the second student's bed was neatly folded and decided that it was time to get to work himself. Taking the tool, he went to the garden. On the way, he glanced at the students and mentally asked them to make an effort that day. So he started working in the garden. In the midst of his work, a girl appeared. She addressed him, calling him a boy. Sun, hearing this, turned his head and saw the same charming stranger in front of him. But more than anything, he was worried about why she had returned. "Because it is very dangerous here." He asked her why she came back. The girl looked at him with her bright red eyes, full of peace and confidence. In her mind, this boy looked a lot like her older brother. She came closer, not taking her eyes off him. The girl explained that his act was extremely stupid and he could even die. She took his face in her hands, looking straight into his eyes. Sun did not understand at all what she was talking about. In his eyes, everything was completely different. After all, he had saved her. "If you meet someone stronger than me, just fall to the ground. Don't pay attention to what he's going to do until you're stronger than him," she said, offering unusual advice. These words sounded firm, but she did not stop there. "Especially if you have someone to protect. You must survive at any cost. This is the most important thing," she added in a serious tone. She had watched them earlier and noticed that Sun was studying martial arts. It was because of this that she decided to start a conversation. Sun did not fully understand her words yet, but began to tell. First, he remembered the words of the teacher who insisted that he not miss a single day of practice. Then he told about his teacher named Muyon Moon. For some reason, this name surprised her. She was surprised that she had never heard of such a teacher, and realized that it was probably fiction. "Sister, do you also practice martial arts?" asked Sun. But what surprised her the most was the word sister in his question. "Well, I can't call you Grandma," he said casually. The words made her laugh in an instant. She started tugging at his cheek, adding cheerfully, "You talk so funny." She later asked Sun to call her Auntie. In fact, given her age, she could be both a grandmother and an aunt to him. "Well, since I'm your aunt, I'll have to take care of my naughty nephew. Show me a sample of what you learned," she said with a smile. She asked to see what he had just talked about. She was interested to see his skills and abilities. Sun agreed without hesitation. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart, clenched his fists, and concentrated. Then he opened one hand, and then clenched his fist even tighter. He threw the first blow into the air. The look on her face showed that she was a little taken aback by his efforts. When he started showing off his kicks, it looked even more impressive. After completing the exercise, he returned to the starting position. However, it seemed to her that it was something far from a martial art. At the same time, she understood that he trained hard, putting his soul into it. Although he only mastered the basics, the result was far from bad. She called his efforts commendable. Her words brought a genuine smile to Sun's face. Then my aunt noticed that his breathing technique was more like Taoist. There was nothing special about his martial art, but he was so proud of it. She understood that if she told him the whole truth, it could affect him negatively. She did not know his teacher, but she noticed that he had worked correctly with his spirit, and now the boy was developing daily according to the indicated path. After that, she asked if he wanted to know anything interesting from her. His answer was predictable. She wanted to tell him about a new breathing technique that could greatly improve his training. Placing her hand on his chest, she asked him not to worry. She explained that you need to inhale when she presses on the chest, and exhale when the hand turns back. Sun understood her instructions and began to follow her instructions. He took a deep breath and let it out. He inhaled again, and suddenly her hand began to glow with a faint glow. "Inhale, exhale. Always remember order," she continued to explain. She put her left hand behind his back, pressing with 2 fingers on the desired point, and asked him to continue. "If you continue, you will feel something rising. Even if it seems strange, don't stop until you get to the head," she said, showing him visually with her fingers. She explained that he had to keep breathing in the specified rhythm all this time. Although it wasn't easy for Sun, It's important to remember that anything interesting is always difficult, she added. At the same time, she emphasized that mastering this technique will bring incredible results, and decided to show what it is capable of. She put her hand out in front of her. At the same moment, it seemed as if the earth around was shaking. A stream of air from her palm hit the ground, leaving a handprint on it. Sun was so amazed that at first he could not believe his eyes. But he opened his left eye completely, as if looking behind both. That wasn't all. Her hand was moving through the air and the force of her movement was palpable. She stopped her hand right in front of Sun's head, but the stream of air passed through him without causing any damage. For Sun, it was the most interesting moment in his life. The wind from her palm struck his imagination. She said he could do it too if he followed her teachings, but she noted that it will require hard training. From the interested expression on his face, it was clear that he was ready to make every effort. His determination once again made her wonder how much he resembled her older brother. After that, she agreed to teach Sun a few more techniques that he could use in his training. You need to carefully monitor your breathing and concentrate it in one place, the ant reminded. She brought her hands together in front of her. Energy began to form in her hands and the light flickered. From this energy, she created a ball and stretched her hand forward. Then she let go of the bullet and it flew in front of her, causing a loud explosion. A cloud of dust flew in all directions. Sun saw this for the first time in his life and was shocked to the core. Aunt demonstrated the breathing and movement technique, and it looked so impressive that Sun even exhaled reflexively. She immediately asked him to try to do the same and began to help him with the movements. However, she cautioned that no one should be shown this until he learns to use the technique easily and confidently. They began to move in sync, following the rhythm. And remember, mismanaging talent can lead to anger, she said, stressing the importance of control. Sun listened to her carefully and promised to practice until it became natural. However, he became interested in the name of this martial art. She replied that he didn't have a name because she created it herself, given the situation he was in. At the same time, she added that the name is not important. But it's cool! The teacher sometimes told us stories about the heroes. Their techniques were called, for example, the Heavenly Dragon or the 18 Truth Strike. It just sounded amazing, said Sun enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, the ant agreed with Sun and added, the name of the technique is a way to describe its essence. This technique can be called murder, she said. To Sun, these words were shocking, even more than anything he had heard before. If you use this technique, you have to either kill the opponent or make him unable to resist anymore, she explained. This is the only way you can guarantee your safety. This means that before using it, you need to think 3 times and not be afraid of anything else, she added seriously. Sun listened carefully and agreed with his aunt. She once again reminded that under no circumstances should you tell others about this technique. But Sun asked if this also applies to his students, if it would be possible to tell them. The aunt sternly repeated, to no one. She explained that she just wanted to repay a debt, not raise a killer. And if he breaks his promise, she will cut off his hand. She asked if he understood that his aunt never lied. However, he could share the breathing technique. She gave permission for this. It seemed to her that this was not enough to thank him. So she took out the ring and gave it to Sun, saying, if the situation becomes critical, you can sell it at the biggest shop in the village. It will help. Sun began to wave his hands away, declaring that it was not necessary at all. But the ant took his hand, put the ring on his palm and explained, when adults give something, you just have to accept it. She once again asked Sun to do his best to learn what she taught him. She did this because she understood what his fate could be without this knowledge. Looking at him, her last thought was that she wished she could see him again. But suddenly Sun lost sight of her. She suddenly disappeared, leaving him standing alone. The ring she gave him remained in his hand. After that, Sun went to his brothers and sisters. Ram learned to write by drawing symbols on the ground with a stick. He showed these symbols to others, explaining their meaning. Everyone has flaws. And knowing their own, they need to be corrected immediately, he said. These were the words he asked everyone to remember and learn for today. However, the second brother loudly declared that he did not understand why teach something that he would never use. Sun immediately explained to him, there is a big difference between not knowing and not using something. For example, with writing, you can know but not write, or you can simply not know how, and these are completely different things. He asked his brother to stop being capricious, to which he quickly agreed. Ram, watching the fifth brother, decided to approach him to talk. Ram helped his brother by holding his hand along with the stick he was writing with and guiding it. He asked Bokgu to repeat his movements calmly and carefully. Ram wrote the name Bokgu on the ground and asked if he knew what it meant. There is power in words, and letters are a way of expressing it, he explained. Your parents, Kang Bokgu, knew about it. They gave you a name in the hope that you would receive the 9 blessings. Learning hieroglyphs is difficult, and because of this, many people do not know them. But if you have knowledge that others do not have, you will get more opportunities. For example, you will be able to eat tastier food or sleep in a more comfortable place, Ram added. After hearing these explanations, even Bakgu agreed that it was necessary to study. At this moment, Sim was smiling with all 32 teeth, but Ram asked him, "Are you laughing because you have already learned everything?" He also revealed the meaning of Sim's name. Sim means candid knowledge. Judging by your name, you need to study more than anyone else. Song Yu watched his students silently. Everyone listened attentively to Ram's wise words that everything good and bad depends on their actions. Sun hoped that all the students would understand this and study hard. On this sunny day, they answered in unison, "Yes, second brother." Sim sat next to his younger brother and, seeing how much he managed to write, opened his mouth in surprise. It was not easy for Ram either, because books and paper were very expensive. However, the teacher and the older brother made efforts to get them. Feeling grateful, Ram could feel a fire burning in his heart, the goal of succeeding in his studies burning him even more. The next morning, Sun showed the boys how to breathe properly. He sat them down so they could practice breathing exercises. Sim began to suffocate and did not understand why it was necessary at all. As motivation, Song said, "If you try, you can create wind." But this, of course, did not make it easier in the chest. "If you keep going, it will definitely pass," Sun reassured him. Exercising your body seems like an uninteresting activity to many, and it showed. Sun hoped that over time the interest in exercise would awaken. The youngest raised his hand and turned to his brother. He complained that his stomach started to burn and asked what to do next. Sun came closer, put his hand on the boy's stomach and felt it too. "Does it hurt?" asked Sun. But he answered that no, it's just warm and cuts a little. It was hard to understand what it really was. One of Sun's guesses was something his aunt once showed him. She also put her hand on his stomach and asked him to breathe in and out, slowing down the rhythm. Then Sun felt a similar sensation himself. Does the same thing happen to the smallest? Sun remembered the words of his aunt, who explained, "First you cleanse with a light touch, and that's when the energy starts flowing. That's where it all starts." Then he listened carefully to her, trying to understand every word. Has the younger one already reached this stage? Realizing the truth, Sun calmed the little one down, put his hand on his head, and gently explained that a warm belly was a good thing and there was no need to worry. At the same time, Sun understood. He himself should master this better in order to be able to explain everything to the boys in detail. Suddenly, all the boys shouted in unison, "The teacher is back!" There was joy in their eyes. They were happy to see Quan. Their joy seemed to be transmitted to each other, filling everyone with warmth. And they were very happy, because Quan had brought 3 chickens with him. Someone hugged the teacher, someone enjoyed the meat, but everyone without exception was infinitely happy. Soon the chickens were already being cooked in the cauldron along with the rice. And just as quickly, everyone began to put food on themselves. The mentor turned his gaze to Yul. He explained to her that she needed to eat the most to regain her strength. However, the 5th brother could not understand why there were only 2 carcasses on the table. Didn't Quan bring 3? It was explained to him that 1 portion would be taken by the 2nd brother, but he began to resent that this was unfair. There were 8 of them, and only 2 chickens. Sim tried to explain that the other brother was not feeling well and always shared his food with others, but Bok objected, noting that he does not work in the fields, does not help around the house, and only reads books. Even the girl asked him to stop the quarrel. Song Yu held out his thigh to Bok, encouraging him to just eat and not worry, but Bok lowered his head and said quietly, "I didn't say I wanted to take a part from my older brother. I just thought it wasn't fair." Sim did not understand his words and asked what exactly he meant. Bok put the thigh back and explained that it belonged to his older brother. But Song Yu, the older brother, refused, noting that even the porridge was enough for him to eat. Although it was obvious to everyone that this was not true, he behaved proudly and calmly. Suddenly he looked at the mentor. Quan's body was shaking strangely, as if he had been injured again. This upset everyone, because every time he came back injured, it was deep night in the yard. Meanwhile, by the fireplace, Quan undressed and began to bandage his wounds. Quan felt that he was getting old because every time he left, he came back with injuries. At that moment, Song Yu came to him. The boy began to worry again, as during their last conversation, when the master was about to leave. But Quan repeated the same words. "It's too early for you to worry about the teacher." Sun just touched it, and Quan immediately grimaced, saying, "Aye!" Song Yu was very worried about the mentor, and believed that he should be healthy. He asked Quan to accept his filial care. The boy promised to do whatever was necessary, and begged only to wait a little while he grew up. After these warm words, Quan hugged him. Sun begged for Quan to live without pain and illness. But he understood that his body had to endure because weakness was not an option right now. Quan had another question. Was everything quiet while he was gone? A conversation took place between them, and Sun told in detail everything that happened. Kwon finally understood the situation. He considered it a real luck, as if fate had given him a great chance. The mentor even called the woman about whom Sun was talking about an unusual person. The boy agreed and said that he thought so too. Sun began to demonstrate the same movements that his aunt had shown him. Kwon suggested that if she asked to be called aunt, maybe she liked Song. However, he couldn't remember if there was a woman in the county who looked like this mysterious aunt. Winter came, and the cold held everything around tightly. People on the streets had red cheeks from the cold. Kwon's sister, despite the cold, remained strict, refusing his request for 50 nannies. She insisted that she simply did not have that kind of money. Kwon begged, explaining that he badly needed the money, and assured him that as soon as a job was available, he would immediately take it. The sister asked what he was going to spend such a large sum on. The answer was simple: children grow up. He explained that everyone needs at least one set of warm clothes in the winter, and there's a smart guy who's hard to provide for. Because of this, you need to buy him at least a few books. But the sister asked again, why does he need all this? To this, Kwon replied, they're all very good. When I look at them, my heart warms. It's the first time I've felt this in my 50 years. His sister jokingly called him an old man and asked him to quit his job. But Kwon looked her straight in the eyes and pleaded again. He even reminded her how she had to travel all over the district and added that she was obliged to keep her word. These words made the sister a little embarrassed, although she continued to claim that there was no money. She even closed her eyes to avoid her brother's gaze. But in the end, she couldn't stand it and agreed to give him money, warning that next time it might be more difficult and help might drag on for years. The sister even considered sending Kwon where he would be a target for arrows. But still, he sincerely thanked her because she, despite the difficulties, understood his problems and continued to care for him. From these words, she had absolutely no arguments left. She got up and asked him to wait. For Kwon, this meant solving one big problem. For 50 nannies, they would be able to live without hunger for 3 years, as well as buy books and notebooks for Wu Ram. It was only good news. After a few minutes, the sister brought out a red package, in which she put silver and iron coins so that they would be more convenient to use. She placed the package on the table and asked to check the contents. But Kwon trusted her, so he didn't check. In a few hours at home, the children were happy, as if it were a holiday. They enthusiastically unpacked beautiful clothes. At the same time, Sim tried to pick up the 5th brother, who was constantly crying and acting out. The clothes for the 2nd brother Kwon handed over to him personally. He, holding the textbook in his hands, looked at the mentor with interest, not understanding what was in the gift. It turned out that there were books that you could study at home, but Ram, like no one else, understood how expensive it was. The school teacher said that such intelligent children are rare, and it is the first time he has seen such concentration in someone of his age. Kwon repeated these words to Rama, who could barely hold back tears of joy. He also added that the teacher pointed out that Ram would have no problem passing the exams, and Kwon hoped that he would become the youngest student in the school. He had high hopes for the boy, believing that he would grow up to be a worthy person and become an example for others. After these words, Ram promised that he would fulfill all his expectations. Ram thanked the teacher sincerely, to which Kwon replied with a smile, "Your teacher can barely write his name, but in his old age I have such a wonderful student." Kwon's embrace was understandable and warm to Ram. Sun also understood that the mentor was going to leave again. The snow on the branches was beginning to melt, exposing them under the warm sun. And soon the flowers that were lying under the snow were able to see the spring sky. It meant that spring had come. Kwon gathered all the children in front of him, thinking that their happiness was short-lived. The reason for his departure was a job his sister had for him, although she didn't know how long it would last. The sum was considerable, and she agreed to give the job, but there were no guarantees about the terms. Kwon was promised 100 nannies for his consent, and if everything ended successfully, 300 more. Such an amount was shocking for him, because it is a huge amount of money. But for this opportunity, he was ready to risk his life. At that moment, looking at the boy, he realized, in a few years, his worries will no longer be needed. Night came and Kwon was standing again with a backpack on his shoulders. But this time, he asked Song Yu to take something important. Handing the item to him, Kwon added several explanations. He said he did not know when he would be able to return. "Are you going far?" Song Yu asked with a trembling voice. Kwon replied that he did not know yet, but asked the boy not to worry. He asked Song Yu what he would do while he was gone. The little one confidently answered, "I will be a support, because I am an older brother." With these words, Song Yu promised not to disturb the teacher, but they had to watch their mentor leave them again. Their faces were sad, full of anxiety. All the children sincerely hoped that Kwon would return unharmed this time. The sun had not yet risen from behind the mountains, and dawn was just beginning to awaken the world. The children had a deep and sweet sleep. But this dream has come to an end, because it is time to wake up. Sol turned his head in different directions, trying to find his grandfather, but in vain. The most logical thing was to ask the older brother, "And where is grandfather?" Sun immediately hugged her and gently explained that grandfather had gone to work. This came as a surprise not only to Sol, but also to everyone else. When asked when grandfather would return, Sun replied that this time, as always, when they grow up, they can take care of him themselves, and then the teacher will no longer have to work. After that, he asked everyone to change quickly and leave. The second student turned to Song Yu, asking if it was so bad if the teacher left. Sun calmly explained that there was no reason to worry. The teacher just wanted to work a little more. However, the second brother thought that it was because of him, because he only eats and wears out his clothes. The dream made it clear to him that if he succeeded, the rest would follow. "It's not because of you, but for your sake." That's how Sun reassured him. But Ram was still very worried because every time the teacher came back with injuries, Sun raised a finger to his mouth, asking to speak more quietly so that others would not hear, because no one knew about it. Still, Ram remained upset. Sun decided to remind him once again that the teacher is worried not only for him, but for everyone. Because of this, Ram even wanted to give up his studies and go to work in the fields with others. Song Yu, tired of such words, could not stand it and shouted at him, asking him to stop talking nonsense. He emphasized once again that the teacher has high hopes for him. Neither the teacher nor the other students want you to give up. That's exactly how Sun explained to him. He added that a real man, if he has goals, should go towards them and not be distracted by trifles. Ram could not answer these words. At that moment, Incheon came in the door and supported her brother, saying that he was right. If no one succeeds, everyone will have to worry about nothing but food all the time. And if anyone can do it, it's definitely you, she told Ram. However, Ram disagreed and replied that everything was not as she thought. When he denied her words, Incheon smiled because she knew who he really was, and that's why she believed in him. Everyone together encouraged Ram, each of the brothers and even the little sister. This proved that everyone sincerely believes in his success. Their words and support made Ram promise himself once again that he would make it. Ram convinced himself that everything would work out, and everything would be fine. It was night outside, and a ray of moonlight was breaking through the window. The glow of the echo fell directly on the table where Ram was sitting. He was as focused on his studies as possible. The pages of the book were turned one by one, and each word was carefully read. The light flickering of the candle created coziness and helped him. The candle next to the book was not placed by Ram, but by Sun. The elder brother brought it so that Ram would not damage his eyes by reading in the dark. But Ram began to worry about the consumption of oil for the candle. "I can't buy the book, but we can afford the butter, so don't worry," Sun reassured him. However, Ram's face still remained worried. He shared with Song a story about a man named Song Kang who read by moonlight. But Ram did not have time to finish the story, because Sun picked it up, adding that in the summer he used the light of fireflies. Sun remembered hearing this story from his uncle narrator when he worked in a tea house. He didn't even know how long he spent there listening to the stories, but it was so interesting that many people came to the house every day, despite the expensive tea. Ram really liked the story Sun had just told, but it was already late, and Sun asked him not to stay so long. Moreover, Ram still has to go to school tomorrow. Although Sun tried to calm everyone down, he felt his own temperature start to rise. He decided that it was due to the fact that the body had been working since the morning, and did not attach much importance to it. Taking a stick, he went outside. He grasped her hand clearly, feeling the energy fill his body. Lately, his body had become very hot, but it wasn't like an illness. Rather, it was overflowing with life energy, and it couldn't help but be gratifying. With no thought of giving up, Song Yu set about training. He practiced each club stroke with focus and confidence, even taking off his t-shirt to reveal his pumped-up body that glowed in the morning light. It was getting light outside, and it was already 8 in the morning. At that time, the youngest brother woke up, saw Sona with a stick, and running up to him, asked to teach him. "Teach me something new," the youngest asked, explaining that he had learned everything that Sun had already taught him. The dream asked him to memorize everything so that there would be no mistakes, and that even with his eyes closed, he could perform all the movements clearly. The little one confidently declared that he could already do it even with his eyes closed. Sun suggested that he try. Then the youngest took the stick in his hands, and immediately began to demonstrate practiced movements. From the side, it looked really impressive. His face remained motionless, not a muscle twitched. The blows he made with the stick in the air seemed quite strong. The fifth brother even opened his mouth in surprise as he watched him. The sixth student was no less impressed. Sim tried to say something, but his stuttering made it hard to make out. Song Yu only called the junior a genius. However, he noted that the elders also need to make efforts, otherwise the younger ones will soon catch up with them. Sim explained that he was trying, but he faced a problem. During the movements, his feet come off the ground, which causes him to lose his balance. The little one was looking forward to what his older brother would say about his technique. Song Yu praised him, noting that he was doing better than everyone else. Song Jong laughed happily at his older brother's words, proud of himself. Then the fifth brother offered the little one to test his strength. Sim, watching from the side with his older brother, asked him who he was betting on. Bok Gu, Song Yu replied. This surprised Sim because Bok Gu had lost even to him. Song explained, only you, the other students can't defeat him. Meanwhile, the rivals stood opposite each other. Bok Gu decided to give the kid a head start and suggested that he attack first. Song Jong did not refuse such a chance. He immediately sprung into action, using the stick and going on the offensive. However, due to a botched move, Bok Gu initially lost his balance. But he quickly gathered himself and tried to attack from below, but a small stick was already waiting for him below. Song Jong easily deflected the attack and jumped up to change his stance. Without giving his opponent a chance, he immediately counterattacked. Song Jong did not delay in taking action. Although he is the youngest, his character is really strong. This could be seen even on the face of the fifth brother, who was finding it increasingly difficult to fight. He writhed with the tension, trying to hold on. It was difficult not to understand him, because he could barely keep his balance on his feet. But it was Song Jong who was forcing him to act like that, constantly attacking with a stick. Molly did not slow down, but on the contrary, delivered even more blows, creating tremendous pressure. Song Yu, watching this, asked the fourth student to pay attention to Bok Gu's face. His expression changed. He looked more confident. Sun explained that the younger brother lacks strength and stamina, because during leg training he gets tired faster than everyone else, while the older brother and the second brother last much longer. Even so, the fifth brother continued to skillfully wield the stick, fending off Song Chong's attacks. It became clear that at first, Bok Gu really gave the kid a head start, but now he decided to stop indulgences and began to act more seriously, showing his superiority. However, the smile did not disappear from Song Jong's face. Instead, he was focused as he watched the end of Bok Gu's staff quickly approach him. Bok Gu, breaking through Song Jong's block, stopped the stick in time to prevent damage. But not stopping there, he decided to strike another blow. Bok Gu gently slapped Song Jong on the arm. The hand, of course, started to hurt. But what can you do? It's not the people who bake here, but fight. When the fifth brother declared that the seventh had lost, the response was, "Fifth brother, you just got scared." Song Jong added, "I've never taught anything like this, but I was able to block your strikes." Bok Gu replied, "If you couldn't parry my punch, that's just your fault, not my weakness." This truth made Song Jong think. Bok Gu also explained that big brother and teacher teach the same things, but you have to use your head to win. Song Chong began to wonder if it had something to do with the focusing technique. But the fifth brother assured that he himself did not teach her. At a certain point, it dawned on Song Chong what was being said. Bok Gu agreed with his guesses. Then Song Jong suggested that they try to compete once again. But Bok Gu refused, wanting to enjoy his victory. It looked pretty funny from the sidelines as Song Jong begged the fifth brother to fight again. Sim turned to his older brother, noting that everything happened as he had predicted. To this, Song Yu explained that every student has their own strengths. That's why they can't be compared. Song Yu added with a smile, as the fourth brother listened intently. Night fell, and the third student spoke to her older brother, informing her that the food supply would last only 3 months. Sun thought about the words of the blacksmith, who said that he had important business, so he would not return until next autumn. Besides, the ant from the tea house helps them so often that it has already become uncomfortable. Then the third student asked if he knew when the teacher would return. She remembered how the year before last he had relayed the news through the caravan guard, promising to come in a year. In response, Sun asked her not to worry. When asked what to do, he said, "Look for money, of course." He reassured her, asked her to trust him, and then sent her to go home because it was getting cold outside. Despite the confidence in his words, Sun himself did not know what to do. He only hoped that he could ensure a peaceful life this year, because the medicine for the youngest, Seo Yul, was very expensive. He needed to think things through carefully, because if they had to eat badly, he would feel guilty. Sun just looked at the starry sky and thought, maybe you should find a job. But even adults now found it difficult to find her. It was enough to look at the guests in the tea house. He decided that he needed to act quickly and find a job as soon as possible. The next morning, Sun left for the city. He went around all the places where he could be offered a job, but he was refused everywhere. Even in the clay workshop, where he turned last, he was told that there were no places. Returning home late at night, Sun could not understand why nothing was happening. Maybe it's worth looking for a job in a bigger city, although it was difficult to go there all the time. A third student was already waiting for him near the house. He didn't understand why she wasn't asleep yet, but she replied that she would be leaving soon. She then asked if there was any news, to which Sun explained that he would try again tomorrow. Brother, maybe it's better to talk to the other students. Instead of training, they could catch a rabbit or a bird or collect medicinal herbs to sell, she suggested. But Sun explained that this was impossible, because if they found out about it, all discipline would disappear. She tried to make some more arguments, but Sun repeated that he would find a job tomorrow. If not here, then I will go to a bigger village, he added. The girl wanted to ask if he had eaten, but Sun said he was not hungry. However, the sounds of his grumbling stomach gave away his true condition. Then she put some potatoes on him and asked him to eat them and then go to bed. Potatoes tasted amazing after a whole day without food. While he was enjoying this simple but delicious dinner, a second brother approached him. He brought the news. A drought was expected in the southern regions, and this caused great concern among the people. The second brother heard it from his classmates. Some of them had relatives who were trading in the southern regions, but that was not all. After 2 years, he said he would show his abilities. That is why he now planned to focus exclusively on preparing for the exam. His determination was evident, you could see it in his eyes. Suddenly Ram started apologizing. Then he asked him not to worry about him and assured him that he would only think about the exam and successfully pass it in 2 years. Sun sincerely believed in Ram with all his heart. Ram got up and bowed before him. However, it was clear that preparing for the exam would require a lot of money, at least to get to the exam hall. Sun thought about how to find these funds, and suddenly an idea came into his head. He remembered his aunt who once gave him something important. That something was a magic ring. Sun took it out and looked at it carefully. It seemed wrong to him to sell what his benefactor had given him, but the aunt said that it can be done in case of extreme need. Now Sun decided to find the biggest store where he could sell this ring profitably. After that, Sun went to the store. The merchant sat dusting off his wares, wondering why there had been no visitors for several months. Just at that moment, a boy came to him. The man carefully looked at the guest. It was Song Yu who had come to sell something. But the merchant immediately said that this is not a place for children. However, when his eyes fell on the ring, he froze, speechless. The merchant held out his hand and Sun put the ring on it. It was clear that this was an unusual thing, and it was even difficult to determine what technique was used in its creation. Sun was only interested in one thing: how much money he could get for it. The merchant turned and said, "It's not uncommon, but the work is good. I'll give you 1 babysitter." But Sun knew that the stone on the ring was very valuable, and he urgently needed money. The merchant in turn had his arguments, and Sun had to agree. The man held out a document with the terms of the sales contract. Sun put his thumb up, confirming the deal. The merchant stood with his back to Sun, a sly smile on his face. The merchant took out 1 nanny, and Sun was surprised to see that it was silver. "Did you think I was going to give you gold?" asked the merchant with an even more sly smile. "You think I'm so stupid if I live in the village?" "You should give me a golden nanny," Sun insisted. But the merchant only called the boy's words nonsense. When Sun asked for the ring back, the merchant held up the signed contract and showed it. Sun tried to argue, but his arguments were weak. The merchant easily countered, "The contract doesn't say anything about gold." Then Sun called him a fraud. The merchant calmly replied, "Stop yelling. Come to think of it, where did you get that ring? 1 silver nanny is enough to last you a few months if you save." Sun once again insisted that the merchant return the ring. But a man with an unpleasant smile that only annoyed Sun called someone from behind and declared, "There's some madman running around here." 2 big men came out of the door. One of them was blindfolded, like a pirate, and the other was even bigger and bald. Sun, already furious to the brim, literally burned with indignation at this situation. The freak, as the shopkeeper should now be called, pointed a finger at Sun and ordered him thrown out of the store, calling him a puppy. "And don't forget to beat him half to death," he added. The eyes of the 2 thugs lit up with enthusiasm. However, one has only 1 eye. Bald approached Sun, grabbed him by the cheeks, and asked with a smile, "Where are you, crybaby? Who got such audacity?" Sun slapped his hand away sharply. "Hey guys, I think he needs to be taught to be afraid of the elders," the bald man said, preparing to strike. He swung his huge fist, ready to strike. Sun looked surprised at first as he looked at the fist flying towards him, but he quickly reacted. At the moment when the blow was already close, Sun dodged and saved himself. And then, to everyone's surprise, he repelled the attack, set up a footstool, and knocked the bald man off his feet. The freak opened his mouth wide, watching in shock at what had happened. One-Eyed also stared at his one eye, not believing what he saw. He decided to take revenge for his bald partner. But he didn't have time to throw a right hook, as a left blow from Son flew towards him. It seems that luck turned away from the one-eyed man this time. Sun was a little confused, because this was the first fight in his life. He couldn't figure out if he should continue, but the shine of the enemy's bald head and his growl spoke for themselves. This growl seemed almost animalistic. The bald man chose his own fate when he rushed at the boy again. This time he managed to deliver a powerful blow that caused Sun to bleed from his mouth. But who said that Sun would not find the strength to answer? He struck back and then grabbed the bald man by the shoulders. Grabbing him, Sun swung his leg back sharply and hit his knee right in the chest. The bald man received a strong blow in the breathing area, after which blood also gushed from his mouth. At this moment, Song thought, what if he dies? The freak definitely did not expect such a turn. 2 of his bodyguards, mercenaries, or simply scum, were now lying at his feet, and now all 3 were trembling. There was only one thought in Sun's head. If he didn't get the money, the students would be hungry the day after tomorrow. Hearing the words spare, Zrinya, Sun stretched out his hand. The freak begged to spare his life, assuring him that Sun could take whatever he wanted. I'm not the first to climb up with my fists. It's you who baited your thugs. I'm taking my ring and 1 silver nanny, answered Sun calmly. The merchant, standing on his knees, fussily agreed and handed over everything the boy demanded. He was lucky that this young man was so kind. Sun, taking his own, went home. On the way, he wondered if he had done something wrong, but something made him suddenly turn around. Among the trees, he saw a flicker. They were masked people, but Sun immediately knew who they were. They stopped right in front of him, 3 against 1. Sun could hear them discussing him. The body is already an adult, but still a child. Let's deal with it quickly. It's time to refresh ourselves, and we're standing here. One of them came closer and asked, what? You can be a bandit so young? He couldn't stand the dream. He lowered his head, but he raised it again, and his appearance changed dramatically. His eyes began to glow red. He shouted loudly, and energy boiled around him. Call me a thug. I'll show you who I really am, Sun stated firmly, preparing for battle. Sun used the technique his aunt showed him, gathering all his energy in his hands. Then he directed it directly to the face of one of the bandits, realizing that the consequences could not be avoided. His hand stopped at his opponent's face, ready to attack. But at this moment, he remembered his aunt's words. If you use your hand, you must either kill the opponent or make him unable to resist. The bandit did not understand what it was, but he felt something disturbing. Due to the fact that Sun was unable to complete the attack, the thug took the opportunity to counterattack. He punched Sun first and then kicked him, knocking him off his feet. Sun spat blood for the 2nd time that day, feeling great pain. The bandits brutally beat him, leaving him lying on the ground, continuing to call him a bandit and accuse him of stealing money. Sun lay motionless until the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Only then did he manage to regain consciousness and slowly get up to go home. Every step hurt him, and he held his hand to his ribs. Every cough was accompanied by a lump of blood flying out of his mouth. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and almost lost consciousness. In the end, he just fell to the ground, left lying there, unable to move any further. Sun gradually opened his eyes and saw his younger brothers and sisters in front of him. They were all standing over him, and their faces showed how much they were worried. They waited impatiently for their older brother to finally wake up. Sun woke up with weak moans. He tried to get up, but the 3rd nurse asked him to lie back down and told him that he had slept for 3 whole days. How could this happen? He asked in surprise. I should be asking you, replied the sister. You were lying on a deserted road. If the other brother hadn't come home late and found you, disaster could have happened. Sun realized that he passed out before reaching home. He explained that he simply fell while descending the mountain. At first, I thought everything was fine, but I hit it pretty hard. After that, he asked everyone to stop worrying and return to their work. As they began to part ways, Sun asked his sister to hold back. His important question was about the food. How much is left? His sister assured him that everything was fine, because the 4th brother had brought some. When asked where he got it from, the sister answered by asking, Do you know that grandfather who lives in the mountains and collects medicinal herbs? She added that grandfather also hunts. The 4th brother often saw him during training and asked if he needed an assistant. The old man agreed. After these words, Sun's eyes filled with hope that now they would have food. The sister continued the story, adding that all the students understand the situation perfectly. After that, Sun asked her to leave, saying that he needed to think about something. Without further questions, she left, leaving him alone. Lying alone in the room, Sun called himself an idiot, berating himself for not taking decisive action. If he didn't do anything, the students would go hungry, and that was what he feared the most. He hesitated, waiting for the teacher to return, but he was already in despair, not knowing what to do next. After a while, he went outside, but his thoughts did not leave him. What will happen if students only eat porridge? Then they will not have enough strength for training. As he watched the sunset, he wondered if he should leave the city limits. Suddenly, a familiar smell appeared in the air. It was an unmistakable smell, the smell of fried chicken. Sun ran, thinking that the teacher had returned. But it turned out not to be so. The students were roasting chicken on the street. Seeing their older brother, they were very happy. As he approached them, Sungjung asked. Has the teacher returned? It turned out that they simply decided to cook the chicken themselves. The students, of course, were waiting for the older brother, but he was surprised and did not understand where the chicken came from. The fifth brother couldn't wait for her to get ready, and the second felt like he could get enough of the smell alone. The third student explained that the fifth brother had worked today, and thanks to that, he brought chicken and rice. The fifth brother called it a good day, noting that the merchant had paid him handsomely for his work. Sun, who had been looking for a job all day and was rejected by everyone, was surprised that the fifth brother managed to earn something. He wanted to know who this man was and what exactly the fifth brother was doing. He explained that the man was on his way to Hunan, but he did not understand why Song was asking about it. I was just loading the luggage onto the carts. But why do you keep asking? Asked the fifth brother. Sun persisted, asking where the money came from and whether his brother was hiding the truth. But he stubbornly assured that he did not understand what he was talking about. Sun was well aware of what was happening in the village, because he had been looking for a job all month long. He knew everyone who offered money through acquaintances in the shop, restaurant, and market, and today there were no opportunities. After these words and arguments, the fifth brother became angry. Now we have food, and we can eat properly. Sun did not give up, and began to ask in detail where the brother met this man, what exactly he was carrying, and how he could not remember the details. Annoyed, Sun continued to press and shout at him. In the end, the fifth brother couldn't stand it and confessed that he had stolen the money and bought a chicken with it. All the students were stunned by this confession. The fifth brother regretfully explained that they had not eaten properly for a month. He began to lose strength, did not train hard enough, and even skipped classes. Sun tried to explain to him that being a thief made him an enemy of the people, and stressed that he himself was already looking for a job to provide for them all. You shouldn't stoop to that level, Sun said firmly, trying to convey to his brother the importance of the right path. In desperation, with tears in his eyes, the fifth brother replied that he saw how hard it was for the elder brother and could not take it anymore. Sun began to think that perhaps he had really failed as a mentor. Because of this, the students began to resort to extreme measures. At that moment, the second brother returned. The fifth immediately drew attention to him and added, "We are starving here, and he only needs books." The third sister couldn't stand it and shouted, "How can you say such a thing?" Seven approached the fifth, put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to apologize immediately. He clearly understood that such behavior towards the mentor was absolutely wrong. The second brother watched this, but did not yet know what was happening. One look at their mood was enough for him to understand that the fifth was up to something. He immediately asked what happened. In response, he heard, "Yes, stole, so that we do not die of hunger." The second brother tried to explain that this was wrong. Even if you starve to death, you should not take what belongs to someone else. You are a man, and this is your honor. The fifth answered sharply, "It's easy for you to talk, you can eat at school." These words were so ugly that the fourth brother lost his patience. He came closer and shook the fifth by the shoulders, trying to bring him to his senses. But the fifth, in complete despair, did not shut up. "You only think of yourself. We can suffer, but what about the younger ones? Do you even know how to be Seo Yul? Do you know that Song Young secretly gives his food to the younger one's sister?" It was hard to hold back tears while listening to these bitter words. The atmosphere was filled with pain and despair. The fifth brother burst into tears and said, "Brothers, you are all very kind, but don't force yourself to do this for me. I just wanted to feed Yang Wu, Song Jon, and Seo Yul. Let the brothers decide whether we starve to death or not." After saying this, he wept even harder and ran forward, leaving everyone behind. The younger siblings were left standing with tears in their eyes, not knowing how to react. Sun felt deep pain and guilt that the situation had come this far. He blamed himself for not doing anything earlier. After that, Sun asked the third student to go to bed. He also asked the second brother to wash himself, eat, and go about his business. But he suddenly stopped and said that he would sleep and eat at school for a while. He explained that he only stopped by to say goodbye. For all the younger brothers, it was unexpected and painful to hear. Fragrant chicken has just been cooked, filling the room with a pleasant aroma. A third student was carefully tearing the chicken into small pieces, preparing them for sharing. However, there was only one portion, and this created a problem. Only the smallest could eat. Song Jong insisted that the elders eat too, but the third sister explained that the elders would be able to eat tomorrow. She also added that the brother would get angry if the little ones went hungry, so that should be avoided. The youngest almost cried, thinking that everyone would quarrel because of her. The third sister gently took her hands. She put the girl on her lap and assured her that she was loved very much. The sister emphasized that no quarrels because of her are simply impossible. Then the third sister fed the youngest. After that, everyone went outside to relax a little. While recharging, Songjung noticed that something was wrong with the fifth brother. He began to explain the importance of learning how to control one's anger. He also advised me to apologize to my older brother later and go to school with my second brother. After a while, Songjung lined everyone up in front of him. The fifth student, lowering his head, asked for forgiveness for his mistake, promising not to behave like this again. He assured that there is no need to worry anymore, and this will definitely not happen again. Sun came over understandingly, put a hand on his shoulder, and reassured him that it wasn't his fault. "I'm sorry that your stupid brother caused you so much heartache. I promise, it won't happen again," he said. But he added, "You also have to promise something. If someone dishonors the name of the Muyon clan, you will never forgive it. Don't touch other people's things, don't beg or accept alms." That was exactly what Songyu had demanded of him to promise. It was almost impossible to hold back the tears during this conversation. Moreover, Sun took responsibility for their life and future. He explained that if he made money, everyone would be fed and happy. He addressed this explanation not only to the fifth, but to each of them. After these words, Sun closed his eyes and decided to move on to the next step. He walked over to the training stick. The children looked surprised, not understanding why he had a stick. Sun handed the stick to the third sister. He then explained, "The student who became a thief must be punished. It's my fault, and I want you to hit me 10 times. Everyone tried to talk him out of it, asking him not to go that far. Sun perfectly understood that every action has its consequences, and not all problems can be solved with words alone. He asked the student not to delay, and put the stick directly in her hands. Stepping closer, he softly whispered in her ear, "You're smart, and you understand everything. Others can forget their mistakes because of character, but you have to be firm and not let Bokgu do it again." The student, of course, was smart and understood his words. In this situation, there was no other option but to comply with the senior's request. His back was already covered in bruises. Pain shot through his body, but he knew there was no other way. In the evening, when everyone was in the room, the third sister nursed his wounds while worrying about his condition. He asked her for forgiveness. However, he explained that he could not find a better way. It was an important lesson, and after what they saw, no one dared to steal again. Sun, having no greed in his character, only wanted to have the right to be called brother, keeping the promise given to the teacher. Suddenly, the sister remembered the other brother and said that sometimes she agreed with Baku's words. Sun calmly replied that the second brother should focus on his studies, even under such difficult conditions, and follow his own path. Not everyone is capable of doing this. But the second brother is the smartest among us, and he has a clear plan that he will definitely implement, Sun added. At that moment, the door began to slowly open. "Who is it?" Sun asked suspiciously. Song guessed that it could be Seo Yul's youngest student, but the third nurse immediately turned his face forward, reminding her that she was applying the medicine to his back. Meanwhile, the second brother brought a package. He went to the door and placed a small bag in front of it. It seemed that the third sister knew about it, but hid it from the older brother. The next day, events unfolded elsewhere. One boy was telling 2 others about the moment his heart was pounding like crazy. Others called him the head. But he asked not to do so again, because if anyone found out, it could cause problems. "Call me brother or no ban," he added. He emphasized that they were ordinary people from the Black Death Guild. Suddenly, he turned his head. At that moment, he saw a boy standing nearby. It was Songyu. "What do you need?" No Ban asked him. "I want to work too," answered Sun, bowing his head low. However, No Ban had no idea who was standing before him and what he really wanted. Sun began to explain that he had watched them several times. Then, No Bang finally recognized Songyu, the same guy who used to forge in the fabric shop. Sun confirmed this and asked to give him a chance, promising to do his best. No Ban took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly as he considered the situation. "They say that this street is completely deserted now. There is no work there," he said, simultaneously reaching into his inner pocket. He took out a coin and offered Sona to buy himself some rice. However, Sun resolutely replied that he was not a beggar and had come here because he was really looking for a job. "Hey kid, do you understand what you're saying? Do you even know what we're doing here?" "No," Ban asked. Sun answered without hesitation that he knows and will cope with any task. His boldness and directness seemed amusing to No Ban, and he even remembered himself in his youth. Because of this, he did give the boy money for food. "Okay, if you know what we do, you've probably heard of Cholda, right?" he continued. Sun replied that he had heard that name several times. He knew that Cholda was a giant who could bend metal with his bare hands and was considered the strongest. Sun confirmed that he was familiar with his reputation. Then No Ban offered him a task, to catch Cholda. He even added that he himself has been planning it for a long time, but he cannot find it. "If you can handle it, I will take you in." No Ban set a condition. Without hesitation, Sun said that he understood and accepted the challenge. One of the workers could not understand why Ban sent the boy to Cholda. But Ban asked this man to watch the situation and if Cholda beat Sun, to tell him to go back. He also added that the boy should not be beaten badly and his bones should not be broken. In those days, earning a living was very difficult, and No Bang, also known as Li Gi Sung, understood this better than anyone else. It was raining heavily outside, filling the air with coolness. The downpour was accompanied by a thunderstorm, and drops of water ran down the roof. This roof belonged to a beautiful building that stood out for its architecture. In the Great Hall, Kang-un, the air was filled with the scent of incense. In front of this place stood a woman, an aunt, who looked thoughtful. She didn't know if the man named Myung she was thinking about was okay. His image constantly appeared in her memory, always with a smile on his face. She hoped he was happy with that woman. And after his death, that woman didn't live long either. Standing before the cross, she said that she forgave him. At that moment, Song Yu's face appeared before her eyes, full of memories. She thought wistfully that if she married him, their son would look just like this. Now she decided to take care of this issue. The woman turned her head and saw people kneeling and bowing to her. Having gone outside, she asked only those who had business with her to stay, and invited others to come inside. Among those present kneeling was Byung-wang, her right hand. He addressed her as the head, talking about an important matter. After that, he told her all the details of the situation. As a result, she burst out laughing when she realized he was just observing the situation. But he began to explain that soon they would be able to get back what they had lost. To her, he was the smartest of them all, and she believed he would succeed. She asked if he was going to send security, because this thing belonged to the previous chapter, and it was necessary to return it. However, the woman knew that it would not be possible to return this thing just like that. The power of the man who possessed it far exceeded theirs, even if he refused to participate in Muramu's affairs in the Central Plains. Its goal is complete destruction. Her right hand immediately began to assure them that they would find him first. She closed her eyes and asked him to stop explaining, stressing that if they were going to fight him, safety would come first. She could not allow her followers to suffer. The woman added, "If you think it's necessary, great. I think it's interesting and I'm ready to figure it out on my own." He begged her not to do it herself. What worried him most was that she might question their commitment. Again and again he bowed before her, crawling on his knees. Suddenly she extended her hand in his direction and activated a mind suppression technique. This technique, called Heaven and Earth, was so perfect that he could not even raise his head. After using the technique, she agreed to take back her words. However, she put forward a condition. If they want her to stay, they need to find one child. She spoke about meeting this child and about the ring she gave him. The mention of the Ring of Demons and Gods shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, she asked them questions as if it were the simplest matter, asking if they wanted to find its owner sooner. She also emphasized that this boy took an incredibly terrible step by helping her. However, the servants did not understand exactly how he helped and what exactly he did. Then she herself answered their unspoken question. The boy, risking his life, helped her, for which he received a precious reward. She explained that she only asked them to find out how the boy was doing, and to watch him from afar. He is strong enough to survive, and when he grows up and understands how the world works, they must bring him here to retrieve the ornament. The servants answered in unison, "As you command." In addition, she ordered to send someone to the manager to find out about the state of affairs, and to observe subordinates until the situation becomes clear. She addressed this commission to her right hand. The next day, No Ban stood there with a shocked expression on his face. He couldn't believe that Song had brought the same giant and forced him to his knees. The only thought running through Ban's mind was, how did he do it? After that, Sun took the giant outside, where he showed him the old man. Right there, he ordered the boy to beat the old man. Sun was shocked by what he heard and couldn't believe it was true. Bug explained, "If you borrowed money, you have to pay it back. But this old man didn't, and he needs to be punished." Sun tried to argue, but Bug was adamant. Bug explained that the old man had borrowed money to buy medicine for his granddaughter. "But if you can't return it, you shouldn't have taken it," he said. Then he added, "If you don't want to beat the old man, you can beat his granddaughter." "Isn't there another task?" asked Sun. "Yes," answered Bug, "but the conditions there will be the same." Sun asked him to give him another task. Bug explained, "If you want to join us, you have to do it. There will be another task later, but it's not there yet." Sun clearly stated that he did not want to do this task, and he would rather rob people like them. Bug thought about what to say to him. Then he just laughed. With a smile, he offered Sun some food. At that moment, Bug suddenly said the word father. He addressed the old man whom he had just proposed to beat, calling him his father. It turns out that this was a test for Sun, arranged by Bug himself. Sun froze in place, not believing his eyes. Meanwhile, the old man, pointing his finger at his son, turned to Sun. "You shouldn't talk to this idler. Unexpectedly for everyone, Sun bowed and said, "Yes, father." After that, the old man asked Sun to sit down and wait for the bowl of food. Then the old man turned to Bag, saying, "If you have already decided to die, then it is better to do it yourself and not drag innocent people with you." So, after that, they got to know each other better. Bug asked Sun how old he was. He replied that he was 18. "I like you, but our organization does not accept people younger than 20, Bag said. Sun admitted that he does not know the exact date of his birth. Despite his confidence, Sun's face looked even younger. His body might seem more mature, but his face raised doubts. Everyone could see that he was still quite young, but Sun insisted that he was 20. Bug only warned him to remember these 20 years, especially if he ever finds himself in a critical situation, and warned him not to talk, because then Bug himself would suffer. Bug then admitted that he was wrong in his assessment of Sun, and having said the main thing, accepted him into the organization. Sun was delighted. Meanwhile, Baga's father brought food, placed a bowl of ramen on the table, and warned Sun to eat well but stay away from that idleness. Sun looked at the food and couldn't believe that such a simple thing could be in front of him. After that, everyone sat down to eat. Bug, meanwhile, wanted to know one more thing: if Sun was an orphan. Sun immediately explained that no, because he has a teacher and classmates. "Well, it's hard for everyone here," said Bug. He introduced himself by his full name, Lee Gi-sung, and told a little about himself. "I live by the rule, you get exactly as much as you give." Sun listened intently and agreed with every word he heard from Lee Gi-sun. They exchanged friendly smiles. Meanwhile, the evening was slowly approaching. Several boys watched as Sun fought another man. It was still difficult to determine the winner. It was clear from both fighters that they were having a hard time. The dream caused surprise among those present. They recognized him as the guy who had come last time, and wondered why he was here again. Isn't he from another district? After what he saw, Lee Gi-sung concluded that his first judgments were correct. Song Yu is still too weak and may not even fully understand where he is. Meanwhile, an opponent much larger than Sun was looking down on him. He could not even imagine how it was possible to publicly beat a younger opponent. But the time had come, and the enemy was the first to attack, as Song did not take a single step to attack. They clasped hands, looking deeply into each other's eyes. Lee Gi-sung wondered why Song Yu couldn't resist since he had just eaten. The enemy began to dominate the fight. Sun lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The opponent mockingly asked, "Are you going to defend yourself? Will you at least stand up?" Lee Gi-sung just slapped his face in frustration. Meanwhile, Sun slowly began to rise. The enemy decided to strike one more blow to finally knock him down. Sun barely had time to put his hands up for the block, but the blows did not stop. His arms barely held up and some punches still went through the defense. No one could understand how Sun managed to capture Cholda. Lee Gi-sung couldn't find an answer to this question either. "I should have told him to deal with you like one of the rioters in our shop," Lee muttered. But he added that Sun is a little different from the others. His abilities are not suitable for the Black Tiger Squad. They are more in line with the White Tiger Squad. But will he be able to handle it with his character? "That's why I wanted to test it," Lee explained. The opponent took another look at Song Yu, who was sitting on his lap, and asked, "Maybe you need to rest for a few days? Did I go too far?" Lee replied that everything was fine and helped Sun up himself to take him to rest. To cheer Sun up a bit, Lee promised to treat him to something delicious later. The opponent who was fighting Sun offered to send him to the Red Tigers, where he might be able to ask for help from the Grand Master. Lee Gi-sung replied, "It goes against the hierarchy. Even if you are studying under a Grand Master, how can you fulfill the duties of a mentor regardless of squad?" After these words, he left his thoughts. Song Yu reminded him of a bear, a heavy body and a strong spirit. But the excess weight became an obstacle. Lee decided to remain vigilant and work on Sun's character, because without changes in this area, there is no way to survive here. Not long after, Song Yu returned home. The third sister did not understand what had happened to him, because his face was beaten. Sun explained that he was just unlucky and asked her not to worry. He also asked his sister to keep an eye on the students so that they don't miss practice even if he is not there. His sister reassured him, assuring him that everyone was mindful of this and practicing diligently. Song Yu went to the door to make sure. He looked out into the street, where each student was holding a wooden stick. The students trained tirelessly, making maximum efforts. Sun was even surprised to see their zeal. His attention was drawn to Sim, who was deftly wielding a wooden stick. Sun asked if he should buy him an iron rod. Sim honestly admitted that the wooden stick is so light that he does not even feel its weight during the exercises. However, he noted that iron items are now very expensive due to the high demand for them. Sun, without hesitation, said that if it is necessary, then it should be purchased. After all, what is needed should be taken, despite the difficulties. After a while, Stones were attached to the ends of Sima's staff. This was the plan Sun proposed, explaining that this kind of training would better prepare him for the actual battle. He also promised that an iron rod would arrive in a few days. The fourth brother thanked for the help. Meanwhile, Sun thought about how to spend the first weekend of the year and decided to do something that he didn't have time for before. Then he asked the students who wanted to fight him. Fighting his older brother was a challenge that seemed tough even for the bravest. The fifth brother warned that they had become much stronger. He also suggested that because of work, Sun couldn't train, so he was unlikely to catch up with them. But Sun was not going to listen to such assumptions. He invited the fifth student to take an exam, but the student forwarded the challenge to the sixth student, with whom they had recently learned a new technique. For Song Yu, it was even better. He decided to accept the challenge from both. Sun was ready to show them what he was capable of and teach them seriously. The students, in turn, also wanted to demonstrate their abilities. Before starting, Sun took a deep breath of fresh air, and suddenly there was a light breeze in the air, as if a harbinger of battle. The sudden gust of wind came as a surprise to the fifth and sixth brothers. At the same moment, they both flew in different directions. Sleep rushed so fast that he easily scattered them as if they were only obstacles in his way. Fifth brother finally realized how fast Big Brother was. His face was full of fear. There were no other emotions left. Even the stick in his hands did not help him dominate this situation. Under the pressure of his older brother, he fell helplessly to the ground. Even lying down, the fifth brother tried to make excuses, saying that the elder brother was supposedly going to hit below the waist, and the wind prevented them from concentrating. The dream explained to them calmly, "I just prepared for the shot, but I didn't make it." That's the point. The sixth brother had his doubts about these words. Sun didn't listen to them and shared a lesson he learned recently. If you fight, you have to win. It's better not to fight at all, but if you decide to win, you must win. All fights are a part of tricks. Then he asked the younger ones a few questions. Extending his hand to help, he asked, "Do you know what it means to hit weak spots?" He stressed, "The most important thing is to protect yourself. The best way to avoid defeat is not to engage in battle. But if it is inevitable, you only need to think about victory." The fifth brother promised that they would do better next time. The events at this place end, and the story moves to the school. A second brother, Ram, is now in school. He is sitting at his desk, studying the material with concentration. Suddenly, a classmate's hand rests on his shoulder. It distracts him from the book. A classmate asks if they should rest for a while during recess. Ram replies calmly, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine." Such an answer only annoys the classmate. He considers Ram to be arrogant, and if he had the opportunity, he would rid him of this harmful habit. But his father's words hold him back. What annoys him the most is that Ram doesn't even look at him during the conversation. Eventually, a classmate demands that Ram look at him, and Ram complies. After that, a classmate asks, "Have you heard about the group Rain and Wind?" Ram, busy with his thoughts, has no time to worry about it. He only notes that their mentor used to be associated with this group. But that doesn't matter now. "This is a group that includes only famous families," adds a classmate. But these words only confuse Ram even more. He wants to understand what his interlocutor really wants, and directly asks about it. This guy had some strange plans in his head. When Ram asked him, "What do you want?" Swing, he replied that he wanted to introduce Ram to new people. It looked completely incomprehensible, because this guy usually only talked in his own circle, and now he suddenly decided to approach Ram. Why? In addition, he kept repeating that Ram should not worry, and mentioned his situation, explaining that this is exactly why he wanted to help him. The boy spoke about the exam, noting that members of the noble families had already applied for participation, and added that without it, it would be difficult for Ram to pass the exam because he needed to know not only the material, but also all the information about the questions. Ram knew that this boy was only thinking about money from the moment he came back. "Yang Chan, what do you want to say directly?" asked Ram. Yang Cheng responded with an offer, "Help me as a friend to a friend." He admitted that he could not pass even the first level. This came as a surprise to Ram, because Yang Chan had asked for help with his studies. Jan explained that he needed help because his father had been scolding him a lot lately. Ram advised him to go back to his seat and just read the book. He also promised to make a plan for him, for which Yang Chang thanked him sincerely. Yang Chan had only one thing in mind, to pass the exam by any means. He was looking for any way out, and since the adults were constantly talking about Ram's abilities, he seemed to be the best option. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Sim ran uphill with all his might. His steps were sure and persistent. He chased after the old man. Sim tried to catch up with him, showing persistence and willpower. Meanwhile, the old man reasoned, "You don't know. You won't do anything. You know, use it. You use it, you will be imprisoned. You got favor pay. And if there is an offense, take revenge." The old man taught Sim, and after a while they decided to take a break to rest. He handed the boy a flask of water so that he could drink plenty. Sim asked the old man to give him all his things so that he could carry them himself. The old man only mockingly asked, "Aren't you the one who just barely slipped behind?" The guy explained that he had already adapted to the workload. "Although I don't know much about medicinal herbs yet, so I'm useless, but at least I can do this," Sim added. The old man asked if he had money for food. "If it wasn't for your help, my brothers and sisters and I would have been forced to starve. I want to repay you for your kindness," Sim answered sincerely. These words made an impression on the old man, but he asked, "Has your teacher returned?" Sim said that he left a long time ago and last sent them a message last winter, but after that, nothing. "Don't worry too much. No news is good news too," the old man reassured him. Sim added that the older brothers and sisters were also trying to think like that, but in his opinion, it was better for the teacher to come back as soon as possible. Listening to this story, the old man thought, he did not know who Sim's teacher was, but he was jealous of him. Who is this person who gave you such a good foundation, but taught you nothing else? He then asked if Sim was skipping practice. "If I go for a walk, Big Brother will definitely scold me," Sim replied, referring to a well-known argument. The old man added with a smile, "Strengthening the foundations is good, but apart from jabbing and swinging, you know nothing. Does your elder brother know more?" he asked, looking ironically at the boy. Sim called himself a little silly, but talked about his older brother and his teaching methods. He emphasized that it was impressive, and even the other students didn't have the strength to even touch their older brother during training. It was amazing to the old man to see how friendly they were. He was especially surprised by the reaction of Sim, who was angry, thinking that the old man wanted to insult his older brother. The old man calmly asked, "Did I make a mistake?" But Sim replied very clearly that even if he is old, one should not speak so disparagingly of the Muyon clan. To the old man, the Muyon clan was something more than an ordinary clan. He knew it as the Ghost Clan. Sim immediately declared that he was a disciple of the 18th generation of the Ghost Clan. To the old man, this seemed almost unbelievable, because it had been over 100 years since the heyday of this clan. The old man asked again, "Did your teacher say that you are followers of the Ghost Clan?" To this, Sim confirmed, "Yes, so we must always do the right thing." The old man asked the boy to show off his skills, realizing that Sim probably didn't know the history associated with this clan, and it seemed very interesting. "It will be interesting to see," he added by way of argument. Taking the stick in his hands, Sim reminded the old man of his words. "I'm a bit stupid and not as skilled as elder brother and other students." The old man reassured him, "Don't worry, I too once studied martial arts." Sim was really nervous. He didn't want to embarrass himself, his brother, or the other students. After that, he took the stick, concentrated and prepared for the demonstration. He began to show different movements, each of which was filled with diligence and a desire to prove his skill. Seven raised his staff sharply and then swung it with all his might. He began to spin around himself, using every movement to control the weapon. His gaze became noticeably more confident. The movements were precise, harmonious, as if he had been honing them for months. He twisted the stick above him, creating the impression of a propeller cutting the air. Then the stick quickly went in one direction with a powerful swing. Standing with his feet shoulder-width apart, Sim exuded a powerful spirit and unwavering strength. The old man watched carefully, but so far he did not see anything unusual in Sim's movements. All that was noticeable was the natural strength Sim had been born with. However, suddenly the old man noticed something really impressive. The next move Seven made awakened a concentrated power within him. It was completely different. The power became clear, directed, focused, as if it had reached a new level. The old man even began to remember that he had seen a similar technique before, but he could not remember where exactly. Sim ended the demonstration by lowering his stick with relief and pride. But, even after that, he modestly noted that other students do everything better than him. The old man couldn't shake the thought that he had seen a similar technique before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. Meanwhile, the weather was pleasant outside. The other two students were walking along a narrow path among the mountains and dense thickets of trees. There was a cave on their way. It was the same place where the fifth brother had brought the sixth. Sixth had no idea what this place was, but soon heard an explanation. The fifth brother said that this was his secret place, which he told only him, and asked not to share the information with others. To the question why, he replied, "Even rabbits have several burrows. Everyone must have at least one secret place." The sixth brother called him a little strange, but the fifth just smiled, saying that he considered himself enterprising. He remembered that dangerous people used to live in this area. This band of brigands was called the Bone Clan, and the fifth had prepared the place even then in case of danger. For the sixth, these ideas looked very original. The fifth explained, "If this place is never needed, it will remain a good memory of those times, and I will let others use it." The sixth brother agreed to all the ideas of the fifth, saying that he thought so too. They decided to quickly examine everything and tell their elder brother about it. After that, they started building something out of sticks. It looked like some kind of frame. They took 2 sticks in their hands and began to discuss the elder brother, his defense, and concluded that he was indeed very strong. But they also understood that in this situation, no mistakes can be made, because even one can expose them. Therefore, we decided to avoid mistakes, because if you think only about protection, it will not work. They imagined an older brother who was considered invincible. Because of this, the 2 of them began to practice their strokes. One of them was moving to the left, while the other was beating down. They repeated these blows hundreds of times, bringing them to automaticity. Each time they visualized their older brother in front of them as a rival. At the same time, their older brother, Song Yu, also found himself in a similar situation. He held a staff in his hands and was dressed in black combat clothing. There he demonstrated his skills. If you could call it that, it was more of a stickmaster class. He was watched by representatives of the Black Guild, before whom he demonstrated his skills. Sun demonstrated his skills so masterfully that it looked extremely beautiful. Even Li Gi-sung watched him with admiration. To everyone present, Sun was a man who became more dangerous and skillful every day. An audience member asked Li Zhong when the other newcomers would be joining them. Li Zhong immediately remarked, "Watch your tongue. If the rookies are training so hard, you should work harder too." That phrase was clearly aimed at Sun. At this point, Sun stopped, turned to them and explained that he would like to try something. He asked if any of them were willing to help him, but was met with silence. The older brother quickly found an excuse, saying that he had business to attend to. Seeing that no one was willing to help, Sun decided to continue training on his own. He was sure that additional efforts would bring results. If you work hard, something will definitely work out, he thought, setting himself up. You just have to take it as an opportunity, and something new is bound to open up. Looking at the sun and thinking about it, his motivation only grew. Maybe someday I'll find my place under this sky. At this time, the sound of a hammer hitting metal echoed in the air, creating a sense of the beginning of something important. After the work of the hammer, the metal gradually turned into a sickle. This sickle was made by the blacksmith Chan. The hot metal was carefully dipped into cold water to set the mold. One day, Sun came to the forge. After a short conversation, Chan asked him if there was any news about the teacher. Sun replied that he had heard that the teacher was fine, but he still continued to worry. Chan assured him not to worry. "Maybe you know something?" asked Sun. Chan replied that he did not know anything, but he was sure that the teacher would not disappear. If he said it was fine, it was. He also noticed that Sun's body had gotten stronger and praised him for it. Afterwards, Chan asked for help inflating the bellows, noting that there was a lot of work to do after returning. When Song began to help, Chan turned to him with one more request. He asked Song to come and help him from time to time. Chan explained that it would be beneficial for him as well, and Song readily agreed. He promised to visit the forge and help. At that moment, a mustachioed merchant appeared. His face showed fear. He was asked if he knew Lee Ho-sung, a 49-year-old shoplifter who works in the governor's office, and if he was in front of them now. The merchant confessed and confirmed that it was true. He was then asked if he had received the ring belonging to the Han Yuk family during the winter of last year. The merchant started stuttering, and his fear was obvious. Then he was asked how this ring got into his hands. The merchant, not understanding what his fault was, replied that the boy then stole it, because it was clearly not a thing that could belong to a child. A year later, he decided to sell the ring. However, the people who interrogated him were not going to talk for long. The merchant, trying to justify himself, asked why he should answer their questions at all. Their reactions made it clear what they already knew. He had covered his tracks well. They explained, "If you tell everything calmly, you will be able to breathe. Otherwise, you will die." There was no doubt that the merchant was a coward. At that moment, there was a sound as if someone else had entered. It was a high-ranking person, the governor himself. Seeing the governor, the merchant began to complain that hooligans had come to him. But the governor quickly ordered, "Seize him." The people who had come with the governor immediately rushed forward. However, they did not capture the guests, but the merchant himself. The governor accused him of purchasing a valuable item and not reporting it, then selling it for profit. The merchant began to beg for mercy, but the governor did not want to listen. The funniest thing was that the merchant still did not understand how everything turned out like this. It is important to understand a simple truth. If you are just, justice will follow you. If you are wicked, you get what you deserve. The governor personally congratulated these people. He then explained that the master of the workshop had asked him to convey. He knew nothing about the situation. They themselves conducted their own investigation and found out that the merchant, blinded by greed, did everything himself. For the merchant, this was something extraordinary, because even when the governor of the district came, the governor did not show himself. And now in front of him stood these mysterious people who even dictated their rules to the governor, saying, "If you heard or saw anything about the ring, you should have reported it immediately." "I was just making a report. I repeat, no one but him here knew about it," the trader objected. One of the men took another look at the merchant and realized that so much trouble had been caused by one miserable scoundrel. He also noted that if the right-hand man did it personally, then the matter should be thoroughly investigated. The governor promised again that the report would be forwarded. Then he was asked, "Can we take this wretch with us for personal questioning?" The governor calmly answered, "As you like," and gave permission. He also warned the merchant that he should tell everything without hiding a single detail. This was the last advice the frightened merchant heard. The merchant had no idea what kind of ring it was and what value it had. Meanwhile, Song Yu was concentrating as hard as possible. He practiced with a stick, perfecting his skills. Sun twirled the staff in front of him, demonstrating his strength and control. Sun confidently took the stick in his hands, demonstrating his control. He performed a movement that all his students began to repeat after him. Noticing how hard they had been training in his absence, Sun suggested that everyone eat something delicious today. The fourth brother immediately assumed that perhaps there would be a chicken today. However, something even better awaited them. Everyone had a premonition and wondered what it would be. Sun asked them if they knew of a place with good food. Then he said something that shocked everyone. He invited everyone to go there, although the disciples could not believe their ears, because this place was very expensive. Although this diner wasn't the best establishment, Sun noticed that they were worried about money. He immediately asked them not to worry about the cost today, explaining that he had recently started working there, and now they could eat cheaper. Even so, the third sister thought it was still expensive. Sun said that he worked very hard just for this, and offered to allow himself such a luxury at least once. The third sister was surprised, because for her it seemed almost impossible. However, she understood that if she continued to deny it, it would devalue her brother's generosity. The students quickly took up the tasks that they had postponed for that day, and decided to finish them earlier, because the brother invited them to a place where they had never been before. All the time, Sun continued to think about where the teacher could be. Although he had already begun to cope on his own, thoughts about the return of the teacher did not leave him. He hoped that the teacher would return as soon as possible. The evening had already come, and they were walking around the city, looking like a big and friendly family. And in fact, that's how it was. Sun hoped that the health of his younger sister would improve, and mentally decided to set a day when they would all gather together. He carried her in his arms and couldn't understand why she was so light. Sun decided that the next time he went to get medicine, he would definitely ask for something to strengthen her body. Meanwhile, they were already lined up in front of the cafe. As soon as they entered, they were immediately struck by the pleasant aroma that filled the room. One of the workers quickly noticed their arrival. Sun asked everyone to say hello to him. The worker greeted them with a warm, sincere smile. In response, Sun said, "Thank you for taking care of us, Father." The man noted Sun's excellent work and praised him. Then he asked them to wait a little, promising to bring food as soon as everything was ready. After that, everyone went to the table to sit down. The third sister looked incredibly charming. Her blue eyes could make you fall in love at first sight. She immediately attracted attention. The men in the hall began to cast interested glances at her. Meanwhile, the boys had already sat down at the table. The third sister immediately noticed the grandeur of this place, which was truly impressive in its size. Song said that Lee had sent him here and made him work hard. He himself wanted them to stop sitting in similar nooks and crannies, and someday be able to pay for the opportunity to take a seat on the upper floor. Delicious dishes were brought in a few minutes. The youngest asked his older brother to try first. Sun picked up his chopsticks and carefully selected a piece of meat. He put the meat in his mouth and concentrated on savoring its taste. After that, everyone else, like hungry wolves, pounced on the food. Sun regretfully thought that it would be nice if the other brother was with them too. The third sister offered to get some food for him, but Sun asked that a separate portion be sent to him. In this way, everyone was able to enjoy the meal together. Knowing that the other brother would also get a share, Sun began to carefully observe the men in the hall. It was clear from their faces that they were not looking away from the third sister. At this moment, another worker approached Song Yu. He warned that they had better leave quickly, because people from the Rain and Wind group were heading to the facility. Usually, these naughty boys look for adventure in the houses of debauchery in the evenings, and it is not known what brought them here. There were very bad rumors about them. Sun understood everything and agreed with the warning. He asked his brothers to finish eating quickly, because with the arrival of guests, the mood might deteriorate. Soon the bowls on the table were emptied. Sun asked everyone if they had had enough. The youngest, Seo Yul, replied that her stomach was about to burst. To this, Sun promised her that next time they would taste something even tastier. The girl was amazed because she could not believe that there is something tastier than this. At this moment, all the people in the hall stood up to greet someone. As it turned out, it was Ram's classmate Yang Chan. The newly arrived boys came in very pompously, attracting attention to themselves. Yang Chan was smiling slyly, as if he had already planned something bad. Yang at this moment thought about what to do next, because he had received a strict order to join Sun in his group. He asked his men not to say too much. He added that there are people here who just come to eat, and you shouldn't attract too much attention. Seeing them enter, Song motions for his siblings to leave. The third sister agreed without hesitation. They got up from the table, noting that the food was tasty, but no better than the chicken the third sister was making. The older brother confirmed, "The food you cook is the most delicious." The fifth brother added, "Next time we'll buy some carcasses and ask you to cook them." The beauty of the third sister was so enchanting that it cannot be expressed in words. Her appearance caught Yang's eye, who couldn't even remember if there had ever been such a beautiful girl in their district. The boys were simply speechless. They watched her without taking their eyes off. For a moment, Yang suddenly shouted after her. His hand almost touched her hair. He was about to grab her, but his intentions remained unknown. Sun reacted in a flash, shoving Yan aside, getting his sister out of harm's way. After that, he asked Jan, "What do you need, young man?" Yang, a little confused, asked, "Is this girl with you?" Sun silently looked straight into his eyes without saying a word. To Yan, his gaze seemed like that of an angry bear. The tension lasted a whole minute in complete silence. Yang finally decided to introduce himself. "My name is Yang Chan. Have you heard of me?" But Song, ignoring this, repeated his question. "What do you need?" "What's the matter?" Jan answered lightly. "Oh well, it's a beautiful night. I was just going to suggest we go up to the second floor and eat." To this, Sun calmly replied, "We have already eaten." However, Yang abruptly changed his tone, stating, "I'm not interested in your opinion. I wanted to hear what the girl had to say." He also expressed outrage that there are people in the area who do not know him. His friends began to fuss, explaining to the girl that Yan is their close friend and heir to a wealthy family. They also gave their names, but Yang cut them off, rudely telling them to shut up. Yang was sure that no one would dare to refuse his offer. He and his friends waited for the girl's answer with smiles. The girl, not paying attention to the situation, simply asked her older brother to go home as soon as possible because Seo Yul already wanted to sleep. However, Yang and his friends began to fuss, believing that no one could refuse their offer. All the brothers looked at Yan, their eyes filled with cold determination, and it was at this moment that Ram appeared. His appearance was completely unexpected for everyone. Ram immediately turned to the fifth student, asking why they were here. He replied that they had come here together, and added that the elder brother had said that Ram was very busy and could not see them. Ram immediately apologized to them. Then he looked away. He asked for forgiveness from his older brother, explaining that he had urgent business. The older brother answered with understanding that there was no need to apologize, because he saw no fault in it. However, Ram insisted and still wanted to know what they were doing here. Yang turned to Ram, asking if he knew them. Ram replied firmly, "These are my elder brother and students from our teacher's house." Ram explained who they were, adding that Ian and his friends were his classmates at the same school. The sixth brother called Jan a rather rude man, but he was immediately asked to speak more quietly to avoid conflict. Ram could not understand what was happening, because it seemed that now everyone was ready to rush at each other. He stared at Yan, trying to gauge his intentions. Yang meanwhile invited Ram and his family to join them. However, Sun repeated once more that they did not want to go, since they had already eaten. Sun turned to Ram. "Brother, I know you spend all your time studying, but come home sometimes or we'll forget what you look like." After these words, Ram again apologized to him. Sun reached into the inside pocket of his clothes. He reminded Ram that there would always be food for him at home. Handing him the pouch, Sun asked him not to forget that he had never doubted Ram's efforts. "It's fine, big brother," Ram assured him again. Sun asked Ram not to worry about money. Finally, Ram promised that he would definitely visit them for a while today. After that, Sun prepared to leave. He and his brothers and sisters left the institution and headed home. Yang was left wondering, what's wrong with this guy? Meanwhile, when everyone finished eating, Ram was coming down the stairs. To his classmates, he seemed impudent. They thought they had gone to great lengths to please him, but Yang explained soberly, "There's nothing you can do about it now. We're not in that position." This annoyed them, because they could not influence the situation in any way. "We have to wait. If he fails the exam, everything will change. Besides, as the teacher says, there's no telling if he'll even pass the first level, let alone the second." Their goal was one, to extinguish the fire in his eyes. Yang said, "None of that matters. We'll see how it goes, but that girl will definitely be mine." After these words, one of the comrades shouted at Yan. However, Yang reassured him. She is lower than me in status, so it is not proper to marry her. It is better to make her a concubine. His comrades supported him, noting that they would have done the same. At that moment, Yan set himself the goal of making her his. Meanwhile, another scene. Food was served in front of Song Yu and Lee Gi-sung. It was the same ramen made by their father, Lee. They were sitting at the table when Lee noticed something. He asked Song Yu, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Song Yu placed the chopsticks on the table and concentrated on the conversation. He stated that he wanted access to combat missions to deal with the bad guys. Lee, chewing his food, expressed his doubts as to whether Song would be able to act decisively at the right time. Sun understood his concern. Lee Ji-sung wanted to hear an explanation as to why such an unexpected request. Sun explained that his brother had a final exam soon. He reminded that everyone in their family is a good student, but education has to be paid for, and that creates a financial burden. Sun called his brother their hope and acknowledged that many are helping them. However, as an elder, he considers it his duty not to burden others. An educated and intelligent man in the family is great. But what if you have to sell the house to pay for school? Anything can happen, so you need money so that your brother can go to and from school in peace. After these words, Lee realized that Song was confident and really ready to act. So he asked Sun if he had heard of the bully. Sun was waiting for a more detailed explanation. Lee said that Grimilo was the founder of their unit in the Black Guild. It was raining heavily outside, and the man was standing right under it, as if he didn't notice it at all. He didn't care about the weather. It seemed that this endless downpour could not even bother him. The water ran down his pumped-up body, and he calmly said, "Get out." Suddenly, as if from the shadows, people began to appear. They appeared out of nowhere like ghosts. In a few seconds, about 24 armed men were standing in front of him. However, he only smiled when he saw them. One of them turned to him. "You need to know the measure. The higher you climb, the more painful it is to fall. But don't get too upset." To this, the man calmly replied, "I never get upset at all." He advised them to remember these words. His confidence was written all over his face. She made it clear that he had no reason to be upset here and now. There was a heavy downpour on the street, and many human corpses were lying on the ground. The blonde man, who had done all this with his own hands, asked not to blame them for the fact that they turned out to be weaker than him. Some time passed. The man sat calmly on the porch and was lost in his thoughts. But suddenly something happened that instantly caught his attention. A stout black man entered the yard who exuded greatness. Seeing this man, the blonde immediately fell at his feet and wondered what such a person had forgotten in their hinterland. But the man was amused by this man's behavior, although rarely anyone can make him smile. If such a person managed to make a noble gentleman laugh, then he is ready to do this for an eternity. But the master tells him to get up, because this is this man's homeland, and it would not be nice if the master behaved so rudely. By this time, the report was already ready, but the boy could not think that the master would come for him personally. He is infinitely happy to see such a respected person in front of him. Pan laughs again, because he sees how the legendary 17th became submissive in just a second. The man felt a little embarrassed. The 17th treats the master with such respect because he is in his debt. The man asks him not to fuss and just follow him. After some time, the 17th is already sitting indoors and resting, sipping tea. He thought deeply about something. Then something happened that instantly took him out of his thoughts. The 17th remembers how the master came to him with a request, because he wanted to get more power and power. Lately things have really been quite calm and there was no need to use Venom's powers. The boy assures himself that there is no need to be afraid, because the powerful Lord said that he will take care of him. Suddenly, voices and a knock were heard from behind the door. "Cheers aloud, people. Get inside." A second later, 2 young men enter the room. One of them, the lighter one, was completely unfamiliar to the 17th. It turns out that he was only recently hired here. The man notices that the newcomer's body is in good shape and asks how old he is. The young man answers a little awkwardly that he is 20. But the new guy looks younger, so the 17th reminds the brunette about the rules. But he promises that he wouldn't bring just anyone. After a second, the man gets down to business and asks why they came to see him. It turns out that the guys just came to say hello. But the 17th does not believe, because he thinks that they would never come just like that. Soon, the man sighs and pulls out a small blue bag from a drawer to give to the boy. At the same time, he explains what should have been said directly. Ji-sung accepted this bag with a smile and said that 17th is like an older brother to him. The blonde man warned that Gi-sung might have to do something important to him in the near future. The guy immediately concentrates and thinks that something has happened. But the man will tell them later when he gathers everyone. But in the meantime, he advises them to exercise and take care of their health. Meanwhile, in the forge, work is in full swing. The blacksmith makes another tool, Two young guys with fire and inspiration in their eyes watch his every move. But the man, even without their questions, says that it is not possible to do so, because it is still too early for them. They argue and say that they practice hard, but with real weapons they could master the skills faster. The blacksmith asks Song Yu never to make such requests to him. The boy insists that they need help, because without it they will not be able to move on. But the man assures that if they learn to handle wooden weapons correctly, it will also be easier with real ones. Even after a little argument, the blacksmith refused his apprentices because they were not yet old enough to do so, but they do not give up and promise that they will be very careful. A second later, the uncle loudly hits his product with a hammer. He does not have the strength to argue with them because the students are too persistent and stubborn, but he warns that the weapons will differ only in weight. The blonde was very happy about such an opportunity. After some time, the blacksmith and the novice sat outside and rested while having lunch. The boy asked if the students had come to his uncle and apologized for causing him inconvenience, but there is nothing like that because they just want to benefit. Koval says that he already promised to help them, and this makes the boy even more embarrassed. The new weapon is absolutely identical to the old one, they differ only in weight. But the guy is still embarrassed because he understands that iron is not free at all. Blacksmith says not to worry about it because he used the leftovers for this anyway. The boy still looks very upset, and the uncle asks how he feels, and if he has improved his own skills. Unfortunately, the young man made almost no progress, but he is glad at least that it did not get worse. He could probably find another job, but it's unlikely to be anything good, so he's glad the Vanham clan accepted him. But he is worried that if the second disciple joins the service, he may become an obstacle. The guy needs some time to come to his senses. After a second, the uncle stood up and said that they should start work. He didn't understand why Bakgu and Anwu did that. Meanwhile, young people have already finished their work. They had 2 weapons ready, but they seemed to be quite imperfect. Uncle said he would sharpen the swords only when they learned how to handle them. The students just looked at each other in fear. Meanwhile, the rookie and Gi-sung were walking down the street. The newcomer asks if the older brother communicated with someone on the other side. Most of the trading district is not related to the clan, but they should communicate. Most of it is quite a lot, but if possible, it is better to avoid it. There are many more contacts with that top. They have a very good relationship with Jinan. Also, his younger sister San Tang-ju was the head of the martial arts clan in Honam. All the money belonging to their superiors needs protection. The boy was very surprised when his older brother said that he was purring harder. Ji-sung mentions that Sung-yu needed the money and tells them that they have a big deal coming up soon. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Song-yu will be practicing at the training base instead of working. The next day came. All the men at the training base were engaged in training. Song-yu skillfully stood on his hands. The other men who were in the training hall turned to the newcomer and asked what his name was. A second later, Song-yu immediately stood up and introduced himself. The man asks if he wants to join them. They have only recently arrived, so they are not yet familiar and do not know his techniques. The others don't understand why Chapter Sok is calling the boy to them because he is still very young. The man said that the entire Black Tiger squad should stick together. It brought a smile to the faces of others. The head did not understand that they had strange looks and why they were laughing. Another man says that he would like to see his older brother, because he has been so tired in the last few months that he does not seem to be in the best shape. The boy thinks that something interesting is waiting for them soon, because all the mercenaries of the Black Tiger have gathered here. The head wants to help the young man with training. The older brother has a nickname, Legs of Steel, so if the boy does not cope with him, then he will not be able to train for a long time. And so soon, they started sparring to practice. Chapter Sok was ready to attack. A smile appeared on his lips. And then, after a moment, he delivers a lightning strike to the boy's leg. Unbearable pain permeates this poor boy. Song-yu felt his hard blow on her. All his shots were incredible, but he also noticed that something was wrong with the enemy. The man was nervous. Was it difficult for him? The enemy continued to throw blows while our hero tried to block them or dodge them. It was necessary to come up with a plan of action, because if everything continued, the enemy would simply break his bones. Then, after a second, the boy rushed forward. The chief thought he just wanted to knock him off his feet. Meanwhile, our hero was getting closer with each step. And so, the head sock delivered a strong kick, but the boy was able to take it. Song-yu was not going to back down because he still had a step left. Everyone with whom the head fought before tried to surpass him, but no one managed to do this, although they attacked again and again. The head cannot help but notice that the boy has been training hard for the past few days. The boy, meanwhile, gets hit hard, but Song-yu is not going to back down. It turns out, on the contrary, he is going to ram. The man, realizing this, tensed up and concentrated. After a second, the young man rushes to the head and hooks his hands in a lock behind his back. Song-yu used all his strength to restrain his opponent. It seems that the head definitely did not expect this. Those present expected this, because Song Yu always surprises his opponents with his new skills. A second later, the protagonist gathered all his strength into a fist and tore the opponent off the ground, which he clearly did not expect. And then, after a second, the young man put it on the ground. When the fight was over, the boy asked if everything was okay with the head. Our hero held out a hand to head Soku to help him up. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Song Jong was also training. The boy carefully and diligently practices each movement, and after a while he accumulates energy in his hands. Seo Yul watches all this with great admiration. She is proud of her little brother. The girl really likes that when Sung Jung moves his hands, a breeze is created. A second later, the boy continues to do this, but now directs the wind in a certain direction. Song Jung explains that he can't create wind, so far he can only blow it. Although the young man is younger than his second brother, he is confident that he will be able to achieve success earlier. Seo Yul is a little worried about his little brother because he had a stomach ache before when he created the wind. Fortunately, there is no such problem now. There's no pain at all, so the boy can devote more time and attention to training. The day passed quickly. The sun hid behind the horizon and the sky was covered with stars. Gi-sung put a bag in front of the new guy, but he only awkwardly looked at the bag, then at him. Soon, he thanked the elder. Song Yu's life is at stake. Song Yu must have warned his students that he would be gone for a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 6 months. It immediately became clear that this task is very serious. Therefore, it will take a long time. But the reward for the task will be appropriate. Song Yu will be able to get another pouch after completing. Had to have dinner to gain strength. After a while, Song Yu came into the courtyard. Students were just leaving the room. The second student was very happy to see his older brother. Song Yu is surprised that he is still awake. Our hero offers to treat his student with food because he was probably hungry. The student was surprised that today they would be just the two of them, without other students. The elder ordered a lot of food for the student, because he looked very pale and tired, and to be in shape you need to eat well. But the young man denies and says that he eats well. However, our hero insists that the student should eat something fatter. Our hero wants to have a quiet dinner with the student. He had already fed the other students. The boy thanks the elder again. Soon, the mentor offers him to drink 1 glass at a time. They will drink only 1 each, because you can't drink a lot. The city streets were almost empty. They eat calmly, but after a while the second student asks what happened. Then, the older brother puts the same bag on the table, but the boy does not understand what it is. This is money for the boy's education. The elder is very sorry that he cannot save the student from having to think about expenses. The second student promises to pass all the exams, but the mentor asks not to overwork. Many do not make them even after several attempts. But the young man still promises that he will do everything the first time. Meanwhile, the man sat surrounded by 2 beautiful women and ate. He asked the 2 men who entered the room what they knew. He urgently wants to know where the girl lives. When the floors tell about this, he orders them to bring the girl to him. The man could not hide his curiosity and asked why he needed it. The man, like an animal, smiles and does not understand what these questions are about. If he wants to make a girl his concubine, why not just ask? No one will refuse the son of an official. But if everything were so simple, the man would not ask for help. He mentions one guy who in his opinion humiliated him and he can't even punish him. But everything was not so simple. There was a small problem. The older brother of this girl works in the restaurant where he was. The owners of this restaurant are soldiers of the Banam Detachment, which is known to be a well-known unit of the Black Tiger. The man immediately took everything for granted and thought that the men wanted to go against his word. The subordinate explained that if Vanam's soldiers find out about this, they will definitely find them, even if not immediately. The young master is not even asking to kill anyone. He just needs to bring this damn girl here, even if the risk is too great. He is very annoyed that so many problems arise because of some girl. The young gentleman himself does not understand why he cannot simply forget about her. Maybe if he buys them a house and gives them money, she will agree? The man freaks out and says that if they don't want to do this, let them come up with something else. Subordinates only look at each other in fear. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man is busy with work. It dries the plants. He is very curious if the boy who was running not far from here yesterday will come today. And just at that moment, grandfather hears footsteps. The boy is breathing heavily because he was in a hurry so as not to be late. Sim is very grateful to his grandfather, so I want to help him work for everything he taught him. Thanks to his grandfather, the boy became less tired, no matter how much he ran and worked. Suddenly, the grandfather puts his hand on the young man's back. He feels that this guy's understanding of the basics is incredible. Grandpa asks if Sim knows when their mentor will be back. All the students are very worried about him, especially the older brother. He works all day, as if he thinks that now he has to be responsible for his students. Grandfather sighs heavily. Elders are really like that. He's afraid that Song Yu will start doing something bad to earn more money. The student has already grown up and can also go to work, but only for pennies. A second later, Grandpa tells them that they probably won't be able to see each other for a while. Something has happened, so Grandfather has to leave early tomorrow morning. If the student's older brother had been at home, he would have asked permission to take Sim with him. But the boy doubts this, because without him it would be even more difficult for the elder. The grandfather is proud of the young man's answer. So the mentor and older brother brought him up decently. The gray-haired man does not know if he will ever return, but asks the boy not to forget his advice. A desperate young man promises that he will definitely find his grandfather when he grows up. After a second, he falls to his knees in front of him, and thanks for all the advice and help. In the future, he will definitely take care of his mentor and grandfather. The gray-haired man wants to try to finish all the affairs quickly and return. He sincerely hopes that it won't take long. He asks the boy not to forget to take care of himself. 7 promises. Night came. The young man returns home. He looks at the sky and notices that there are many stars again today. No matter how much he wants to go with his grandfather, he cannot leave his family. Suddenly he notices someone on the side and realizes that it is his older brother. Student 4 tries to find out why he comes so late, but the elder brother is not going to talk about it and says that everything is fine. They are going home. As soon as the boy enters the house, all the students joyfully welcome him. The student holds a bag of money in his hands, and I ask where he got it from. The elder will calmly explain that this is a deposit. The student is incredibly worried about his teacher. The girl does not want him to go. Maybe if he gives the money back, he won't have to go anywhere. Song Yu assures them that it's not as dangerous as it seems. Our hero offers the students to build a new house when he returns, because this one has become too small for the older children. During his absence, our hero makes these 2 the main ones, and asks them to take care of the others. Seo Yul should be especially taken care of because she has been getting worse lately. You have to go and buy all the necessary medicines. He asks Chi-Sim that even if the second disciple comes back and the mentor is still gone, don't leave the third disciple alone. He promises to fulfill all his requests. Without their help, he would not have dared to even think about such a thing. So he is very grateful to his students. A beautiful landscape opens before the eyes of people climbing the mountain. Although the road is flat and the slope is not steep, it is still difficult to walk for some reason. The main character breathes heavily from fatigue, but still continues on his way. Finally, the group takes a break. Everyone falls to the ground, drinks water, and rests. The man understands that our hero wants to show himself from the best side, but there is no need to distance himself from others. The elder reminds that this is not a training or a game at all, but a real task, and one he definitely won't manage. Besides, he has disciples for whom he must go back. Enemies also have something to fight for, so you have to be careful. Now they are on the edge of a knife, and only those who are confident in themselves and their choice will be able to return. Our hero explains that he is just a little worried, but in general, everything is normal. Soon, they start their journey again. Everyone in the team calls him the youngest because of his age. Everyone encourages the boy and says that they will not let him die. The evening is coming. Finally, our heroes met their enemies. The fight was very difficult and brutal. Many were wounded. They carried the wounded on their shoulders because they did not have the strength to even walk. They are just ordinary scouts. How did the enemies know about them? Song Yu carries a wounded man on his back. He is offered to carry it in turn, but he refuses. It turns out that the wounded man was stabbed directly in the stomach. It turns out that he was slapped more than once. He blames him because it was because of him that they were noticed. But he defends himself. It was just a trap, and the enemies were already waiting for them. Instead of wasting energy on useless chatter, it is better to take an extra step and continue running. The elder was very ashamed that he could not protect the younger, and now he carries him on his back. The younger one praised the older one for his endurance, and told him to hold on a little longer. The wounded man asks to drop him. If he gets tired, Song Yu will get tired and die, and everything will be because of him. But the young man asks a logical question. If the older brother was carrying the younger one on his back now, would he be able to quit? Another warrior shouts again and tells everyone to shut up. Now they have to make an important decision. Usually conflicts are resolved by the top, but now everything has changed. The realization came that this is a real war. The warrior asks, "Has the youngest ever killed?" Our hero has never had such an experience. It is always difficult, even if the person is ruthless. If Song Yu continues to fight like before, he will surely die. They hope they can just avoid the fight. Suddenly the young man stops abruptly, but it wasn't because he was tired at all. There was someone ahead. After a few seconds, a wounded squad came out of the forest. They were all very happy to see their commander. They were glad to see that they were alive. Slowly, they approached each other. One of them thinks that the boss made a mistake after all. The commander says that their squad was also badly hurt. They went through a lot. Then he asks the wounded man on Song Yu's back if his stomach is okay. But the man feels severe pain all over his body, feeling as if something is stuck in the stomach. The commander understands that the first priority is to choose a side before everything goes wrong here. It's too late to regret. They are warriors, so they have no right to just stand and wait for death. We must fight. The commander tries his best to cheer up his soldiers. Soon the enemies again caught up with our heroes and were about to attack. Very soon, a real battle began between the men. They really fought not for life, but for death. The enemy sneaked up on the man and was ready to kill him. But fortunately, a friend ran up in time and covered him. It was Khan, the commander of the Black Tiger. The commander encouraged his soldiers and called for battle. Let them give their lives, but protect their comrades. The man deftly swung his weapon and defeated the enemies one by one. Soon, there were very few enemies left, and the commander asked Hassan not to give him a ride. Our hero also takes an active part in this struggle. The boy is very scared because he did not expect this. He let fear get the better of him, and for that he is very ashamed. Working in a team requires constant attention, and everyone understands this. But even so, it is impossible to monitor absolutely everything. Something happened that the main character was simply not ready for. Something he couldn't handle. Fortunately, the enemy missed a bit and cut off only the boy's tail instead of his head. He was covered by a faithful comrade who pushed the enemy. It was necessary to urgently retreat to the others. The enemies came closer and surrounded them, enclosing them in a circle. At that moment, Song Yu understood a lot, and something strange awakened in him. The young man was ready to put all his strength into this battle. Some time passed after the battle, and night fell. The soldiers were sitting around the fire. They held their knives over the fire to cauterize the wounds. There were many wounded among them. Causing wounds is very painful. Unbearable pain covered the whole body and made me tremble. It was very painful. The enemies really did a lot of damage to them. Most likely, they are also mercenaries or someone else. First, you need to go back, and then think about it. Then, they began to discuss the two of them, the younger one, who without any hesitation rushed at the enemies. But someone thinks that due to his recklessness, the order almost collapsed. The older brother asks our hero if everything is fine with him. Physically, he feels fine, but Huang's older brother died and it hit him hard. The guy could have saved him, but he feared for his life, and now blames himself for his death. He can still think about self-sacrifice. But in such duels, such thoughts hurt more than any sword. The broken boy promises that this will not happen again. After a while, he says a little more cheerfully that he will not repeat his mistake. After a short rest and healing of wounds, the group returns back. Song Yu definitely feels that something has changed in him. Aunt was right. He remembers her words that everything takes its time. She said that the young man will definitely understand when it happens, and for now you just have to keep training and not doubt yourself. Thoughts appeared in my head that this time had come right now. Suddenly, in front of them, they again saw some male silhouettes with weapons. It became obvious that they were enemies. The commander shouted loudly to his soldiers to go straight at them and not to doubt anything. And so, after a second, the soldiers desperately rushed forward, not thinking about their own lives. There was a grueling, merciless battle between them, where every move was crucial. Each blow was accompanied by new victims, turning the battlefield into an arena of pain. Song Yu gave 100%, giving his last strength to win. He struck without mercy, destroying the enemy without a shadow of a doubt. Each of his movements ended in a fatal finale for the enemy. But suddenly, he notices a new enemy nearby who was preparing to attack. The opponent, jumping on Song Yu with the words, "Die," logically, is himself instantly defeated. There were so many of them that they seemed to appear from everywhere. Someone suddenly jumps out from behind, causing Song Yu to turn sharply. However, another opponent immediately appears, not leaving a second to rest. Whoever was in front takes a powerful kick, disappearing into the chaos of the fight. The scene looked incredibly impressive, but it was filled with blood and echoes of death screams. It is at this moment that Song Yu begins to suspect something. Kang Ho's technique seemed harsh, even cruel, but it had its own secret. It was difficult to understand her, but even more difficult to underestimate her. At a crucial moment, the rice hat on his head is completely blown away, revealing his true form. New sensations are awakening inside him, as if this is a different reality, not at all similar to the previous one. He even wonders, did he finally manage to understand the deep meaning of his aunt's words? But the thoughts are interrupted by another attack. The enemy swings a sword. Song Yu is sure that the time has come and he has become stronger. But it turns out to be only an illusion, a deception created by his consciousness. Sometimes we become captives of our own illusions, believing in something that does not exist. Can one be called a true master who brags about his development? After all, true perfection never declares itself out loud. Before you even take a deep breath, the sharp blade of the enemy's sword is already piercing your heart. To achieve true mastery, you must always strive for something greater, surpassing yourself. If you don't act now, you risk losing everything, even your life. Otherwise, you will become just another victim in the hands of the enemy. But Song Yu does not succumb to fear. He chooses a different path. It was a sickening, eerie feeling that he couldn't find the words to explain. But even in this state, he defeated the enemy, holding the blade of the sword with his bare hands. It was at this moment that a thought dawned on him. One must fight, no matter what. He realized that he had to fight to become stronger and better. It may be difficult, but the path to victory requires sacrifices. He constantly reminded himself, I must live. I must survive. These words became his inner cry before delivering the final blow. After the victory, he spoke new words. I survived. Finally, these terrible events came to an end, leaving a heavy mark. There were two men sitting at the bar who were having a lively discussion about whether it was worth going this far. One of them, wearing a bandana, said, You got all the money from the official's son and proved your skill. Now what? Another replied that things should be different. He thought it would be enough just to follow those young men. But the first warned, Do not give free rein to your bad tongue if your conscience is already silent. Their argument only escalated. Everyone kept to his opinion. One of them tried to find out what that girl had done to the owner, because he had never behaved like that. The conversation between them turned to one of her brothers who was standing in the bathtub. It was Song Yu, but it seemed insignificant, because the main thing was that the bath was more than a place for protection. One of them harshly called the others idiots, hinting at their short-sightedness. They even began to dream of the moment when they could live peacefully. But behind their backs a question sounded. To live or to die? What are you talking about? It was Yang who couldn't help but be curious after hearing their conversation. Seeing their master, they were instantly startled, falling silent in an instant. Ian demanded an answer as to how much longer he had to wait, because every day it became more difficult to leave the house without a good reason. Don't worry, master. Everything is almost ready, they assured him. Hearing this, Yang felt a surge of determination as he imagined how soon this girl would be in his arms. After a grueling battle, Sun and his group hurried forward, leaving the danger behind. They talked about the fact that there were not many of them left, and their strength was at the limit. As soon as the conversation turned to their leader, a stranger appeared in their path. He bore an uncanny resemblance to their leader, but turned to them with the words, Have you decided that this is the end? The group froze in place, thinking, Is this a Muram? The stranger continued, It's amazing how many men had to be sent to catch a handful of mercenaries. But you still came this far. A sword appeared in his hands. He was clearly going to deal with them personally. Only the word Muram made everyone stay on guard, preparing for the worst. One of the group shouted, Run! Who still has strength? Don't look back. Meanwhile, the school where Ram was studying was bustling with work. Pupils of different ages wrote, each engrossed in their tasks. There was chaos and commotion everywhere, but Ram's face remained confident as he passed the exam without a trace of worry. The day smoothly turned into the evening, adding to the tension. Someone was pouring a drink into a cup, trying to calm down. One of the boys was reminded of tomorrow's exam, advised to prepare, but he only asked to be left alone. The guy completely gave up, losing hope for an ideal result. What upset him the most was that there was never a single correct answer. At one point, he stops to look at Rami, who was working with concentration. Out of the blue, he starts shouting at Ram, accusing him of ignoring everyone but himself. Did you hear me? He asked again and again, trying to attract attention. Stepping closer, he closed the book Ram was working on. He emphasized once again, I called you, and he added that ignoring people is not normal. But Ram calmly advised him to read the treatise instead of engaging in nonsense. An irritated expression appeared on the boy's face. He could barely contain his anger. In response, Ram explained, I wrote everything I knew. All the topics were discussed in class. Didn't you listen? After these words, the boy called Ram his rival. But Ram calmly replied, Opponents must be equal. Do you think we are equal? This enraged the boy, who grabbed Ram by his clothes and angrily hissed, Shut your mouth! But Ram did not pay attention to his emotions. Calmly pushed the boy's hand away and continued his business. Ram pushed the boy's hand away so hard that he almost fell. Instead of aggression, Ram just sat him down on a chair in the cafe, keeping calm. Then he held out his hand, offering to help him up. But the boy waved it off, saying that he did not need such help. Ram tried to explain that there is no difference between good and bad people. What matters is responsibility. One of them interrupted, asking sarcastically, The difference between who? Those who have been preparing for years and failed, and those who did nothing and also failed? Ram knew one thing for himself. It all boils down to responsibility. None of them took their studies seriously. How can this be called a competition? He thought. Meanwhile, other events were taking place near the cave. The fifth and sixth brothers were smiling, rejoicing at their new find. In their hands was a knife. Heavy, although not quite sharpened, but perfectly suitable for training. They were satisfied because the hard work with the wooden swords had taught them skill, and with this knife, they could achieve more. One of the brothers even suggested that it would be worth trying to find another such knife, if lucky. The other reacted with fear, fearing that the older brother would scold them. However, both agreed. Even so, it was a great find and opportunity. Meanwhile, the seventh crawled on his knees to a rare flower, as if to the most valuable treasure. He carefully tore up the ground around him without damaging it. When he finally got the flower, his gaze lingered on its unearthly beauty. The excitement was so strong that it took his breath away. He was most happy that he managed to find this unique plant. His cry of joy was so loud that it echoed far in the mountains. All this because of how rare and valuable this flower was. Her roots were of great value to him, especially because it was necessary to buy new clothes for the youngest sister. In addition, he needed to purchase weapons for the fifth and sixth brothers, and maybe find something useful for the fourth student, who also had her own needs. These thoughts brought him joy, and he set out for home with a sense of duty fulfilled. However, as he approached the house, he saw someone who caught his attention. The presence of this person surprised him very much. He saw two dark figures standing right at the entrance, silent and mysterious. The next day, the third student hung out the washed clothes together with her younger sister. The younger one grumbled angrily because the fabric stubbornly did not want to be smoothed. The older one asked her not to touch anything and just sit quietly next to her. Her efforts to help caused a gentle smile in her sister, because of which she called her sweetie. But suddenly the calm was interrupted. The third student was very frightened. Looking around, she saw armed men standing right behind her. One of them, without a weapon, turned out to be their leader. It was Yang. His only desire was to see this girl who captured his thoughts. She, full of fear, asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, men looked at her as if she were an unearthly beauty. She was truly charming, far too beautiful for the little asshole that others thought was their head. Sol was completely frightened and hid behind Tretya, who was trying to calm her down. The third student once again turned to the men with the question, "Who are you?" They were clearly debating whether they should act immediately or leave her alone. Eventually, they explained that their host was the son of an influential official and asked her to come with them. But instead of consent, they heard a firm answer, "I will not go anywhere." Yan sharply ordered his men not to resist and to seize the girl. They immediately moved towards her, leaving no time to escape. The situation became increasingly dire. Above all this tense chaos in the sky, the moon shone, adding to the drama. The one-eyed enemy smiled wryly. "Nice try, but you can't die just like that." He noticed a boy approaching him, and behind him were several more fighters. However, the boy was alone against everyone, ready for an unequal battle. His skill with the sword was mesmerizing. Every movement was perfect. Suddenly, a huge mace flew at him like a thunderbolt. But the boy stopped her with one precise blow of the sword, directing the force in the right direction. He instantly realized that this man was their leader, feeling his incredible power. But before he could do anything, the one eye expertly slipped through his defenses. Song Yu rushed forward, sword in hand, full of determination. His confidence and calmness on his face contrasted with the danger of the situation. But suddenly his sword split in two, leaving him vulnerable. But this sword did not belong to anyone, but to Sun himself. He even asked ironically, "Can't you take your eyes off me?" Immediately after these words, he rushed into the attack, not giving the opponent a chance to think. A powerful blow to the chest caused Sun to cough up blood, feeling the true power of the enemy. One-eyed saw two more fighters rushing towards him, determined. However, he simply let them pass him by as if they posed no threat. Just as they were passing, he delivered the fatal blow, spotting three more approaching. Their weapons crossed in the air, but that didn't stop him. He jumped high up, preparing the next powerful blow. Swinging, he rushed down like lightning. Only a moment, and two lives disappeared from this world. It seemed that there were no obstacles in front of him. Everything was under his control. He even praised the enemies. "Not too bad, although I didn't expect much from you," he said, holding his sword to the head of one of them. "Didn't you miss me? It's time to end this as soon as possible," he continued coldly. But suddenly he turned his head sharply. Something alarmed him. He saw a heavy stick flying towards him. His reaction was lightning quick. He had time to dodge and react. However, the stick suddenly changed its trajectory, but he intercepted it again with his sword. He felt pressure, first in his hand and then in his whole body. It was something new and incomprehensible for him. It made him tense up. It turned out to be Song Yu, who made him wonder, who is this guy? The thing is that Sun is used to constant tension, but he has not yet encountered such a force. It was extremely difficult to face such an opponent. Even the enemy recognized that the boy had considerable strength. They met in battle. Sun had a stick in his hands, and the opponent had a sharp sword. There was only one question: who is better at handling his weapon? It was possible to determine this only through a tough fight. Sun immediately felt the speed of the enemy, realizing that he also belonged to the Murim. One wrong move and the sharp blade bites right into his shoulder. The sword pierces through Sun's shoulder, leaving a gash. But suddenly the one-eyed man sees something he did not expect at all. Sun grabbed the sword with his bare hands and tried to pull it out. He pulled the sword from his shoulder with his own hands, despite the pain. Suddenly, Sun delivers a powerful headbutt right into the opponent's forehead. This blow was stronger than any other that the enemy could imagine. But that was just the beginning of the surprises that Sun had in store for him. The technique that his aunt gave him was called death, a technique that leaves no chance for survival. But it is important to remember, this technique must be carried out to the end, otherwise it is useless. The red glow that appeared in Sun's hands was the last thing his opponent saw. This was followed by a lightning-quick hand strike, and in the next moment, the head of the one-eyed opponent flies off the body and flies so far that it will be almost impossible to find it. At the same moment, another man appeared next to him, who had remained unnoticed until now. Sun paid no attention to him. His thoughts were only focused on the fact that he had just mastered the technique of death. Those standing behind him were shocked. They could not believe what they had just seen. But the power he displayed took away all his resources. He couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. Outside, everything was bathed in golden-orange sunset light. At that moment, the third sister took up a stick in her hands, trying to protect herself. Her opponents were confident that they could capture her without much effort. But suddenly they began to ask themselves, "What the hell is this?" A girl with a stick was standing in front of them, but they couldn't do anything against her. They understood very well, if they do not complete the task, they will face complete collapse. Ian constantly reminded his men not to stop and to continue their work. After his words, they rushed at the girl again, full of confidence in their abilities. The two men decided that together they could defeat her, and even broke her stick, which she used to defend herself. This staff was her only weapon, but now she was defenseless. One of them mockingly said, "I would have come with us voluntarily. I wouldn't have had to mutilate you." Little Saul, crying, ran up behind one of the men, grabbed him by the waist and begged him to let her sister go. But this scumbag slapped her roughly, ignoring her tears. The girl fell to the ground like a small broken flower. The third sister tried to do something to protect her, but in vain. She was also stopped. She was hit in the stomach and fell to her knees in pain. Suddenly there was an angry shout. "What the hell are you doing?" It was the seventh who immediately rushed at the enemies without thinking. Seeing them do horrible things to his sisters, he charged at them in a rage. He ran with all his might, determined to take revenge. He didn't care if the enemies had swords or other weapons. He was ready to fight to the end. The seventh rushed to attack with bare hands, not thinking about the danger. At this moment, his anger knew no bounds. It consumed him completely. When he was enraged, his power increased several times over, making him a real threat. One of the men tried to counterattack, but to no avail. He simply fell before he could do anything. The seventh shouted, "Remove your hands!" swinging his voice booming with the force of thunder. He was ready to kill them all right here and now without feeling any pity. But suddenly an inexplicable force appeared, which fell on his neck like a thunderbolt. She squeezed him, not letting him breathe. Seventh fell to the ground, feeling his strength leave his body. In front of him, he saw a blunt axe driven into a log, like a symbol of his powerlessness. His eyes burned with the desire to cut down his enemies on the spot. He wanted to tear them to pieces without leaving a single one alive. Meanwhile, the sky was surprisingly clear, a strange contrast to the bloody scene. Quan was looking up at the sky, but something under his feet caught his attention. It was an incredible number of dead fighters, a real battlefield. The ground was covered with the dead, a reminder of the importance of strategizing rather than rushing headlong into battle. But something else caught his attention again. Words. "He's here, it's definitely him." These words made Quan listen even more carefully. Sun, having rested well, began to open his eyes. His comrades helped him up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately asked what had happened, because he did not remember anything. It was explained to him that he had saved everyone, and they were asked about the technique he had used, as it had greatly interested them. Sun was glad that he had finally mastered this technique, but he did not know how to properly explain it. It was a great achievement for him, but it was difficult to find words to describe it. "The others will be back soon." The chief ordered everyone to go back, and for now try not to move, said one of the comrades. After Sun lost consciousness, nothing significant happened. His comrades broke through the siege, and the leader and his squad left for the main camp. Lee stayed with him. Although there were few survivors, they were all grateful to Sun for his heroism. He could not afford to die, because he was the eldest in the family and was responsible for its welfare. "You definitely can't give up. When we get back, Gramila will pay handsomely. Your family won't starve anymore," Lee said, trying to cheer him up. But Sun replied that what they had already received was enough for them. The main thing was to buy medicine for the youngest, and they would survive the rest. At the same time, his thoughts began to turn to something else. His body was aching, but inside he felt a strange and pleasant energy. This energy seemed to fill him from the inside, giving him strength. Despite the fatigue and pain, he felt much better. Lee patted his head gently and said, Rest, you'll be back in your warm bed soon. Lee still couldn't figure out exactly what Sun had done with that Murim, and he was aware that he didn't know everything about this boy. At this time, Quan doubted whether he could handle what was happening. He had never risked his life in such dangerous situations before. However, he decided not to discuss it, believing that this was his only chance for success, and believed in his own strength. Suddenly he saw silhouettes appear above the heads of the fighters, as if they had appeared from nowhere. Before his eyes, a fierce battle began right here, on the spot. Blood flew in different directions, staining everything around. Quan realized that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible while he still had the chance. But suddenly he noticed people in red clothes on the right side. Menacing words rang out. Song Chun-won, striking sword, I will kill you. Farewell to life. At this moment, Quan only wanted to save himself to have a chance at a reward. But something made him stop and open his eyes wide. The sudden sound made him cover his ears with his hands to drown out the terrible noise. Hearing is good, echoed the loud words, but they only grew louder. But because of this rumor, you will all die now. The voice rang out so loudly that the ground seemed to crack. Quan, hiding behind a tree, saw every fighter on that battlefield cover their ears trying to escape the deafening scream. The battlefield unfolded before Quan, a shocking picture that looked extremely clear. It was clear what would happen to the man who was at the center of events. At this moment, a loud voice echoed above the field. Where are you, dead man? Song Chun-won, striking sword. Come out, I want to greet you in person. Suddenly, the one who was holding himself confidently before fell to his knees. His eyes clearly read fear, which completely absorbed him. Iz Shinma, the one who had once proclaimed himself to be one of the strongest in the seventh gathering, was now broken. His throat felt like it was going to burst if it didn't stop. The powerful voice spoke again. You think your life belongs to you? You're just a small insect that can easily be squashed if it gets bored. All this man wanted at that moment was to simply die to get rid of this horror. Quan understood that if Shinma didn't do something now, his life would be lost. But to rebel against this man was to obey him for the rest of your days. Suddenly, Shinma decided to stand up, making a choice. Before each hero, his words sounded like a sentence. Give up your life. He thought, he has only one life. Is he ready to give it away? But in the end he submitted, saying that from now on his life belonged to this man. However, even in this decision, he wanted to see if he was able to prove his power. Unlike the others, I am willing to risk my life for you, master. Just command, Shinma said, showing his devotion. The scene looked as strange as possible. Would he really do whatever this man said? Shinma added, I wish all the heroes would stay alive. My life is a small price to pay for that. I will do anything for you to spare them. Quan, watching this, saw something extraordinary, the Ich technique and Chedosharan technique. It seemed that Song Chun-won had decided to create a real hell on earth for them. If you think about it, this is life, the way it is. There is simply no other way to describe it. They are not butterflies that fly to the fire, but knowing that they will not last, they still stay without trying to escape. Obviously, most of them will simply die like moths, burning up in the flames. Quan, hiding behind a tree, understood this very clearly. You're a worthless insect. You think you can keep the balance in the world by just leaving it? Rang out a mocking voice. The one who was kneeling called himself a servant and said he had no right to argue. But from the outside, it seemed that he gave up what he wanted too easily, which only worsened the situation. A hand reached out with a bag of everything that had been earned, ready to hand over to his master, Muno, until the end of days. Muno held out his hand, which had only 2 fingers left. The others had been cut off in the battle. But suddenly, between his hand and the other's hand, something sharp, like lightning, flies. This became a real surprise, and Muno loudly exclaimed, Who dares to interfere with the Great One? Several people appeared on the stage and challenged his words. They said, If you call yourself great, any worm can do the same. Kwang knew who it was, Dongjung and the 5 people with him. It's rare to meet a devil not from hell, and that's why Dongjung wanted to bring him back. Then he turned to the kneeling one, urging him not to be afraid. Give it to us. Not just like that, of course, especially since there were 3 of them. But he was ready to give everything to one, as if that would solve the issue for everyone. The man's face flashed with mixed emotions, uncertainty, fear, and determination. Muno almost lost his mind when he saw how this brat dared to bargain right in front of his eyes. Who wants to challenge me? Muno asked, his voice thundering over the field. The consequences will be terrible, he warned, looking at those present. For some, these words sounded like a sentence, for others, like a chance, albeit a dangerous one. Everyone expected something extraordinary to happen now. The trio of powerful warriors were clearly preparing for action, and the old trickster seemed to want to take advantage of the situation. Quan recognized the old man as a hunchback with a huge iron club known as the Chilson Monster. It was obvious. There would be no fight. Quan understood that he had to find a way to get out of this trap. So many ancestors had gathered, and the man knew he had no right to be greedy. He raised the bag in his hand and asked, "Who will get it? Whoever takes it will be obliged. If everyone agrees, he'll just leave it on the ground." The bag became a goal for everyone present. Everyone wanted to get it. The hook was the first to act. It abruptly began its movement towards the bag. The weasel straightened up, and the hook flew straight to the target. It was a masterful hook that grabbed the pouch instantly, but the old man with his massive club did not allow the bag to be easily seized. Muno also tried to fight back using his powers. The line was already broken, and only the hook remained attached to the bag. Muno used his energy to control him, trying to keep the situation under his control. Don noticed a strength in Muno he hadn't seen before, and it alarmed him. But in the end, he decided that he didn't care. He would continue to fight for the bag. He again began to try to catch it with his fishing rod. However, the pouch continued to roll on the ground, avoiding any contact. The old man realized that it was time to use his club. He threw it behind his head, tensed his whole body, and prepared to strike. A powerful impact on the ground raised a cloud of dust into the air. Along with the dust, the bag also flew up, becoming even more out of reach. This confrontation was a game of strength, where each of the three fighters sought to grab the desired prey. In an instant, the bag flew right over everyone, forcing everyone to act quickly. Quan only thought about how to get out of this chaos as soon as possible, but he knew that he only had one chance to succeed. One of the men had already almost reached the bag, extending his hand. But suddenly a mace, held by a bald fighter, flew into his head. This became the signal for the start of a fight between all those present. Quan kept a close eye on the pouch that remained in the air. He saw it slowly go down, as if time had slowed down. The pouch finally fell to the ground, becoming available again. A young man was already standing above him, and a girl was next to him. There was only one word in the young man's head: life. At this time, a thought crossed Quan's mind. Is he asleep or not? Gathering all his strength, Quan ran up and kicked the young man, knocking him out. Then he greeted, "Long time no see, Tae-chan," to which the boy, recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise, "Elder brother, what are you doing here?" The battle between the fourth brother and the scum who wanted to hurt his sister was fierce and merciless. He, armed with an axe, was ready to stop them at any cost. The boys quickly learned that there was no way to relax, especially when their leader was watching them. They threatened the seventh, saying, "If you don't back down, you'll die." But his eyes lost their normal color, taking on a creepy look that didn't resemble human eyes at all. Suddenly, he grabbed one of them by the waist and pulled him forward with all his might. With all the weight of his body, the seventh knocked him off his feet, showing his strength. The axe remained in his hands, ready for the next blow. He raised it high above his head, preparing for a decisive swing. But the second opponent quickly knocked him down with a kick. The seventh flew to the side and fell to the ground, choking on anger and powerlessness. All these events unfolded right in the middle of the yard. The unsympathetic scoundrels forced him to his feet, threatening another attack. But we didn't have to wait long. The seventh got up, holding a new axe. Gathering all his strength, he again rushed to the attack, carrying with him a decisive blow. The blow of the axe hit directly into the sword, which the freak had put up for protection. If it hadn't been for the sword, it seems he would have been lying dead by now. They quickly realized that this young man possessed unprecedented power. Blow after blow rained down on them from the sharpened axe that was made for chopping wood. But now it was a deadly weapon. Two opponents with swords against one with an axe. The fight looked completely unfair. This was quickly shown when the first sword strike caught Seven directly in the lower back. Street strike, thought the man, satisfied that he hit. But his joy instantly vanished when he saw Seven's gaze. That look said, "I'm going to kill you now." And he confirmed it not only with his look, but also with his actions. The seventh delivered a powerful blow with an axe directly to the enemy's shoulder. His determination and strength were unbreakable. But at that moment, another fifth brother appeared. "Is it another boy?" thought the freak, not hiding his anger. But this was not just a boy, but a boy with a sword in his hands, ready to go into battle. The first attack of the fifth brother, unfortunately, was not successful. The sixth brother also joined the battle, but unfortunately he had no sword, only a staff. The freak retreated from the line of attack, dodging another blow. The sword whizzed past him, and he took advantage of the moment to strike fifth brother right in the back with the butt of his sword. Everyone who stood in front of him was already crawling on their knees, feeling the excruciating pain. The freak threatened to finish them all off right there. But the fifth brother jumped up and charged. Unfortunately, his attack failed again without causing any damage. But the freak suddenly noticed two more guys who were flying straight at him. Can he handle their speed? Quan thought, watching the fight. It seemed that he would be able to, because the next swing of the sword was accompanied by splattered blood. This blood was from the collarbone of the fourth brother, where the sharp blade of the sword had precisely hit. The sword nicked his collarbone, causing the brothers to flinch in shock. But the fifth brother could not stand aside when he saw his brother being insulted. He approached from behind and ran his sword along the enemy's back. Even though the sword was blunt, it was enough to show the ugly in its place. Yang, as always, just watched his men being beaten and could not understand why his fighters could not cope with several children. As befits such a brave man who came to win the girl's heart, Ian decided that the best thing now was to simply run away. Jan runs away like a real coward and almost loses his slippers on the road. The fifth brother notices that this scum is running away and loudly shouts to his brothers, "We must catch him!" But will they succeed if he is already hiding among the trees in the forest? Abandoning everything, they rush after him without wasting time. Jan, even as he saved his life, thought of his worthless fools on whom he had wasted his money, and asked himself why he had paid them. But looking around, he saw a young man who seemed to him a real madman who would stop at nothing, and then a stone appears on his path. Or to be more precise, it was the stone that found him. Ian trips over it, falls and rolls several times on the ground trying to stop. The fifth brother was already ready to kill him. A picture appeared before his eyes when he first met this scoundrel in a cafe. With fire in his eyes, the fifth brother slowly approached this bastard. "You contacted me for nothing and made me nervous, you disgusting scumbag," he said in a cold voice. In response, only pitiful words of prayer for mercy were heard. But the fifth brother, ignoring the pleas, swung his sword. Yang only managed to raise his hands, trying to cover his head from the inevitable blow. However, the fifth brother's attack suddenly stopped as if stuck in midair. In front of him was Jan's younger brother, Chong, who unexpectedly came and saved his life. Chong, as it turned out, had no idea what kind of situation he had gotten himself into. Yang seized the moment and began to cry, accusing the fifth brother. "This boy is a thief! He wants to kill me and take all the money. Kill him now!" But Chong soberly assessed the situation. He looked carefully at the fifth brother and saw nothing in him that would indicate a robber. Yang continued to plead, "This guy killed all the merchants and warriors that accompanied me." It was a surprise to Chong to hear that Yang was accompanied by warriors and merchants. Meanwhile, the fifth brother felt a strange feeling inside, as if everything was being turned upside down. Even Jian felt the power of this young man, but extremely talented. Why is this gifted boy here? This question now gave Chan no peace either. "If you side with my worst enemy, then you will be my enemy," fifth brother said coldly, turning to Chong. Jung only heard the words, "worst enemy," and couldn't understand what kind of trouble his older brother had gotten himself into. At the same moment, he avoided the fifth's gaze. The fifth didn't care. Even if he died here, he was willing to take Yan with him. Jung tried to talk to him, trying to resolve the conflict peacefully. But seeing that the boy was not going to calm down, he understood that dialogue would not help. "Die!" shouted the fifth, approaching Ian with obvious intentions. At this point, Jung stepped in to save his older brother. He pushed the fifth brother, knocking him several meters to the side. But the attack failed, and Chong realized that he couldn't stop him this time. After this failure, the fifth brother suddenly turned and ran in the other direction. Yang, with hatred in his voice, asked his younger brother to catch up with him and kill him. But Jung could hardly believe that Yang was seriously asking him to kill the child. Yang insisted, "It's not a child. It's a thief and a murderer." Jung just hoped Yang wasn't lying and using him in another scam. Meanwhile, Quan and his younger brother were trying to figure out how to get out of this dangerous situation. Quan wondered if he might have gone too far again. The younger brother asked him not to regret not taking him on his adventures earlier. He also reminded, "The lust for money can spoil your whole future life." To be honest, Quan himself didn't know what this would lead to. But this meeting with Chan made him feel, maybe this is a second chance. They ran forward together without stopping for a while. Finally stopping, Chan asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "How did you end up here, Quan?" "I had one business here," Quan answered uncertainly, not knowing whether to tell the whole truth. He turned to his younger brother, trying to dare to reveal all the cards, to tell how he got involved in the adventure that became his life. Chan was willing to help, but honestly admitted that he was unlikely to be of much use, since he hadn't trained in a long time. "I'm not promising anything, but let's hold hands and try. This is our chance," Chan said, trying to cheer up. But at the same time, he still sensed the danger that might lie ahead. They had never been involved in something like this before. But after this meeting, they began to think differently. Quan admitted that the younger brother was right, but emphasized, "It's not just here that the rebellion is rising. Not far from here, under the very heavens, tensions are also boiling." What he heard really shocked the younger brother, leaving him speechless. Quan continued the story, explaining that it was in this teaching that the blessing of heaven was contained. Because of this, everything that is happening now is not just an uprising. First it was life, now it's heaven's teaching, he added, looking thoughtfully in front of him. After these words, Quan asked the younger brother to calm down and think. If even a person like me is awakened by the thirst for profit, what will happen to others? It's worth thinking it over, he emphasized, trying to hold back his emotions. Everyone wants these artifacts. But who is going to verify their authenticity? To do that, you need to know what the original looks like. Quan knew and even knew how to create a quality fake. This greatly increased their chances of success if he helped. He went on to tell of one of the boys who played an entire play and left his team to save his own life. Together it will be easier, said Chong, and at that moment he admitted that he was also a Murim, like his brother. Calm down. That's why the boy is still a long way from your mastery, Quan assured him. He then explained the terms. There are 3 things. 2 of them will be mine, and I only need 1. No one should know about this. I'm telling you because I trust you, John, and I'm sure you'll do your part honestly, Quan added. Zhang replied, I trust you too. If someone else had suggested something like that to me, I would have called it foolish. After these words, they shook hands, sealing their agreement. The 5th brother was returning home, full of anxiety. The 6th brother was at home, sitting with tears in his eyes. He was crying because the 4th brother was lying in front of him covered in blood. When the 5th brother came closer, he saw that the 4th brother was also bleeding from the mouth. The blood did not stop. It poured incessantly, adding to the fear. The 5th began to lift the 4th and beg him to wake up. He pleaded with the great Buddha and the heavenly emperor. If you give my brother life, I will grow a peach orchard and build temples in your honor. Tears and snot flowed unceasingly, mixing with his cries. It's all because of these stupid bastards, he shouted, choking on tears. But he understood that he had to calm down, because now everyone depended on him. At this time, Song Jung was training, and 5th brother asked 6th to look for him because they needed to pack up and move to a secret location. He also reassured the 6th brother, reminding them that they must stay strong and act quickly. Meanwhile, the fire destroyed everything in its path, leaving only ashes. For one of the men, it was important to find out who this guy was, who was able to create so much chaos. The reward is insignificant compared to our losses. Almost the entire Black Tiger is destroyed. This must be reported to the master, he reasoned, not understanding how such professionals could find themselves in such a situation. He was convinced that all their problems were caused by this boy as he looked at Song Yu. After praising everyone for a job well done, he added, I can't comment on what happened right now, but I promise, if we come back, everyone will be rewarded. Against the background of destroyed and burned buildings, everyone loudly shouted, Hooray! The streets were gradually covered with dusk, and darkness descended on the city. But for Song Yu, that didn't mean it was time to stop training. He couldn't afford to forget that feeling of strength and determination. That is why he decided to devote time to intensive exercises. However, at that moment, a strange voice appeared in his head, advising him, Don't repeat the same thing, don't get nervous. The voice was so unusual that Song Yu even stopped, trying to figure out who it belonged to. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared in front of him. He could see her clearly in front of him, and it alarmed him. Quickly changing the direction of his staff, Song Yu prepared to defend himself. The figure turned out to be an old grandfather who calmly asked, Why are you training here alone? But Song Yu was more interested in who he was and whether he was one of their enemies. You are either very naive or too stubborn if you consider me your enemy. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Remember, watch carefully. Whether you fall to the bottom or rise to the sky, always be on the alert. Understood? After these words, Song Yu pondered, trying to understand the meaning of what he heard. Sun understood that he was not an enemy, and asked if the old man had any business with him. The old man explained that he was just curious, so much so that he even put aside all his business to come here. He came here because of the people who were nearby and wanted to know if Sun also belonged to them. But after these words, Sun did not understand anything, and asked what exactly it was about. You'll probably get paid well. You did a great job. It wasn't just luck though, you saved them. I saw it, said the old man. After that, he asked Sun where he learned his skills. The old man called his style a rather beautiful way of killing. He also added that he had traveled a lot and seen a lot, but he had never seen such smooth and graceful movements before. Sun finally understood that the old man was talking about the trick his aunt had taught him, but he insisted that he did nothing special and acted intuitively. After the next words of the old man, Sun finally understood that he was in front of an unusual person. He seems to be a smart guy, but you pretend to be a simpleton. The thought that this man was not an enemy did not leave Sun's head. However, he continued to insist that he was not interested in his suggestions or questions. The old man finally introduced himself, giving his name as Fu. Sun was about to go on, but the old man repeated his name once more, as if he wanted it to be remembered clearly. Haven't you heard of me? Fu asked, but Song didn't know anything about him except his name. At that moment, the old man was surprised when Song even repeated his name. Showing respect, Song bowed low before him and promised to greet him properly next time. Now that the conversation was over, Sun decided to move on. But suddenly he felt something strange. The changes taking place in his body remained a mystery to him. The old man repeated his name once more and warned, "If you turn away from me, you will lose your life." At that moment, the old man seemed to him a real monster. Fu revealed his purpose. He wanted to learn more about Sun's technique and who had taught it to him. However, Sun insisted that he could not reveal this. But the old man began to clarify. Was it a man or a woman? This question seemed very strange to Sun and made him suspicious. Fu's gaze read more than curiosity. It was almost obsession. Suddenly Fu said, "I heard your answer," although Song didn't answer. "You didn't say anything, but you answered anyway," the old man added, making Sun feel uneasy. Fu began to pace around Sun, peppering him with questions. "Why you? What's so special about you? There has to be a reason." He then directly asked Sun to come with him, warning that he would find out the truth under any circumstances. Fu continued, "I don't know what you did to get her attention or what binds you together. But it doesn't matter. I am ready to pay you hundreds of times more than you are getting now," the old man declared, not hiding his intentions. The dream asked, "What will need to be done?" To which Fu replied simply, "I don't care, the main thing is to kill." Zhong held his stick high above his head, trying to block the blow. He tried with all his might to restrain the attack. But suddenly the stick flies into pieces, leaving him defenseless. He had to act even faster. He deftly went behind the enemy's back. Quan realized he wasn't wrong when he said Zhong could handle it. His eyes never failed. Jung was once again convinced that he was indeed strong, and this gave him confidence. Now the pouch was in their hands. Kwang handed it to Jung. "When you get down to the bottom, give me one of three things," Quan explained. But Jung wanted Quan to keep the pouch, thinking it would be safer. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by something else. It was a big hunchback who, coming closer, called the situation quite strange. Quan understood that even his brother would not be able to stand up to the old master. "That slug gave up so easily. I would never give up life just like that," said the hunchback, looking at the dead man. He asked them to return what they had taken. Quan knew Hunchback to be very cunning, and understood that he wanted to get paid for it. It was impossible to give him the bag. Zhang asked Hunchback, "What do I get if I give it to you?" Quan was surprised by such a question, because he understood that even if they gave up the bag, they would still be killed in order to leave no witnesses. With that, Jung accepted the challenge and tossed the pouch back, right into Quan's hands. Quan realized that Jung was right, and now the only thing left to do was hope for someone's mercy or his own strength. In the house of two merchant families, two men were standing at the entrance, and a tense conversation was taking place inside. The two brothers were talking, and the younger one asked the older one, "When are you going to tell her about what happened 2 months ago?" Yang, the older brother, got angry, and it was written on his face, but the younger brother continued to insist, "I already know everything." The younger warned that he needed to tell his father about it before it turned into an even bigger problem. But Yang believed that even the death of a person no longer matters, because his people are also dead. So no one will tell about anything. Junior asked him not to say such things, as Yang's stupid fame was growing day by day, and if he hadn't intervened, Yang would have already paid for his sins. However, Yang remained ungrateful, replying sarcastically, "Go tell your father, of course, about your loser older brother." The younger man, despite everything, firmly stood his ground, demanding to tell the truth. Ian tried to get out of the way, answering slyly and touching on sensitive topics to change the subject of the conversation. He was even confused about who was older and who was younger, and said, "You don't even try to help your older brother. What do you think, if I die, all the money will go to you?" The conversation became increasingly tense, and each word only exacerbated the conflict between the brothers. All these words and excuses made the younger brother think, "What a bad character the elder has. And he still dares to call himself my younger brother?" Ian thought angrily. Suddenly Yan remembered that the younger man was supposed to have a meeting with some beauty today. Just thinking about it made him feel hot in his chest, and he realized that he had wasted the day on the wrong thing and the wrong thing. But suddenly someone stopped him. A boy was standing in front of him. It was Bangu, holding a sword in his hand. "It's time for payback," Bangu said, ready to kill Yang for his brother. A quick swing of the sword, and Yan's hand flies to the side. Ian screamed for help. But will there be someone here to help him? Bangu was ready to either kill Yang or die himself. Only revenge filled his mind, and he saw nothing else. Meanwhile, Song Yu was returning home, but he saw only an empty building in front of him. There were no male or female students here. It seemed that not even a trace of their presence remained. "Where are they all?" he thought, and his heart was filled with blood from worries and fear. Dejected and filled with anxiety, Song Yu set out for the city. Walking through the streets, he did not notice anyone on his way. Suddenly, he pushed a bald big man standing in his way. He tried to say something but quickly changed his expression. The energy radiating around Song Yu's body was undeniable and palpable. His cold gaze pierced through, leaving no room for objection. Song Yu confidently approached the gate where the answer awaited. The two guards asked him to stop and not take a single step further. One of them even tried to ask about the purpose of his visit. But one look from Song Yu was enough to make it clear that he was not going to answer. They tried to stop him by asking him to name himself, but to no avail. Song Yu simply raised his foot and knocked the door open with one powerful kick. Then the guards realized that the enemy was in front of them and drew their weapons. One quick 360-degree swing of the stick, and both swords flew out of their hands. It was a shot in which Song Yu showed his skill. And then another powerful kick, and the door flew open. He kicked the door in a rush and entered like a real Terminator. They begged him to stop, but he didn't care. "Yang Chan, where are you, you bastard?" This was the first thing that came out of his mouth. But suddenly a man came out and tried to stop him. He noted that dealing with an influential family is serious, and urged to observe the rules of propriety. Song Yu calmly replied that he only came to find one person. The old man felt the destructive power in him, but he had no idea what clan he was from. Such a guy is an extraordinary personality. Even the door with one blow proved it. To resolve the situation, the old man stepped forward and offered to help find the person he was looking for. Song Yu explained that he needed two: disciple brother and Yang Chan. The old man knew Yang Chan as the heir of this house, but he had never even heard of Bok Gu. The old man asked again, "You mean Yang Chang, the eldest son of this family?" But Song Yu didn't care if he was older or not. The main thing was that he lived here. The whole situation looked as absurd as possible. The old man ordered one of the workers to report to the head of the house and warned that this boy was too dangerous. After sending the messenger, he turned to Song Yu. "I don't understand who you are or why you're here, but we'll find someone to solve your problem." Then, trying to clarify the situation, he asked his name and origin. There was only a tense silence in response, which lasted several minutes. Song Yu finally gave his name and added that he was the 18th apprentice of the Ghost Clan under Muyong's tutelage. It did not seem strange to the old man. An ordinary person of his age would not be able to possess such power. He bowed to Song Yu and remarked that he had heard of the Great Ghost Clan. It flashed through his mind. "It seems he doesn't know me, but I'm sure this guy will become an outstanding leader." They wanted to understand what brought Song Yu here, but they didn't get a clear answer. Song Yu did not reveal details and only asked for understanding. The conversation went on for so long that darkness overtook them. At this moment, the head of the house, Yang Jun, appeared. He was outraged by the insolence of the young man who broke into the house and behaved rudely with its inhabitants. Without delay, Song Yu directly asked, "Where is your son Yang Chang now? And where are you keeping my disciple Bok Gu?" The head of the house replied that he did not have a single person named Bok Gu. But suddenly, one of the servants bent down and began to whisper something in his ear. It became clear that the name Bok Gu belongs to someone whom the head considers an enemy. Now Song Yu was also perceived as an unwelcome guest, perhaps even an enemy. Song Yu tried to explain that one cannot call a person who fought against his son an enemy, who tried to slander a girl in broad daylight. But the head remained implacable and refused to have a friendly conversation. The head of the house was seething with anger because one of Sun's students cut off his son's hand. "And even if your vile disciple is unlucky, you still come here and demand that I give you a member of my family. Do I look like the kind of person who could do that?" The head was indignant. To Sun, this phrase about losing an arm was a small thing, because that student had been dead for a long time. Song Yu was standing in someone else's house, determined to personally cut off his son's head and the rest of his limbs and punish him. Hearing this threat, the chief immediately pointed his finger at him and ordered, "Seize this brat and put him on his knees." Song Yu realized from whom the son inherited his arrogance, from his father. Without thinking long, the guards rushed at him. But Song Yu swung his staff, emitting an energy that was strikingly different from theirs. He deftly fought with only a stick against enemies armed with sharp swords. His shots were so accurate that he looked unbeatable. Even not bad is putting it too mildly. Song Yu acted flawlessly. He even managed without weapons, dealing with enemies only with his feet. Pitying opponents was not part of his plans. His decision was unequivocal. He would destroy them all. The old man watched this scene in amazement, thinking, "Does the Muyong clan really teach such deadly techniques?" These miserable fighters stubbornly continued to advance on him, as if they did not notice the danger. Song Yu's staff blocked their blows, easily deflecting the sharp swords. Due to the enormous force and energy he put into his movements, the metal began to fly in different directions. He twirled the staff around himself, and red flashes of energy flickered to form a glowing vortex. With each new blow of the stick, the metal flew into small pieces. Shards from swords wounded the fighters who dared to approach. Realizing the danger, the old man stood in front of the head of the house, protecting him with his own energy. Song Yu continued the battle, still demanding that the disciple and Yang Chang be given to him. But suddenly the situation was interrupted by the voice of a young guy. The younger brother of this family appeared and begged Song Yu to stop the fight. His gaze was shocked when he saw the fierce rage that engulfed Song Yu. "Stop at least for a moment," he pleaded, hoping to stop the chaos. The younger brother entered the battle, trying to defend himself from Song Yu's staff. After another request to speak, Song Yu seemed to pause, but did he really stop? That remained a question. Meanwhile, the old man ordered Chang away, feeling threatened. John stopped, sword in hand, and didn't even seem to be about to counterattack. Song Yu noticed that the opponent's hands were down, as if he did not want to continue the fight. The old man intervened in the fight, preventing him from going any further. He confidently blocked Song Yu's strike, showing his strength. The old man remarked that this boy had absolutely no intention of fighting him. He completely neutralized the attack, deflecting it with incredible accuracy. Chang kept repeating that enough blood had already been spilled. He also explained that further conflict will not solve anything. In Song Yu's eyes, this guy looked mysterious, as if he was hiding something important. The old man intervened, explaining that this young man had come out with pure intentions. The head picked up, and Yu instead saw him as an enemy. Hearing this, the old man, full of determination, took out his sword. It was an exceptional case for him, because it had been many years since he had last used a weapon. He could no longer stand by and just watch. But suddenly a muscular young man appears in front of the old man, ready to intervene. That boy warned that it was dangerous to get closer. He asked the old man to look at himself, noting that he had already crossed all limits. This young man was a stranger to the head of the house, but he offered to end everything right here and now. Song Yu heard a few words directed at him. His act was called reckless. "What were you thinking when you decided to come here alone?" asked the uncle sternly. Son agreed with every word, admitting that he had acted selfishly and thoughtlessly. Blind revenge is never justified. A man must take care of his family under any circumstances. He who is unable to protect his loved ones has no excuses, continued the uncle. After that, he put his hand on Song Yu's shoulder and offered to just leave here together. But will the head of the house let them go so easily? The head began to shout something after him, but Uncle Chang turned and coldly said, "You better take care of your wounded son." To the head of the house, it sounded like outright audacity. He began to accuse Song Yu of the senseless bloodshed, saying that many people had been injured or killed, and that his youngest son had been seriously injured. In addition, Song Yu's disciple cut off his eldest son's hand. "And after all this, you're thinking of just getting out of here?" exclaimed the head indignantly, but Chan asked back, "Did Song Yu start the fight first? Was it you?" He urged the chapter to think and honestly answer who provoked the conflict. Chan also noted that it was not only them who suffered losses, but also suffered themselves. He snatched the staff out of Song Yu's hands, showing that he too was getting impatient. The head of the house, although he remained indignant, still thought, "Is this guy really lying?" Chan challenged the head of the house, insisting that every drop of blood this boy shed was for a good reason. The old man intervened, offering to treat the wounds first. Chan agreed, but added that if it turned out that they were the culprits, Yang Chan would have to answer. "And this will not even be discussed," he added, because the younger son did not join the battle of his own free will. Chan reassured the old man, asking him not to worry and not to take out his sword of mercy. The old man realized that Chan recognized him, even though he did not introduce himself. "Okay," said the old man. "Let the children recover first." He also inquired about the name of the person who died. The boy he was referring to was Chan's cousin. Chan decided that this information was enough. Song Yu still insisted on bringing Bok-gu back, but Chan explained that he wasn't here and urged him to just leave. The head of the house was left to watch them, gritting his teeth in anger. Before Sun, this situation became clear thanks to Chan. Cousin Chan found out too late because he thought the children were safe until he saw that the house was empty. On the day when Bok-gu chopped off the enemy's arm, Song told them about a man they could turn to for help in case of need. Chan had heard rumors that the entire Black Tiger squad that Song belonged to had been wiped out. Apparently, this happened just at the time when the news of their death began to spread here. Sun assumed that everyone had decided that he was dead. But Chan said that Yang's master has powerful connections, so it is better not to take any action for now. Forging the metal further, Sun kept thinking that he should find those he was looking for. Song Yu couldn't even imagine where his male and female students could have gone. Just thinking about it caused excruciating pain. A tear rolled down her cheek and then fell down. She fell right on the hammer that was reforging so much metal. He only blamed himself and his self-confidence. If it weren't for that, they would all be alive. His sister and Bokgu. This pain was almost impossible to contain. But he also knew that there was one more thing that he had to do. Once he became stronger, he would definitely take revenge on his enemy. Watching Song Yu, Chan could see the upbringing that Quan had given him. He was too mature for his age. And if you add to this his strong character, then any wrong step could become irreversible. Chan walked over to the hammer. He took it in his hands and together with Song Yu they began to forge the metal. Sparks flew around, filling the room with the smell of hot metal. Meanwhile, their former home stood empty. Only under the house was a grave. It was the grave Song Yu always returned to. The fourth student was buried here, before whom he constantly asked for forgiveness. When he came to the tomb, he thought he saw the spirit of the fourth disciple, who reproached him because he believed that he was guilty of everything. But Song Yu himself considered himself to blame for everything that happened. His emotions overwhelmed him. He could not hold back the tears. And after the tears came devastation. However, the spirit of the fourth student did not want to see him with tears in his eyes. After talking to the grave, Song Yu promised that when they met again, things would be different and moved on. Chong's face was covered in blood, and he was barely able to stay on his feet. Zdravilo held in his hands a huge mace, created for hunting the strongest, and he was sure that he had dealt a fatal blow. His only wish was for the enemy to suffer longer. Quan clutched the knife behind his back, aware that this might be the last fight, but there was nothing he could do now. However, he knew that he had to act, even if there was almost no chance of success. And suddenly a girl appeared. Quan was shocked when he realized that she was also a martial artist. Her technique was so refined it was mesmerizing. She possessed the power of the tree, and this energy looked magical. She used the branches to wrap around the arm of the giant, who was clearly not expecting this turn of events. When he swung his huge mace, it looked like he was waving a light twig. His rage seethed, and he sought to break the girl and fix her foolish boldness. He rushed towards her, ready to strike. His mace flew high above his head and instantly headed down, trying to crush the girl. But the girl stood calmly, as if observing something ordinary. Could Quan let this happen? Definitely not. He lunged forward to cover her with his body. Quan took a powerful blow from the mace directly to his back, but was able to jump back at the last moment, avoiding serious injury. He turned to the girl, urging her to act. "Wake up! You can't die here, we have to do something." Now they stood facing each other, Quan holding a knife and the giantess holding a giant mace. But the big man made a fatal mistake. He forgot about Quan's younger brother, Jian. Chong suddenly jumped, and with all his might knocked the giant off his feet with his shoulder. The tension increased even more. Every movement could become decisive. Wasting no time, the girl launched her attack using her technique. Meanwhile, Song Yu trained by the tree, preparing for the upcoming battles. He struck the trunk with his stick, trying to make his energy more controlled. His body was enveloped in energy that he was trying to master and channel. With each blow, he repeated to himself, "I can do anything. I will achieve my goal." Chan appeared nearby and calmly said, "Even if there is a black streak in life, don't make it any darker. Techniques you can't control are no longer martial arts." Song Yu admitted that without the support of his friends, he would have died hundreds of times long ago. But Chan noted that if Song Yu continued to rely on uncontrollable power, his identity would only be a name. Song Yu understood that his uncle was worried about him, but he also knew that if he gave up this power now, he would never be able to carry out his revenge. Chan insisted that during moments of battle, Song Yu exudes a strange energy. He advised to learn to manage it wisely, because with his inner strength, even ordinary techniques can defeat enemies. It was hard to understand how it all came to this. After a pause, Chan asked if there was any news from the mentor. They concluded that the mentor was most likely fine. He was known for his strength and was far from being a weak person. Chan shared a story about his mentor's nickname, Hot Dog Back and Forth. It meant that after taking a step forward, he could take 10 steps back. This title, although it sounds strange, was not easy to get. It symbolized strength, skill, and confidence. Chan assured Song Yu that there was no need to worry. The mentor would definitely return. Song Yu believed every word he said without a doubt. At this moment, the mentor was fighting a fierce battle, competing with incredible strength. His younger brother Chan was barely able to control himself as he succumbed to the strain of battle. The mentor's blow was so strong that the giant's club shattered into pieces, and the giant himself fell to the ground. The older brother encouraged Chan, reminding him that he had already defeated such enemies once. His words of support were precise and motivating, giving confidence. But suddenly Chan began to lose strength in his legs and could no longer stand. After using such a powerful attack, he had absolutely no energy left. He fell to the ground, and time passed while he lay unconscious. When he finally came to, he realized that he had been looked after all this time. "It's going to be okay now," Quan said, trying to reassure Chan. He also said that he gave him a unique medicine, Life. It's an extraordinary remedy, and Quan didn't even expect it to work so quickly. Chan admitted that he was going to give it to his children, but Quan explained that he himself had to be okay to take care of them first. Quan felt he should pass it on to his older brother, but the elder brother had a different opinion. He explained that he has excellent skills that enable him to earn and provide for his children. "Now I'm just lucky because I met you," he added. The younger brother did not understand how the elder ended up here and why he, having tied up with all this, returned again. But Quan explained that he changed his views to take care of them. They have only one life left. It is a sacred artifact. They were lucky, and it meant that everything would definitely work out. After training, Song Yu went to eat ramen with his brother. Lee's face looked sad and deep in thought. Sun asked what happened. Lee heard Song Yu's words that he, as an older brother, should take revenge, and it worried him. Song tried to reassure him not to worry, but Lee couldn't stay indifferent, especially considering that everything happened when they weren't around. During the conversation, Lee said the word us, which made Song Yu think. Before, when they were children, together with the students and Song Yu, they were really us. But now he was all alone. The weather outside was beautiful, as if it was made for important decisions. Chan worked with metal, but his thoughts were far from here. The head was filled with memories that did not give rest. He thought back to the day Quan first visited him. Then Kwang brought Song Yu and asked him to take him to work. These memories caused Chan a bitter pain. Now in his hands was a sword that he had created with his own hands. Beautiful and perfect. He made this sword to act so that he would no longer be on the sidelines. He knew he couldn't let this boy die. As he swung his sword, he saw the glare of the sun shining on his blade. It really was a perfect weapon, crafted with skill. The attack power of this sword exceeded all expectations. The sword was meant to destroy the evil that lurked within this boy. This was Chan's true purpose, to help him free himself from his inner demons. At that moment, Song Yu appeared to him, whom Chan himself had called. Chan said he did something important, and pointed to the stick, asking Song Yu to take it and bring it. He warned that what he wants to explain is quite difficult to understand. He once again asked Sun if he was ready. Without a shadow of a doubt, Song Yu answered, yes. They went to the mountains, where Song Yu usually trained. He used a stick to beat on rocks, believing that this was the only way to achieve perfection when working with hard surfaces. Memories of previous moments of life also surfaced in his thoughts. He remembered Chan explaining important truths to him recently. If a person stops breathing, will he die? Chan asked. And if he stops eating, he will also die? He continued. Song Yu agreed with all of his statements, replying, yes. But to the next question, should you consciously breathe when you're working in the sweat of your brow? Song Yu answered, no. Chan understood that the boy was completely unaware of his actions. However, Song Yu began to understand that all actions must be considered and deliberate. This was the first thing Chan wanted to convey to him. When Song Yu asked about the friend, Chan asked a new question. What's the difference between working in the forge and training? Chan asked Sun to think the question carefully and weigh everything before giving an answer. Sun replied, when I hit the hammer while working in the forge, I do it automatically. And when I train with a stick, I pay attention to the strength and precision of movements. Song Yu now began to realize better how important it is to approach one's actions consciously. Chan suggested starting with the simple things. First, it was necessary to hone skills on familiar movements, but even this turned out to be quite a difficult task. Meanwhile, Quan ran through the forest trying to escape. He couldn't understand why everything was still here. Shouldn't he have left a long time ago? He who was in charge yesterday may lose his advantage today, flashed through his thoughts. He knew that wise people always remember. The one who was on the horse today can fall off it tomorrow. And at that moment, Quan tripped over a stone and fell. His thoughts turned out to be prophetic. He was upset because at first he believed that he would be able to escape. He had a very valuable item in his pocket. It was a book he always kept with him. His head was full of thoughts that were difficult to organize. He still hadn't been caught, and he considered it just luck. He realized that the best and worst moment in his life had come at the same time. That was one of the reasons why he didn't give up. Only in this way could he return with his head held high, washing away the shame of the past. He had only one chance, a kind of unique opportunity that he had to use. The room was plunged into darkness, causing a sense of unease. The man was confused that a third-rate person who had been wandering around for 30 years, a worthless grandfather, was doing tasks for first-class mercenaries and was still alive. Someone was kneeling in front of him, explaining that this idler had caused them many problems. The man called himself Luna Shadow and claimed that he had never made a mistake before. But today he was wrong, and it made his master very upset. However, he was temporarily released. The master said that he would make a decision later. But for now, Luna Shadow could go. When Luna's shadow left the room, she seemed to be washed away by the water and disappeared without a trace. Many questions remained in the owner's mind about this old man, known as the Walker to and fro. He couldn't remember if he knew his name, but he felt that name kept running through his head. The weather was changing, and gradually autumn came. Later, it began to get colder, and the first snow began to fall from the sky. Snowflakes scattered in the air, creating a beautiful winter picture. Song Yu continued his training without a single break, focusing on himself. He swung his stick hard, honing his skills. Suddenly, Grandpa Fu came up to him. At first sight, Fu noticed the improvement in his technique and praised him for the progress. Sun greeted him because they had not seen each other for a long time. Song was surprised to hear Fu's footsteps, though he admitted it was a coincidence as he was not yet experienced enough to detect such a master. But Sun explained that he only caught a slight noise that suggested the presence of his grandfather. After that, Fu admitted that he was not mistaken in him. Sun is indeed progressing. He remembered how he had been impressed with Sun's martial arts last time. So much so that he even started looking for more information about him. After learning that his business was nearby, Fu decided to pay a visit. Sun offered him a cup of tea. A cup of tea was ready in no time. Fu immediately moved on to the main question. Does Song want to find people? But he warned that he would have to pay a certain amount for this. Song Yu didn't want to accept the offer the old man made to him beforehand, but he reminded that it was Sun who needed a favor, not himself. The old man spoke out of his own curiosity, which was unusual for him. He usually didn't act like that, and it added to the tension. Song Yu seemed to have no choice but to agree and pay for the favor. The old man felt that the request was serious, and such a small favor could not go unrewarded. This request was so significant that, as the old man pointed out, 1 cup of tea would not pay here. Speaking in riddles, Fu finally said, "Okay, let's do it. But remember, your request is very important, and it is worth more than tea." The essence of the task was to convey one message. Not long after, Song Yu left, clearly annoyed and overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. And the main reason for the irritation was obvious. It was the message that the boy sitting on his back turned out to be. The boy wondered what it all meant, and looked quite calm. Meanwhile, old Fu added mysteriously, "They will all be destroyed." It turns out that this guy is the grandson of the High Witch, Moran himself, and his status was the key reason for this mission. Although Moran decided to conquer the peak, in fact, his nose is Song Yu, who was clearly indignant at such a task. Some time passed, and night had already fallen on the street. A woman and a man walked leisurely under the house, talking. The boy, whose name was Ram, turned to the elder brother of the students. "It seems that a little more, and you will not have to endure any more terrible deprivations." The man in front asked Ram, "Do you understand why they chose you since you just got your degree?" Ram, having just passed his final exam and entering the fortress for the first time, could not understand this choice, and hoped that the headmaster would explain such nonsense. "Practical experience is always more valuable than dead knowledge," said the man, explaining the situation. It was this that made others see something more in him. The manager said that Ram is different from all the other graduates, and today it became finally evident. His story was as unique as he was. The manager hinted that Ram was able to overcome the difficulties of the past and learn wise lessons from them. However, he also advised Ram to hide his true identity, because if he is able to reach this level even with his modest efforts, others can easily notice it. Ram did not agree with his words at that moment, but the manager continued, noting that they would encounter similar situations more than once in the future, and asked not to worry about his little humorous advice. After that, they went on, continuing their conversation. When they reached the door, the supervisor said quietly, "Master Scientist has arrived." He asked Ram to come in but warned, "Don't be too surprised." Seomun Ram swallowed hard and took a step forward. He saw a man literally drowning in piles of paper. With respect, Ram immediately greeted him with a low bow. The man did not even pay attention to him, completely concentrating on his work. Ram looked up, watching him work. His hand glided smoothly over the paper, leaving behind orderly symbols. Each movement created elegant letters that looked like works of art. There were more and more symbols, forming a whole system. But at some point, the man got angry and admitted that he would have to start all over again. Then he turned suddenly and was surprised to see Ram, for he had not even noticed when he came. "What, are you going to stand like that, bowing?" "Get up now, you can drop the formalities," said the man, who turned out to be the head of the Privy Council, Jin Gusu. At this time, Song Yu came to another place. He was met by a woman who noted that there were no other visitors. When she asked him what he wanted to drink, Sun asked for something rich in flavor. But the conversation began to go astray because Sun's words did not match the secret message that Master Fu had given him. He again asked for a very fragrant tea. The woman put tea with a lotus on the table and wished a pleasant tea party. The secret word didn't seem to work. However, The woman from around the corner was watching him intently, as if she was trying to find out something. The evening came. The sun was slowly hiding behind the horizon. Mekyo, Secretary of War of Hope, sat at the table. The man sat calmly drinking tea, thinking about something of his own. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice. Someone shouts something about the hope of the world. Mekyo invites my husband to come in and sit down, but it is very uncomfortable. He cannot dare to do this. The man says that he continues to look for a place to stay, but he never forgets when to bend the knee. The man is happy for his older brother, who has now become a secretary. Mekyo says that the boy wished for something he didn't even dare to think about. Hearing about this, the gray-haired man tensed up a bit because he did not understand what exactly his elder brother was talking about. He is the head of the outer group and could not afford to remain in the dark as to whose energy it was. Mekyo comes to his senses. Did he dare to go against his head? After a second, the man falls to his knees and admits that he is very stupid, but asks to tell him everything. Mekyo does not believe that the bearded man knows nothing. The subordinate promises that if the secretary takes pity on him and tells everything, then he will remember his kindness for the rest of his days. Is he saying that he didn't even think about the chapter when he saw this kid's skills? But grandfather just wasn't sure about it until the end. He swears he really didn't know anything about it. This child just caught his attention, and he thought it would be nice to take him and raise him. Does this scoundrel think that this child is his equal? The gray-haired man bows even lower and hits his head directly on the floor. He begs the man to tell him about it. This child had caught their head's attention, so he had to understand immediately because he could see his energy. After a second, the man orders him to stand up and sit down. The old man says that he did not have time to do anything. He just liked the boy, so he helped him with a small matter. Mekyo says that this is his mistake. Even if he tries to change something now, nothing will help. Most likely, they were ordered to watch him to understand if he could feel this world with his body, or if his mind did not yet have an understanding of these actions. Deadly power has been in the hands of this child for some time, so she has enough intelligence. The gray-haired man is greatly shocked when he hears that this child had deadly power in his hands. This means that the child trained for a long time. However, what if his head goes round and round? Is it not enough that they will follow the will of their head? Meanwhile, the boy tries to understand what his mistake was. He is sure that he gave the letter to the secretary correctly, but several days have already passed. He sat alone at the table and continued to think it over. Suddenly, a pretty girl came to his table and said that it is correct to say Xiang. It turns out that it is Mrs. If nothing is done, nothing will change. The boy falls into a stupor when the girl tells about what the gentleman told her about him. Pan is the one who told the boy about the Zhangxiang. It turns out that the girl standing in front of him is Xiangxian. It was difficult for the boy to believe his ears and eyes. It just dawned on him that if Xiangxiang was a name, it didn't mean something fragrant. From the expression on the young man's face, Xiangxiang understands that everything has reached him. But why didn't the girl tell him about it right away? If he asked for something very fragrant, he was most likely looking for tea. Our hero simply made a mistake in the word. Then he asks, what exactly was the thing he was supposed to give the girl? The girl looked at the boy with a sad look, and understood that he could not stand it. The words that if nothing is done, nothing will happen were correct. Fortunately, Xiangxiang still spoke to him, which means that he did not waste his time. When the boy looks up, he sees that he has come to the right village, but it was not very similar to a Christian one. Night has already come. Several men sat in a circle in some dark room and talked about the order from above. No one understands why this request came to them so unexpectedly. Everyone had a very different opinion on this matter. Someone was happy because now it won't be boring, and someone was the opposite. Thanks to this, they had hoped that they would be able to get out of this cursed place. The main thing is to follow the orders of the elder. Before starting, you need to look at everyone's hands. The world is full of naivety and fools, but it takes a little time to show that. In this case, this man really needs to start. A predatory smile appears on his face. Finally, it's time to show your skills. Meanwhile, the girl sits at the table and continues to wait for someone. Suddenly, someone approaches her and says that she looks very relaxed. It was a gray-haired man. The girl immediately understood that he was up to something. The man was going to tell her about something, but when he looked at her, he got a headache. Xiangxiang asked the question, what is this old man up to? They discuss our hero. He looks like a strong leader and master. In addition, he looks like a person who knows his worth. It was because of this that the man turned to the girl. He was a good candidate to learn about this secret world. Xiangxiang thinks this is all rather strange, especially his request to send the boy to that settlement. At first, the old man just wanted to watch the boy develop, but now that's impossible. The young lady could not understand why the boy was so worried about this weirdo. The main character does not understand why everything was so complicated if he just had to deliver a letter. The guy doesn't think like that because he can't handle something so simple. He feels that his strength has gradually begun to run out, which meant that he should have lunch somewhere at the foot of the mountain. After moving forward a little, he even found a place suitable for it. There he was greeted warmly by a man, an employee of this institution. The guy ordered 2 portions of gyumyun. The man also offers to bring him some alcohol, but the boy refuses because he still has a mountain to climb. But the seller knows how to persuade, so after some time, the boy agrees. The employee says that he makes this alcohol himself and is ready to share a whole bottle with the guy. The young man is surprised that the man works here because there are definitely not many visitors here. Rarely anyone passes through this place. In fact, the boy is very worried about his students, because so far no one has contacted him. And after a while the food was ready. Even without looking at the place in which his establishment is located, the man is very proud of the taste of his food. After some time, the plates were already empty. Our hero finished his meal. The young man had eaten his fill and was ready to return to his journey, but suddenly, something strange happened. Everything began to flow before the eyes of the main character. No matter how much he drank, he could not stop. Although the boy perfectly understood that if he drank the whole bottle, he would be very drunk. And when he stood up and tried to walk, he began to wobble. After a second, he could no longer fight this strange feeling and fell unconscious on the table. It was the handiwork of an employee who secretly mixed drugs into his alcohol. The man was surprised that the boy didn't fall over immediately after drinking and holding on for so long. Suddenly, one more man appears from behind and asks if their guest has eaten everything. The man did not understand why this fool was so naive, even though he was from the Black Guild. The main task of these men was to get rid of this innocent nature of the boy, but he reminded his younger brother that he still shouldn't go to extremes right away. It is important to present everything properly. It was already night on the street. Finally, our hero began to come to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he could not understand where he was. He immediately felt that his hands were tightly tied with a rope. The young man immediately starts screaming and calling for help, saying that a person is tied up here, but no one hears him. The guy does not understand why all the problems happen to him. He repeatedly tells himself that he should be careful, but he constantly forgets this rule. The main character used all his strength to get up. Although it was inconvenient, he was able to do it. And as soon as the young man got up, he immediately went to the window to see at least where he was. He saw a man outside the window. It was the same shopkeeper at whose establishment he had dined. Suddenly, the young man just fell to the floor. The boy asks to let him go, but of course no one is going to do it. He has his own motive. Our hero starts talking and looking for different arguments why he should be released. The man notes with annoyance that he is very talkative. The main character does not back down and tries to understand what they want from him. Thus, 6 months have already passed, but during all this time the young man learned almost nothing about this place. It was an increase in evil. This place is for people who are going to become thieves. They all gather here. It turns out that the guy tried to run away from here many times, but soon realized that there was no point in it. For some reason, there was no energy left in his body, and he did not understand why. Suddenly, behind my back, I hear someone's voice cutting into my ears. He is told that he will have to try harder today. It turns out that it was his master. The young man knows that everything is fine with his body, but he does not manage to touch even the hem of his master's robe. It was then that our hero had one thought. If nothing is done, nothing will happen and nothing will change. This is exactly what a guy has to think about again and again in order to somehow move. And so, after some time after his thoughts, he concluded that it is better to become a person who is suitable for this place. There were many men sitting in a dark room playing some kind of game. The presenter said that the guests will be lucky today. It seems like it was some kind of gambling. On the side of the sheet, where the draw was written, there were many boards, and where there were scores, there were only a few. A certain man said that they are all one in soul and body, and he thinks that he is not inferior to them either. After a second, he opened the glass. Under this cup were dice. This was the purpose of the game. That's how the evenings passed here. Men voted and played, but our hero did not like it at all. He didn't know that the person standing right in front of him was such a gambler. The main character just silently watched their game, and the man with the bandage noticed his gaze on himself. Suddenly he heard someone talking about today being the only day. The man who came here has to mortgage his house, so he asks for more money. If so, the husband will take only 1% from it. If he takes the money and returns it today, only 1% will be taken from him. To do this, you need to sign this document. Even a person who does not understand anything about this can understand what a horror this 1% can turn out to be. It is obvious that this man will never be able to pay back the money and will lose the house. He'll be lucky if they just take the house and his family doesn't end up in slavery. Suddenly, the owner turns to Song Yu. The man says he has to go to the shamai. By this time, our hero has already moved from the very bottom to the lower students. Yu Sung replies that he just tried really hard for it. Despite the fact that several months have already passed, he still continues to hide under the mask. This does not seem to be enough to make more progress, but it is difficult to break one's true nature. When he looks at this boy, he goes back in time. Finally, they come to the right place. Pan asks him if he wants to go inside for once. Our hero has heard a lot about this place. Everything is very expensive there. The gentleman said that he could see the boy's soul very well, and if he thought he could just hide and sit quietly, then he should try harder. Saying that, the man went inside and told Song Yu to follow him. Women are preparing for the evening at this time. They braid each other's hair. The woman asks the girl if she is taking medicine. She is very grateful to her and says that from that moment she felt better. This time the woman helped her, but what will the girl do the next time she is not around? The young lady says she will never forget her kindness. She would like to continue helping her, but it is too expensive. The woman does not force her. She reminds me once again that Kavanin is not an ordinary brothel. The woman is the only one who has lived here for so long. Rarely does anyone get such an opportunity, so she asks the girl to think carefully. The girl promises that she will think about this issue. Song Yu, meanwhile, was walking down the bright street at night. Unexpectedly, he attracted the attention of two pretty girls. The girls start fighting for the boy as a client and say that he can have fun with them. But it seems that the young man is not interested in this at all because he ignores them. Girls are annoyed by this guy's behavior because they understand that they are not interested in him. But because of this, they only want to get it more. The whole world points a finger at people like them. But in reality, it is they who should be angry with the whole world. Unlike the upper-class courtesans, most of the girls here were either sold by members of their own families or kidnapped. For a visitor to this place, it is called the Street of Pleasure, but for these girls it is the Street of Tears. Unexpectedly, another slightly older woman approaches them. It turns out that it was their older mother, and they were very scared when they saw her. She reminded them that they should work and not be idle. Then the woman asked, "Did they take good care of that boy a few days ago?" "Of course it is." Mr. Tu was very pleased. The woman hopes that the girls licked him properly. After that, she adds that the boy then could not stand on his feet at all. Although the boy tries to protect himself with a mask from the outside world, but inside he is looking for a better way to protect it, to destroy it. This is what Song Yu looks like right now. He doesn't have to push himself too hard. But our hero understands that he should not act on this smile. It's people like her who can easily make you lose your senses. The woman does not understand what such a good boy is doing here. She had the option that he was just pretending to be. Song Yu really doesn't understand what this woman's goal is, because it's not her fault that he became a slave at all. But the guy is not going to say anything until he knows and is going to act. The only thing he gained while he was here was inner awareness. If the woman has no more questions for him, he will continue to patrol the area. Now the main character himself wants to stay here to learn everything about her and her surroundings. At that time, Mr. was engaged in calculating something, and our hero was throwing firewood into the fireplace so that it wouldn't be too cold, because it's already winter outside. Song Yu changed his thinking and stopped being a slave sitting on a leash, and became a helper trying to learn this world. And after that, everything changed radically. The main character warns his master that he will shortly go to the second master. In their world, everything is new for him, and he experienced it himself. Even if the boy now knows nothing about this world, he still has to live in the same way that others have always lived here. And this is his desire, better than what he has ever felt. Soon, the boy comes to the second master, who is already waiting for him. The young man bows and greets him. In the aggravated evil there are 5, whom everyone worships. Godok-sun is the second of them. A man solves problems that cannot be solved with words and money alone. Godok tells the boy that they have a long way to go, and they are leaving the day after tomorrow, so they need to prepare. Our hero wants to fulfill orders from others before they go on their way. The husband gives permission for this. Their technique is incredibly simple and very effective. He had never seen anything like it in Bath. Some time passed, and the men sat down at the table to have dinner. The third person they respected was Cho Yon-yon, the godmother of all courtesans. She monitors all their work and collects information that brings her additional funds. The fourth is Nine-Armed. He has many nicknames. He is a master of gambling. The fifth has the kindest face, but is actually the meanest of them all. Rumor has it that he became obsessed by eating human flesh. They all have different skills and abilities, but they are united by one. They all know perfectly well what is going on in people's heads, and know how to use it. Song Yu definitely wants to learn this from them. They won't see each other for a while, so Mr. One offers to eat together. If he wants to survive in the company of the second brother, then he must eat well. They all said the boy deserved to eat with them for going through so much. After a few seconds, he still sits down at the table with them. But the guy thinks that something is wrong here, because they don't say anything just like that, which means they are up to something. Meanwhile, Xiang walks around admiring the beautiful nature. These four came to the chapter to tell something. She invites everyone to sit at the table. The girl left them without caring about their well-being. So I suggest starting with an apologetic thought. Today they finally paid off the debt, so the girl suggests celebrating it. She wants to talk to them frankly and asks how Song Yu is doing. They all look at each other, wondering how to respond. The older brother says that he is a difficult child and does not suit them. This child has no desires or goals. Most likely, the boy had such willpower since childhood. But the woman was never able to understand the purpose of this willpower. Xiang once again made sure that there is something special about the boy. The promised time has not yet run out. Is there a reason why it is time to let him go? It turns out that something happened to the master. The man was shocked that the head herself received the order. There are not many people in the world who would be so brave as to disobey this order. The fifth master thinks that our hero will become a real monster. As the elder brother said, he lives in a completely different world, and if this boy can be transported to this world, he will become a real monster. He talks about what will happen if good learns evil. At first he thought he would humanize this boy at least a little, but now he changed his mind. Would they be as serious about someone like him? The woman does not understand what he wants to say. There were two options here. Either the boy would harbor a grudge against them and then take revenge, or he would decide that they had taught him well and respect them. The fifth master is sure that Song Yu will definitely take revenge on him for the past, so when the time comes, he will leave. It is his methods of work that our hero hates more than anything. His revenge will cost him his life, so the man wants to leave the abode of evil. Xiang fell into a stupor when she heard about it. At this time, the main character received some strange task. He was now in a ninja suit. The task was that the boy should search one, close the place, and find a book there. There are usually no books in this place, so you'll just have to bring anything that looks like a book. So why did the guy practice shadow step techniques? But again, it was not at his will. But now, what prevented him from acting on his own will has disappeared. He can pretend to go on a mission and run away, but you have to be careful. What if this is some kind of check? These people are masters of lies, so they will easily be able to plant him with poison instead of medicine. The main character continues to move quickly through this unfamiliar territory, looking for her. Several months have passed, and no one but this scum has shown up. He hears voices. This matter is not easy at all, and the guy will not be able to deal with it quickly. First, you need to understand how everything is arranged here. Song Yu heard these people talking about some things and thought that they might be talking about the book he was looking for. As far as the boy understood from their conversation, they are keeping some old man imprisoned. But this old man could not be killed. When he is cured, they will continue to torture him again. Our hero was very quiet. He couldn't let anyone notice him. The guards change. While one will rest, the other will patrol. The guy looked around in the central part. Fortunately, there wasn't much security around, so there shouldn't be any problems. But the guy has no idea what's inside. He plans to go inside today. And so, night came again. The main character is determined to get inside and find out what is there. The guards were talking about some old man again. They wondered how he had endured all this cruel torture, and he was indeed right. Here you had to carefully monitor everything you say, because they could be eavesdropped. But the man is sure that there is no one here except for them, so there is no need to react so sharply to his words. If they do find this thing, there will be problems. But if they don't, then there are no problems. Although, if this thing is not found, the problem will be precisely that it has not been found, so the man sincerely hopes that this old man really does not know anything. After the conversation, the guards went to the other side, to patrol another part. The main character was already very interested to know what kind of thing they are talking about, and what organization is behind the guards if they are so afraid. As soon as Song Yu jumped out from around the corner, he was immediately startled when he saw something. After a second, the boy quickly hid back. He saw someone's silhouette on the street and didn't know who it was. At the same time, two men were busy torturing the unfortunate. This old man was already very tortured, and all he wanted was to take a sip of water. Fortunately, these scoundrels took pity on him and gave him something to drink. After that, he sighed heavily. In fact, the man now lives here, but he is seeing these two for the first time. In addition, their clothes are different from others. The man does not answer him and simply asks to answer their questions, because they are all already tired. Once the old man tells them what they want, all hell will break loose. The man with the mustache really does not understand why the old man does not answer, because they promised him a lot of money for the answer. But the old man did not need money. A man cannot understand the main thing. The reason for which he endures all this is the desire to survive. The old man knows perfectly well that as soon as he tells them everything, he will be killed. The men were shocked that the old man finally opened his mouth and began to speak. The old man didn't need the money at all because his life was at stake. so he'll just be happy if he gets out of here. But where's the guarantee that he will be released? The mustachioed man promises to vouch for his life, but the old man doubts that they have enough strength to save their lives if they fear the man called the Ark. The men just look at each other in silence. Even if he tells them everything, are they sure they can afford such promises? The mustachioed man does not understand what he is talking about. The old man talks in some riddles. The old man immediately guessed that these bastards were bluffing, but now he was sure of it. The question remains, will they survive when they learn where to find the same thing? At his frightened view and behavior with mustache, it became clear. He feared that the same thing would happen to him. But the attached and beaten man answered calmly, "They have long guessed the truth." Everyone was silent because they could not understand the most important thing. What to do next now? One of them finally said, saying that the only way out was to tell all the Ark personally. But only the other wanted to remember something else about the Ark. As the mustachioed gentleman covered his mouth, the beaten began to be pleading. "Call him, only then you will have a chance to survive." And immediately asked, "Maybe one of you will decide to contact the chapter himself." The mustachioed was noticeably naked. Why he was entrusted to him he could not understand. Then the prisoner explained that it is easier to make it, but someone should stay on the guard. He turned to the mustache. "Go and pass the news of the Ark, and I will stay here, watching." He agreed, but put forward the condition, only if the first one does not run away. And finally, they remained alone, without unnecessary witnesses. Prisoner, still tied, asked, "So what do you do? Can you free me or not?" "I made my move. You are silent. So it's time to move on to the next step," he said calmly. After this conversation, it became clear. In front of him is not just an old one, but someone is much more dangerous. After a brief conversation, the man began to doubt. If he helps, then he should be sure. He will not be betrayed. His arguments were simple. He showed his deceased appearance and explained that nothing could do in this state. This turned out to be enough. Another hesitantly, but began to solve his hands. Just a few minutes passed, as he carried the old man on his back, explaining, "First you have to run away, because they are about to go the pursuit." Meanwhile, the guy in the mask stood on the street and saw someone who was a stranger appeared right in front of him. The men ran past him without even stopping and rapidly rushed forward. They ran without looking back until the gentle light of dawn began to blossom over the city. But it was only the beginning. The target was waiting ahead. They certainly had to get to the board. He understood that if the old man dies right on his back, this adventure would end a fiasco, because he put his own life on the map. Because of this, he stopped, carefully put the old man on the ground and asked, "Where is it?" He was absolutely necessary to know, but he did not answer. He just groaned without saying a word. Then the man understood the scary, the old faint, and suddenly a loud voice came through the silence. "Mentor!" He turned sharply, without understanding nothing. And then he saw. The guy runs rapidly in his direction, as if the wind was chasing him forward. The guy targets a stick that serves him for his weapon, and points to the man. He is, they say, and is the same mentor. Realizing that the situation becomes threatening, the man immediately reaches the sword. But the guy reacts instantly. He easily knocks out the enemy's hands. However, the sword does not fall. The man again goes into battle, still not understanding who is before him. He tries to find out who this mysterious young man is and why he is so strong. They both understand. It is impossible to delay. The man wants to end the boy quickly, and he, to save the mentor. But one thing is obvious. The energy is much more in the guy, and at the end of his stick the sharp blade shines. He flies up, swings, and directs the blow from top to bottom. The man barely has time to put a sword to repel a powerful attack. Now before him, a real crazy. Although the guy looks from the outside, something is wrong in it. But as such is possible, he does not understand. Its weapons are moving like lightning. Such accuracy and power are simply striking. The guy's gaze managed to catch every movement of the sword, predicting strokes. And suddenly something flashed in the sky. A quick metal flash. It was an iron ball that hit the sword blade with frantic force. The iron ball bounced sideways and began to roll rapidly on the ground, reflecting from the surface, as if alive. A new thought was in the man's head. Who else appeared in this arena? The answer did not wait for herself. A stranger with 3 same balls in her hand stood nearby. It was the second owner. The guy immediately realized who he was. He recognized him without any doubt. The owner approached him, pointed to the mentor, and asked if this person was familiar to him. Hearing the confirmation, he said calmly, "Take him away, and I will understand the rest." Tears flashed in the eyes of the guy. Not from pain, but from genuine joy. The heart squeezed from emotions when he rushed to the mentor. He lifted him on his back and without delaying began to pull his body forward so much. But when he rose, he heard the word behind his back. "If you took it, no longer cling to me." The man said it, but the guy answered calmly, "Kindness is not equal to mercy. I will still be back to take revenge." This phrase instantly removed the man out of balance. He literally exploded from anger. And the second owner turned to him, calling the owner of the dead from the blood room, and stated that he is now his opponent. At first, the one who was called a bastard was confused. He did not understand anything, silently clung to his eyes. Meanwhile, the guy with his mentor on his back moved away, disappearing in the distance, further and further from the battlefield. It has passed some time. In the picturesque corner where peace prevailed, everything looked peaceful and carefree. The man slowly raised his hands, stretching, as if trying to lose his anxiety. The day was sunny, but something worried him. Anticipation. He decided to warn others to work with extreme caution today. At the same moment, a loud, persistent knock came at the gate. The man, as it turned out, was no one than the master. He did not immediately realize that for an unexpected visit. Behind the door, the guy stood, holding his mentor, and asked the doctor to look at him immediately. Rolling the sleeves, the doctor warned them to stay outside, not to go inside without permission. A little time has passed, and a needle for the procedure has already appeared in the hands of the doctor. By this point, he had already managed to put into the body of the mentor dozens of other needles, harmonized and without delay. Each movement was accurate, skillful, worked as a real specialist. And when the next needle pierced the body, the mentor gasped and then began to come to his senses. With relief, the doctor wiped sweat from his forehead, sighing relieved. Then he turned to the guy. First, you need to knock down the heat, as well as find out what happened to him. After listening to the story, the doctor understood. The medicines will help little here. First of all, you should restore the endurance of the body. He explained to the guy that acupuncture and drugs are just a temporary event. It all depends not on them, but on the power of the mentor himself. All you have to do is hope that at least it would come to mind. Otherwise, the chances could not be. Meanwhile, the events were transferred to a beautiful building located on the Wutan clan. At the big table sat a respectful Tan Hak, the head of scientists of officials, harsh and focused. His gaze was attached to the scroll. He read carefully in writing without missing a word. Suddenly, a familiar voice came behind the door of the office, an appeal to him as his older brother. Hearing this, Tan Hak got up immediately. The voice was familiar with pain. When he entered, he did not hide joy. In fact, to see these people was happiness for him. He looked at his brother, and then noticed the frightened face of the little boy standing behind him. After holding his hand on the head of the child, the man explained with a smile that fate brought them by accident. And the boy is rare beauty. Tan Hak has not yet understood what fate and a beautiful boy, everything seemed mysterious. But in a moment, he happily thought that they may have finally had a student. The man added that he wanted to boast the boy in front of his mentors, but here is a trouble. He could not find them. Realizing what he goes to, Tan Hak warned, if the mentors find out about it, they will have to avoid open conflicts. After that, he turned to the boy, asking how he was called, and heard a short answer. A dream of John. Smiling, Kak replied, and I am Tan Hak, your 400. Laughing, Tan Hak told the boy that the elders would definitely love him. So sweet, is it possible? Silence was already prevailing on the street. The sky was covered with darkness, and the moon shone lonely. The dream stood in the yard, and the thought was turning in his head. He had already had a family, but for some reason he could not remember any face. Suddenly, a mentor appeared in front of him. He greeted and noticed immediately. The guy looks thoughtfully at the moon. The dream told that he once had a family like others, but he did not remember them at all. And yet he was convinced. He was very fond of him. The mentor said it was normal. He saw, the boy has a good soul, and therefore, in the past, there was a lot of love. But he was also strange why the memory was silent. The mentor wondered, maybe the guy survived the scary, so much that he was erased his own memory, leaving only a name. The whole family may have died in that battle. And then he asked Son not to rush. Remembering that time will put everything into place, he assured that the memories will return. Smiling widely, he added, even if not, he will be one who will be around. In the meantime, it is worth staying here because Tan is a place of power. The mentor believed the day would come when the dream himself remembers who he was and who he was. But while he said it, a quiet cough broke out of his chest. He coughed because of fatigue that the body was depressing, despite the fairly warm night weather. He was approached by a guy, worried, and asked, why did the mentor go outside in such a cool? He replied that time to go. The Kuke did not immediately realize where it, but heard in response, home. It knocked him down from the panther. He sincerely did not expect such an answer, and began to persuade the mentor to stay here until he recovered completely. I know my body well, said the mentor. He did not long. If you die, I want to do it at home. The quack was stunned. At first died Sim, and now the mentor. He did not even have time to say that all the students were running, and he did not know where they were. While the quack was fighting in these thoughts, the mentor recalled again. It is time to go. And he warned that on the road, it will be necessary to stop in one place. The guy asked what it was for a place, and in response, he heard a mysterious phrase. It was necessary to prepare something. The decision was made, to return home. The guy gathered things and was ready to the road. They said goodbye to the elder, thanked for the care, promised to never forget it. He looked after them, not understanding how the mentor was still on his feet. Brother, don't just wait for death, the old man said with pain. The mentor thanked for the shelter and rest. Thanks to the old, he recovered a little. The promise was given. The student would thank everything. On this note, they turned around and went home. On the road, Quack asked Sun if all the children were all right. He replied, I was not strong enough to take care of everyone, but each of them works honestly and earns a living. For the first time in my life, I was so eager, said the mentor bitterly. It seemed little things, and she led to the tragedy. I had to stay and protect you. These words blew the dream to the heart. He assured that the mentor was always around and did his best. The students are still waiting for his return. However, in his thoughts, he had already thought of the legend, to say that the students went abroad, and to prepare several more people so that the quack did not know the truth. Because he probably can't stand it. All the answers of the dream were not true. But the truth cannot be called. It was the only way to protect the old man from shock. Still, his words, though false, brought the mentor calm and a little warmth into the heart. The certain council building is a place where cases that affect the fate of entire clans are resolved. The guy sat inside, fully immersed in business, giving her every moment of her time. And when a voice came behind the door, whether someone was inside, he answered calmly, yes. The owner entered, a man who was deeply worshipped with respect. After inspecting the premises, the owner noticed that the guy was still reading the same document without breaking away. He explained, he reads not for nothing. He seems to have missed something, so he decided to return and check everything again. The owner immediately asked how many days he sits here without a break. The guy replied, 3 days. He did not leave the case for a single hour. Hearing this, the owner ordered him to go to rest immediately. The body would not withstand such a load. He said that local authorities also analyzed this case, because the case is really difficult, and one cannot cope with it. However, the report is too important and should be kept secret. Only selected access. The guy replied that all was well and he would handle. The owner was convinced once again, this young man is not like others. The owner shared his opinion. The desire to make more is the path to even more responsibility, and this must be careful. The only thing the guy was afraid was to bring the mistress of Peck. It would be the biggest blow to him. He promised that he would not let. But in his heart there was another desire that he could not remain silent. He asked when he could contact his home. He needed to know how everything was there. I don't know that, the owner replied. If you didn't see these documents, it would be different. And now you are forbidden to communicate with someone, except those who work here. But the guy only wanted to tell his family that everything was fine with him. Not to worry. He even confessed that he did not tell them about the successful passing of the exam. Then he could not contact, so now he wanted to try again. Peck understood. The intention is noble. But the situation does not allow. All over the truce is too sensitive. You need to have patience. Suddenly a loud scream appeared somewhere on the side, breaking the entire silence indoors. The guy fell in the door, asking, "You are sitting here every day?" It was Kangin. Peck was genuinely rejoiced in his arrival, but here the guy to whom he addressed, not at all. He turned sharply and began to fuss, markedly lost. Kangin grabbed him by the collar and asked boldly, "Who is this type at all?" Hell tried to reassure a friend, explaining, "The guy is normal, all is well." But after such a wild entrance, it was difficult not to ask himself, who really is he? At that time, in the yard, Sun was with Aquinas. They went home, but only emptiness and broken things were waiting for them. From the floor, the dream lifted a fragment of a book torn into pieces, as if a mention of something expensive. And I would never think that it would be so difficult for him to breathe so because of these things. Sun Yu was surprised to ask the mentor that he was a book. He replied that it was a kind of treasure, which was hunted by the most influential people. He began to flip through the pages. They were depicting combat racks and equipment, carefully drawn and described. At this point, Sun realized that it was through this book that the mentor once was so bad. The mentor got some pill and suddenly asked the boy to swallow. He, not understanding anything, asked, "What is it at all?" But the mentor did not explain. He just insisted that he eat it immediately. Sun did not argue. He raised his pill to his mouth. Without chewing, he swallowed her for one sip. And at the same moment his eyes expanded. Something strange responded throughout the body. He felt energy through him, a strange, unfamiliar feeling. And even thought, "What taste it?" Quan asked the same thing. and Sun said that the pill was just dissolving, nothing special. Without explaining what it was, the mentor simply ordered to rise. It is time to go on. With regard to further plans, he said that you need to find the second half of the book. It was dangerous to keep it whole, so it broke it in half and hid the parts separately. If one is found, the other can save life. Sun's interest has only grown. What is the book for which so many casualties? The mentor told a little more. They say that the one who takes over all its content will become the strongest master in the world. Just one book, and you are the best in the world? The mentor always doubted such chats, but extraordinary talents and influential people still sought her. I do not know if she will make you the best, but it is enough that even the failure looks like a master of the highest level. In addition, it was thanks to this book that he was able to restore the well, name of Chan Moon, from the ghost clan Muon, for the sake of his students. Telling this to the guy, the mentor laughed out loud, sincerely, with his soul. But that laughter had an unexpected continuation. Something went wrong. The terrible feeling was the body of the mentor. The dream was immediately alert. Something was wrong. It seemed that he was about to faint. The guy begged him to stay in the face, but the mentor did not say the word, only again and again coughing, breathing. And only then, through heavy breathing, did the reason muttered, "But it is not necessary to shake me. It is better to feed." It became clear. Everything is because of a banal but strong hunger. "I'm hungry! Food! I grew you! Don't even eat me!" he exclaimed. These words sounded scary. They had more despair than a joke. It seems that the famine blurred his mind. He no longer controlled himself. There was something wrong with the mentor. His condition was only deteriorating. But with the onset of a new day, the situation has improved a little. The mentor finally ate and, though weak, sat and rested. A dream appeared in front of the mentor. Everything was already powerful. The things were completed, and he returned. The guy managed to catch fresh fish, and he looked satisfied. A little time passed. The dish was ready. It was steaming a pleasant aroma. The guy begged the mentor to eat as much as possible. He needed to restore strength. And it was at this moment that the mentor was convinced that his former guests were not in vain. He once fed the children, giving them everything he had. And now, they care about him, especially the dream of why. But there was one question in the heart. When did it happen? He was a little sad, but at the same time happily. After all, he finally felt the real warmth. And then he thought about the word neat. What were the troubles in his life? Is it so old? And what did he really do? His thoughtfulness did not go unnoticed. Sun saw it all on the face of the mentor. Suddenly, he grabbed his head, as if in agony, and began to ask someone invisible to stop the beatings. He shouted in full voice, piercing, "Enough! Stop!" Sonu carefully came closer and quietly, with anxiety, asked, "Is everything right with him?" He reassured the mentor. "No one here except for him. It is safe, you can relax." But I had to repeat it again and again because the mentor constantly asked, "You won't leave me?" And of course the answer was always one. No. Sun thought of a bloody room. He was ready to put his own life on the map to make them pay. And then he led the mentor to the old nickname I, because they had good decoctions, and it is better to turn to him. They moved on the road when they suddenly came across an unfamiliar man. Seeing that Kwok was leading the guy, he immediately noticed. The old man was breaking again. The attacks returned. And his son, as he does not try, cannot do anything. But how long do they last? Later, the mentor lay on the bed, as if it were sleeping, trying to relax. A few seconds passed. He opened his eyes. He asked if he had a dream here, but looked around. He did not see anyone nearby. A dream came out of the corner, and the mentor immediately asked him to approach faster. "How many I was unconscious?" asked the old man. The guy replied that everything was calm. He all the time remained in the face. But the mentor did not believe. Dryness in the mouth gave everything. He clapped his hand on the bed and asked the dream to sit nearby. When the guy sat down, he spoke more seriously. The time when the mentor is in the mind, he quickly shrinks. He asked if he had time to tell everything about that book. Due to the fact that consciousness disappears and returns, he decided to share the most important thing immediately. The book is called Chochokong. More than 50 years ago, Marimi was filled with blood through this damn book, and this bleeding does not stop. In those days, a man who was considered invincible around the world lived. And indeed, he was not equal. No one could repel him. Even those who stood with him on a par barely kept at least 3 seconds in front of him. Due to his power, he remained lonely. So they said his power was condemned to alone. Only one rival in the world was worthy of resisting him. He was called a lunar sword. All his life Invincible dreamed of meeting him. Even a distance of 10,000, even in the country, did not stop it. And this meeting still happened. The Invincible and Lunar Sword came together. It was rumored that it was not just a battle, but a meeting of two ancient rivals. which fate brought. Do they come together? No one knows yet. But after that meeting, Kancho appeared the same mysterious book. That is why it is believed that it contains knowledge of both masters. But none of them had never mentioned the book, so you must first study its contents. The mentor insisted on it. First you need to master the first part, and then the second. But help with this the mentor is unlikely to be able. His condition is deteriorating rapidly. The second part of the book has not yet been found. Therefore, you need to go to her search as soon as possible. Although the guy asked to postpone the case while the mentor recovers slightly, he categorically refused. It is necessary to look for already. Every second is the weight of gold. Delay can be too expensive. But Sun was perfectly understood that if the mentor was being excited again, his condition would only get worse. First you need to reassure him, and then discuss everything. Fortunately, the mentor suddenly asked a cup of warm tea and a little paw, and then he repeated it even louder. The dream immediately jumped, without hesitation of a second. The mentor asked, so it would be. And at the same time, somewhere far within the clan, a real man appeared. The girl was standing, inhaling the aroma of the flagellan, which slowly climbed up, mixing with the morning air. Recently, she has increasingly visited her older brother. She wanted to feel his presence at least in her mind until the country was changing again. Standing over his grave, she reflected his death. Even now, over time, she seemed meaningless to her. And Kancho has not changed since then. She told him that the bloody wind seems to be coming again. And did she not tell her before that it is in vain? The world still rotates, as always. She remembered that she recently met a boy who reminded her of her brother, and it seems difficult for him, so much that he even handed the Ring of Demons and Gods to the pawn shop. It was because of this that she was worried. Tax doctrine has become tougher, Kancho, more and more unstable, and she wanted to try to unite this country, something that no previous head of the clan failed. Or, as an option, to take under his wing a prominent guy, similar to her brother, and rely on him, knowing that she would not do the current 10. She will not avoid change. She was certain, if her brother was alive, she would advise her to choose a second way, uniting the world, and she began to feel that it seems that it should happen. However, there was one but. She wanted to see that guy with her own eyes. So she decided she would try both options. Saying goodbye to her brother, more precisely with his grave, she quietly bowed her head. Whatever the decision was made, she knew that it would be busy to the limit, so she would be able to return here. When she went outside, she turned to her right hand. He immediately fulfilled her order. The founders listened to without denial. What do they say at school? Do they want a continuation in the Chunvan? She asked, getting ready to hear an important answer. From her simple question, her right hand began to fever. The reaction was instant, almost panic. But suddenly the man standing behind said, everyone would be happy to spread on Chonvona with her, a mistress. However, although the prohibition of the previous chapter is filmed, it is possible to go only on the official orders of the school. The right hand looked at him with suspicion. The expression of the eye was more eloquent than any words. This type is not in itself. However, the chapter herself clear everything. She appreciated the situation instantly, and without unnecessary words. It seemed to his right hand that his life was already on the hair. He was almost passed on his knees. In the meantime, they walked with the street with that man, and he carefully asked us if he could join the cleaning society. He was not so surprised not by the request himself, but because this man knows something at all. He knew that the clearing society was the main spiritual wing of the third-generation school. Its members were closest to key teachings, and being among them meant to approach the source of force. More than 30 years have been part of this school. He sincerely believed that he had earned this right. They opened heavy wooden doors and entered inside. Everyone who was inside became clear. A respectable guest entered. Seeing him, they rose from the places. Everything came here to see the mentor and the elders. The goal of his visit was serious. The mentor of the Quan family, Men Chan Ho, asked him the question. Isn't him a mentor of the kind of FECs? Pak H. Shin, who was indeed a mentor of FECs, has just entered the hall. And as soon as he appeared, the atmosphere changed instantly. All around it were stunned by its appearance. All added that the mentor of the FECs was recommended for entry personally by the founder, and it was of great weight. Then he carelessly lasted another phrase. They say the founder himself also wanted to speak here. But millions of her followers opposed, and their voice should be taken into account. I immediately asked himself, why did I say that at all? The attendees were only surprised to look at. It seemed that something was wrong with him, as if he was losing his mind. One of the elders could not stand. He was stuck on the table and broke out, "How dare you to talk about the will of the followers, even for the founder?" All began to make a dust, trying to justify himself. but only worsened the impression. He had to apologize to the Hell's mentor. He said he did not know about such features of his subordinate. And it was an honest answer. The mentor strictly asked Yusei, "Did you generally organize the investigation? Has too much time lost to pretend to be under control? And what to do with his tongue? He does not know himself." The mentor was confused. Hell realized that he had just made a huge mistake. But exactly he did not understand. How he did not understand. "What will happen next?" asked Peck. The mentor replied, "Everything prepared will have to be removed. Perhaps this time Protestants will really be able to show their strength." Then Peck wondered about the boy who was interested in the founder. Us replied that he would probably have to give up. The next question was about the CCOSI. Given that USA with a hermit has a close relationship, he could still get something. The mentor gave an order. BC should be responsible for his chatter, and the CC must personally control the situation. "Probably. Tomorrow he will not be able to join the main group." Dry added US, as if putting the final point. Hell just smiled bitterly. He made sure he had driven himself into hopelessness. The next day, the dream stood on the top of the picturesque hill, where the wind carried the smell of moisture and herbs. He tried to feel something more, something deeper than just breathing. After all, thousands of people risked their lives to grasp the essence of feelings embedded in two ancient writings. At the heart of the doctrine is the natural subordination of the body of its own will. But is this knowledge of all those victims worthy? It seemed to him that he was still chaotic for him. He studied everything from books, and this detachment seemed to distance him from the true essence of feelings. It is necessary to push on a breath. To pull on exhalation, the breath should move the body. Hand, leg, even head. Everything should move on a clear exhaust pattern. This is the secret that can make you the best master in the world. But it seems that to really become stronger, one must return to the basics. The fist battle and the strength of the legs that he learned in the settlement of evil. But if this new practice is in vain, then the victim of the mentor will be frozen. He understood all this. All fears, doubts, responsibility. Everything was clear to the bones. Meanwhile, late at night, the young scientist took an important guest. It was a man who immediately noticed his exhausted face. Working in a secret council was exhausted. Yet he asked him to take care of his own health, and then he asked him to sit down. The conversation had to be serious. A man with a light smile said he was pleased to have a friend in such a big palace. Then he stopped and asked, "Can he really call a young scientist a friend?" He noted that he is very different from others, because most young scientists, especially those who have been working here for a long time, are even afraid to look into their eyes. The young scientist replied a little awkward that he considers himself quite shy. But pouring tea, I took advantage of the moment and decided to ask something. "I saw one man recently," he began. He was dressed in a regular, unofficial outfit, but looked not like a stranger. Rather, as a member of the secret council. The man supplemented the story. Yes, he does not fluctuate in words and actions, and at the same time it is difficult to say he is a rich noble or a street lover. And it is even more difficult to understand what you feel when you see it. The young scientist nodded. "Not directly to such a degree, but really looks like. You will not approach it on the side. You do not watch from afar. And closer. It is not possible to break through," the man continued. The young scientist fully agreed. "It's a noble lord," the man said. And silent, knowing what to explain in simple words is impossible. Therefore, he briefly summed up, he is the next head of the secret council. Hearing this, the young scientist took a deep breath that the air became more difficult. It was engulfed by strange, mixed sensations. "But it's too early to wonder," the interlocutor said calmly. "Now he is the chief of the guard of the imperial palace. In practice, the head is headed by the head of the band, but above him is the noble lord. And that's not all. He has many other important positions. One is associated with gold, and in general, he is the supreme head here. Together with the insulusting woman, they make up a duo of the supreme power. Power in one hand, wealth in the other. And both levers are now in his hands." The young scientist still felt that this man was not ordinary. But now it became clear. Before him, a real giant. "I congratulate you," said the man with a warm smile. "You exactly opened the bright road." But in the soul of the young scientist, mixed feelings. Admiration, fear, and something uncertain, which did not rest. In the soul of the young scientist, the guy should concentrate on the volume as he looks at the world around. Breathing should change depending on how it looks. The young man should try because it must be finished. The fire of indifference will definitely not be able to help here. Suddenly, a red human silhouette appears in front of our hero. The fear of the dream cooled, and the heart almost stopped. What did he just see? feeling he saw himself, but something is wrong. Unexpectedly, the guy hears some rustle and noise. Probably something happened to the mentor. The young man runs to the room of his mentor. He sits on the edge of the bed and coughs. Sun immediately runs to the man, and in an excited man asks whether everything is well with him. He sees that the mentor began to cough with blood, so he urgently wanted to call a doctor. It turns out that a few days ago the man has already been bored with blood, and the doctor saw it, but unfortunately he can do nothing more. Sun could not understand why the mentor did not tell him about it before. By the condition of the body of a man, you can understand how long it is tolerated, but it is still pleasant for him to take care of him. Tears appear in the eyes of the dream. He doesn't want to believe it. The mentor, meanwhile, asks for some more sunlight. It's been a while. Some chunky bearded man confidently held a sword in his hands, and in a second he began to wave it, working out his blows. After a while, the workout was completed. A little boy watched the workout. He looked at it with delight and curiosity. The beard wants the boy to call him a mentor because he considers him his student. Uncle saved the young man's life, but he already has a mentor from the clan. He spoke of the Muon clan. It is very strange that the student of this clan had such a low level of skill. To the best of the young man, he cannot have a second mentor without the permission of his mentor clan. There is a story about merchants with medicines, Masa men who gave themselves for a mysterious clan, cheated on children, and then disappeared. The man faced the signs of the loss of Glulius. The consciousness of this boy was under control since his childhood, so he did not doubt his faith. The uncle should save him from this control over consciousness, and make sure he become a student of the shaman. In addition to the boy, his uncle has no students. He did not think that it would be so difficult to fulfill his dream. To hear how someone called him a mentor. The beard wants to know if he is worse than his mentor, if he can't get them. The boy says that even simply watching him, he was able to learn something. If everyone knew that this uncle was a boy's mentor, he would be inspired by many people. He notices that the young man has a talent. Both simplicity and honesty are a real treasure. The beard makes a promise from him. Until the guy calls him a mentor, he is forbidden to use martial arts against others. It was not difficult, because the older brother from the very beginning told him not to quarrel with others. When a young man talks about his elders, he begins to shine. It seems that the children who were deceived by the scales lived together and always supported each other. If he were a beard student, he would later be able to get his students, and others would accurately appreciate it. The boy still cannot call a man a mentor, but in his soul he still thinks. The boy is very worried about his older brothers and others. He hopes that they are alive, although most likely they have long been dead. Even if the young man goes home now, it will not give him anything. But even so, he decided to leave, and when he returns, he would learn even more. The beard says he was already looking for his elders in their city, but did not find it. Then tears appeared in the eyes because along with these words, hope gradually faded. The mentor invites him to not rush and go there when he is gaining strength. Then he will be able to decide everything himself. But, of course, it would be very good if his mentor found him first. The young man also thinks that it would be very good. Suddenly, the protagonist felt something very strange. When he lakes all, some attack walked right next to his face. Due to this attack, he had a scratch on the cheek from which the blood flowed. Sun was still late, but on the other hand, even the girl does not have such a star. Sun is convinced that he must act first to harm someone. Of course, the mentor does not mind. After a second, she attacks him again. She hopes that once the boy will have enough skills to attack his mentor first. The protagonist could barely evade this lightning attack. He jumped aside. It's been a while. Our hero on a boat with another man now fish. In a few seconds, the young man pulls out a net that was full of fish. The man was shocked that the guy was able to get so much fish. He offers him fishing together every day. Tomorrow, the guy decided to take the head of the kind, but to travel on a boat. This old man is so greedy that he wants to be only with him. He seems to have the lowest job for the settlement. But after all, he helped him when the guy just settled here. Still, this old man was very lucky, because our hero was able to put this destroyed and abandoned house. The guy was very grateful to Lisuka because the mentor no longer had to eat goldfish several times a month, but the man still continued to take care of it from time to time. The protagonist necessarily wanted to thank the inhabitants of the settlement, but the man was enough that he was swimming with him. Finally, they finished fishing, and now you could turn back. But unexpectedly, and they saw another ship on the horizon. The men on the other ship stopped right beside them and saw that they had caught a lot of fish. Today was the day when to pay for the use of water. Therefore, the man was about to do it right now. The man began to blame him because there were almost no fish in the pond. It became clear that these freaks wanted to fill their pockets at their expense. After a moment, the man just grabs a basket and releases all the fish that were there. Men just mocked him without taking seriously. Suddenly, the abomination notices our hero and the powerful energy coming from him. He immediately grabs him and says that if he is not satisfied with something, he can say right now. After that, men are about to go away. Sun Yu was very good because it seemed that he would explode right now and beat them. The power of our hero and the body are invincible, but it is good that it was because of his character that he did not go against these abominations. He thinks that such bad people are really better avoided. The evening came. The main character was engaged in training. The mentor praised the guy because it was visible that he was trying, and there was progress. It was necessary to live, protecting your body. When the dream was so twisted with his six, it looked much better by the mentor. But the guy does not think so. He believes that the mentor has much better this art. Although a man has often been won from different fights, it is still impossible to consider him the best. The way he owned the rod was really great. The impression was that the heavens were torn and the earth was shaking. But the guy says that the technique of his mentor also breaks heaven. After a second, he puts all his forces into the next blow. Sun shows that this can also be forced to shudder, so the technique of his mentor is even better. Meanwhile, the young girl put herself in order. Her mother said that few men would be able to resist her look. The girl says she made a decision and thanked her mother for taking care of her. Meanwhile, there were many girls in the room. They sat on the floor and played a tune. Suddenly, the old lady interrupted them because she heard that she played a fake note. Of course, it is very exciting, but you still need to play properly. In addition, she told them that they could go home. After that, the old lady heard someone calling her. The same young lady with her nanny came here. The grandmother recently heard that the woman had left her baby. This girl seems to be she. Her name is A, and wherever these children are, there are very tragic stories here. After a while, the night came. The man was sitting at the table and deciding where he would go this time. It was necessary that the old from Shanrian did not come out, and then they would have a very good chance to pave their way. The man did not like it. He already began to guess how many deaths would be this time. The man wanted to find out if today there was a boy who usually ran near him. The man became interested in him because he spins next to him. Although he deals with the same archival records that he probably looked his hungry family as he was the only poverty. But, in addition, he did his job perfectly. Always listen carefully to everything they say, but the pressure from the side does not affect it. It was obvious that this person would protect him. He seems to be a good friend for him. I really pay a lot of attention to this guy, so the man also could not but pay attention to him. If the subordinates are worried about something, he can accidentally confuse this man. It turns out that young Mr. Soman also studied martial arts. It does not look very good, but its movement is a soul. Meanwhile, there is a workout somewhere. The coach says that the student will not be able to survive if he does not make enough effort. The guy, meanwhile, is trying to climb the mountain. He believes in himself and that he is sure to overcome it. It was amazing because this rate of 10-year training can be reduced exactly half. The master thinks that he overdone when he made the guy hurry. More than 10 years ago, one of the successors was avenged in his mentor, so he began to wear a mask. Finally, he was able to climb the mountain, after which they went on vacation. The young man really wanted to ask him a question. The young man is wondering how many times the master himself passed through this exam. Sooner or later, they will still need to act together, so he confesses and says he has passed 12 times. The guy has passed it 13 times. Although the master wants to tell him to talk to him with respect, he cannot. Earlier, the master said that everyone who was not careful was dying. But now it was the 13th attempt. The guy seems to have hinted that the training is very easy. The guy is sure that he will soon get this right. The master says that these exams are just the beginning. But the student is still sure that they quickly finish the whole learning process. He wants him to be strong, so that no one can become like him. It was very brazen on his side. Now the guy is the only one who can take revenge for everything. If someone else is alive, then he will take revenge. The man holds a beautiful ring with red precious stones in his palm. A female voice says that this ring does not belong to him. The subordinate immediately falls on his knees and says he would not have died. She orders to return this heel to who she had and let rumors, telling her 10-year promise for stronger. This guy saved her, risking his life. The girl heard that he never could use the heel, and she fell into her hands some strange man. The subordinate does not understand that in his head in the founder. She ordered to dissolve gossip about a decade's promise for stronger. The founder is convinced that it is fate, because that guy reached the level of Chechonrock. The man thought that her interest was exactly involved here. He thinks what would happen if these humans spread the mind. There is no way to give him it just like that. Meanwhile, ordinary people turned to the kings of animals. They said the river was frozen and they could not even catch fish. So if they are required to tax, they will not be able to live this winter. But they were absolutely indifferent to it. Starting this month, they will have to pay 2 silver nanaya twice a month. It is very sad that they should endure such horrible things. Even if a punitive detachment arrives, this time their bodies will avoid punishment. But will they remain alive after the detachment leaves? Grandpa says that if everything is a little more stable and the river is melted, then they will prepare them taxes. But the abomination did not even intend to listen to them. One of them pushed his unhappy grandfather. If it is so weak, it can go from here. If they do not understand in simple language, now the man will show them all the power. The man fell on his knees again and said that if the doctor about, they would prepare taxes for them. Since his grandfather continued to say the same thing, the man was about to break his leg so that he would understand his words. Another man says that if they have chosen theft, then they need to choose a normal way of raising money for a long time. They are well aware that the river is frozen and they have no money, but obviously this freak did not listen to him and also struck his foot. Very timely, the head stopped him and said that he did not touch this old man, because he is a doctor, and goes to them from time to time. The man still believed that he was right. Suddenly someone hit him in the face. The blow was so powerful that it flew a few meters ago. As it turned out, it was our hero who stood up for his grandfather. Everyone was shocked when they saw that this young man was not afraid to resist these freaks. After that, the dream immediately ran to the doctor to see if everything is well with him. No one could even approach the doctor and help him, because everyone was afraid of these abomination. The guy does not understand why everyone is afraid to help, because there was no one who once did not receive help from the doctor. Finally, some man comes out of the crowd and says he will take care of him. The man, in fact, was very worried about the young man. He thinks that he is better off to leave this place sooner until he gets worse here. But on the contrary, the guy says that it is an order here. In fact, he was not going to intervene, but there was a very unpleasant situation. The head was outraged that someone dared to do so, but the main character was not afraid at all.